Once the preparations for the restaurant were complete, they chose an auspicious day to open. The restaurant had two areas, upstairs for elegant private rooms and downstairs for a lively main hall. There was no excessive advertising or special decorations, but since they were located in a busy area, when the opening bell rang, the manager and staff stood at the door and told passers-by about the opening. Many customers came in after hearing the news. Luo Chio happened to pass by the intersection and saw this new restaurant called IQ200. It looked quite unique. The manager's assistants carried trays behind him with some signature dishes on them. Although he couldn't see exactly what they were, the aroma was very tempting. As a seasoned foodie, he felt eager to go inside and try. Not only he, but many others also wanted to see what the restaurant offered because of the delicious smell. The main hall quickly filled up, and the private rooms upstairs were also full. These braised lion's head are quite good. The vinegar ribs are also nice, and this roasted duck, I've never heard of it before, crisp outside and fragrant inside. It's really a great dish. And the mapo tofu, spicy and flavorful, is very stimulating but addictive to keep eating. Luo Chio ate and praised the food, clearly very satisfied. A few friends beside him nodded repeatedly. The taste is good. We can come here more often. Yes, the dishes aren't expensive, and they're quite tasty. Once the reputation spreads, this place will be very popular. The place is a bit small, but in this busy area, it has a lively atmosphere. Inside, it's quite quiet and comfortable. I don't understand how they manage to stay calm in the middle of all this noise. Outside is so lively, but inside it's so quiet. Lucio was very curious and stopped the waiter who was bringing food outside to ask about this. The waiter smiled and said, "This is a special soundproof system designed by our boss." Honestly, I don't know much about it. Our boss said that once some devices are installed, all the sounds from outside are blocked from coming in, so it's called soundproofing. Lucio became interested and happily looked around the room. He knocked on the walls here and there, but couldn't figure out what made the soundproofing work. He crossed his arms and said, "I didn't expect the soundproofing to be so clever." Looking around the room thoughtfully, he thought it was just an ordinary restaurant, but it turned out they had advanced technology. He had never seen such soundproofing anywhere else. "All right, second brother, don't keep guessing. If you can't figure it out, just ask their boss directly." After finishing their meal, they went to find the owner. Today was their first day open, and Zhuosher was naturally there. When they saw Zhuosher, everyone was surprised. They didn't expect that the owner of such a big place, IQ200, would be a girl. After a moment of shock, Lucio was the first to react. He said, "Hello, miss. Sorry to bother you. I mainly want to ask about the soundproof system in your rooms. I've never seen anything like it elsewhere, so I'm very curious. If you could explain, I would be very grateful. Of course, if you don't want to say, I understand." Zhuosher immediately understood what was going on. She didn't design the soundproof system. That was done by Fu Yuanji. She smiled and said, "It's an honor that you all came today. Since you're interested in the soundproof system, I should tell you what I know. But I only understand the basic principles. The person who designed the system isn't me, but someone else." "Really? May I ask who it is?" Lucio asked. He was very interested in the designer. If he could meet the person and get along well, he might even become friends. Zhuosher said, "Fu Yuanji, my neighbor." Lucio asked, "Where is he now?" Zhuosher replied, "He's studying at the academy." Lucio was surprised. "So, he's a scholar," he said. Zhuosher nodded and said, "He took the imperial exam in the 12th year of Xiaoming." Chio Luo asked curiously, "It's been 5 years since then. Why did they die 5 years ago? Not coming to the spring exams, was it because they lacked confidence? Did they want to study for a few more years?" Zhuosher shook his head. "No, we come from Jing'an County in Qingping Prefecture. We just escaped the chaos of war 5 years ago." Hearing this, Luo Chio's curiosity grew even stronger, and his interest in Fu Yuanji increased. "So, you stayed there for 5 years, experienced the fighting, and only now came to the capital. If your family can open a restaurant here, that's impressive. What does your family do? And what about his family?" Zhuosher replied, They are ordinary people, farmers. Luo Chio. It's hard to tell, but it doesn't seem like it. Luo Chio said, when he returns, ask him to come find me. I want to meet him.
Sure was surprised.
Judging by his manner, he didn't seem like an ordinary person. He definitely had status and influence. Looking at the young men around him, who seemed to regard him as their leader, their clothes and their demeanor showed they were sons of officials or noble families. Someone like him might help Fu Yuanji. Maybe he could be a supporter. Swisher thought for a moment and asked, my young lady is new to the capital and not familiar with many young men. Could you tell me which family you belong to?
Marquis Ningyuan's residence, Luo Luo Qiyu replied.
So, you are young Master Luo, Swisher smiled. In that case, I understand. I will tell him and ask him to come visit soon. Luo Chio smiled. That's very good. I'll wait for him. After saying this, he led a group of young men out of the restaurant. Swisher and the others watched their backs, feeling very pleased. Meeting such a noble guest on the first day of opening the restaurant was truly a good sign. Perhaps in the future, they might meet more important people, princes, princesses, or even royal sons. But that was probably just wishful thinking. Such high-status people might not be good for the restaurant. If they tried to please them and failed, it could cause trouble, and someone might even shut down their restaurant with just a word. Swisher thought to herself, she must be careful in the future. Fortunately, her signature dish this time didn't include anything inappropriate. And she made only a few dishes each day, so the sales volume was small. Even if their restaurant was small, it wouldn't take away too much from others' interests. Having small benefits meant they wouldn't become targets or be remembered as troublemakers. After all, in the capital city, under the emperor's watch, one must follow certain rules when speaking and acting to ensure safety. Otherwise, it's better to find a strong supporter, cling to them, and offer some small favors. For example, today's Luo heir is quite suitable. But I don't know if she's willing to stand up for them and be their protector. This matter needs to be discussed with Fu Yuanji when she returns, so he can maintain good relations with others. The first day of the restaurant's opening was very lively, earning a lot of money. The owner and waiters were very happy, believing their restaurant will make good profits in the future. Based on today's earnings, it's already better than they could have imagined. From now on, we should sell only a set amount or at scheduled times and stop once we run out, Swisher said. If they find a reliable supporter later, they can adjust their strategy. If not, it's better to stay low-key. Although the owner and staff didn't understand why she said that, they listened to the boss's words. Their wages were paid by the boss, so they naturally follow his instructions. After giving clear instructions, Swisher followed the Wen family back home. Mother, I'll visit the Du family later.
I need to talk to Yuanji about something.
After dinner at home and tidying up, Swisher said goodbye to Wen and went out. When she entered the Fu family, Mrs. Chun was busy at home, and Fu Yuanji hadn't returned yet. They talked for a while, waiting about half an hour until Fu Yuanji came back before nightfall. Seeing the chief instructor, Fu Yuanji was very happy. He exchanged a few words with him and invited him to stay for dinner, but Swisher politely declined. After he finished eating, she told him what happened at the restaurant today. If you have time, you should visit the Marquis Ningyuan's residence. The young masters there are a bit temperamental and hard to get along with, but they've already made their stance clear. If you don't go to see him, and he's a bit narrow-minded, he might cause trouble for you. Swisher said, from my observation, he might just be a simple-minded foodie who's not too malicious. Of course, don't underestimate his noble upbringing. He's not a fool. Even if he's a spoiled rich kid, he's capable.
Fu Yuanji nodded. Got it.
I'll find time to go. It's a good opportunity to ask if there are any resources inside Ningyuan Marquis' estate. It's hard to say whether being friends with the second young master of Fu will help him a little with the imperial exams in the future. If it doesn't help, then it's better to stay away from him. Can't provoke him, and can't hide from him either? At worst, he might be teased a couple of times, but such a wealthy young master probably won't do him any real harm. So, Fu Yuanji took some time and sent a message to the Ningyuan Marquis' residence. He thought he would have to wait a few days for reply, but after Luo Chio received his message, he responded the same day, inviting him to go boating the next day.
Fu Yuanzi.
This second young master Luo is very curious. Fu Yuanji wasn't worried. Dealing with someone like him was easy, as long as he wasn't particularly scheming or malicious. He could relax. Come on, let's have fun together and become good friends who can talk about anything. Ahem, well, he said that to sound casual, but inside, he was thinking of ways to handle Luo Chio. So, the next day, he changed into a new silk outfit, dark blue robes that made his figure look tall and slender, and he also wore a hairband with a white jade hairpin, making him look handsome and elegant. Because he was well prepared and behaved properly, Luo Chio had a good first impression of him. Young Master Fu truly is a talented and outstanding person. Even when he's angry, he looks extraordinary. But I feel like I've seen young Master Fu somewhere before. Who is it? I just can't remember. Beside him, Pei Heng said, he looks a bit like the Marquis of Jinghua, at least 7 parts alike. Luo Chio suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed, oh right. It's the Marquis of Jinghua. By the way, Brother Fu, I've never met anyone as much like the Marquis as you. Are you related to him? Are you his nephew? Fu Yuanji shook his head. No, I'm just an ordinary person from a small mountain village. I only have my mother at home. I've never met the Duke of Zheng, let alone be his nephew. Luo Chio looked puzzled. But why do you look so much alike? That doesn't make sense. I feel like you must be part of his family. Am I mistaken? He suspiciously looked at Pei Heng. Pei Heng confidently said, it's true you look like someone from the Chinese martial arts stories, but whether he's related to his family, I don't know yet. At least, they had never heard Zheng Guoguang mention having any relatives. Fu Yuanji listened without much thought and said, actually, that's quite normal. The world is big, and many people look alike. I just happen to be fortunate enough to resemble the Marquis of Zhenghua a little. I would never dare to seek kinship with him. Lu Chio's suspicion grew even more. Yes, many people in the world look similar, but if someone looks exactly alike, same build, face, voice, and these are all very similar, he couldn't believe they had no relation. He decided to go back and ask if there were some secret matters in the Marquis of Zhenghua's family that they didn't know about. He wanted to clarify early so he could decide how to act, avoiding awkward situations or irreversible mistakes later. He wasn't the only one with this thought. Pei Heng and his group also planned the same. Because they had doubts, everyone was quite polite to Fu Yuanji. They all shared a boat, letting a fisherman slowly row into the lake to fish. They talked about a rare fish called hijin, which was difficult to catch and only found in this lake, so they planned to fish there. They also made a bet to see who could catch the most fish. Today, everyone was restless, and in the end, only one fish was caught, while others almost lost completely. After an hour, everyone ran out of patience. They asked the fishermen to row the boat back, paid their bets, and went home. Not even having dinner, Pei Heng took the fish home. He didn't know whether he ate it himself or gave it as a gift to elders. Anyway, he left happily with a big smile. Except for him, everyone else felt a bit disappointed. Fu Yuanji still wanted to catch a few fish to bring back for Zhuosher to eat, but unfortunately, he didn't succeed. Fu Yuanji returned home feeling very disappointed and regretful. When he saw Mrs. Chen, he remembered Lu Chio's words and couldn't help but say, Mother, today I went fishing with the second young master of the Ningyuan Marquis family. He said I look a bit like the Marquis of Zhenghua. As soon as he mentioned the Marquis of Zhenghua, Mrs. Chen's fan dropped to the ground with a snap. She quickly recovered, picked up the fan, and pretended nothing happened. Calmly, she said, there are many people in the world who look alike. It doesn't necessarily mean anything. If he had behaved like this from the start, Fu Yuanji would have believed her. Unfortunately, he suddenly mentioned the Duke of Zhenghua, and Qin Shi, unprepared, reacted in a way that showed she knew about the Duke and had a connection to him. People's first reactions in sudden situations are often the most genuine. Fu Yuanji frowned and said, Mother, I want to know the truth. If I don't know the truth, I won't know how to handle things in the future, and I might be in danger. If this truth is related to me, I believe I have the right to know." Seeing his determined look, Chinshur hesitated for a long time. Looking at her tall, grown-up son, she decided to tell him the truth. As he said, if others find out the truth and use it against him, but he doesn't understand why he's targeted, he might overlook some hidden enemies. In the end, Fu Yuanji would suffer, and Chinshur didn't want to see that happen. Although revealing this would reopen her old wounds, she still decided to tell him. "Actually, you knew this before, but later, because you went to war and lost your memory, you forgot." Chinshur said, "The man I married when I was young was named Fu Zongyong, who is now the Duke of Zhenghua." Fu Yuanji was stunned and asked, "What? What did you say?" Sure enough, there was something suspicious. It wasn't just his feeling. His intuition turned out to be right. Since he is the son of the Duke of Zhenghua, why hasn't he appeared at the Duke's residence? Instead, he was found in a rural village. His mother, Chinshur, was very evasive and avoided the topic whenever it came up. She was reluctant to admit her connection to the Duke of Zhenghua. So, did the Duke of Zhenghua fail to do right by his mother? "Mother, what exactly is going on?"
Fu Yuanzi asked.
Looking at his mother's background, it wasn't that her family was noble. She could only read a few words. She didn't seem to come from a family as distinguished as the Duke of Zhenghua. Could it be that the Duke was born in humble circumstances? Fu Yuanji guessed. Mother knew him before he became famous and followed him? Was he born just like a common person, similar to your family? Chinshur nodded and said, "Our families were of similar status. When I reached marriageable age, I married him. Life was good then. Later, when chaos broke out in the world, he left, saying he wanted to earn some money. I tried to stop him, but he insisted on going. His parents also couldn't stop him, so he left. After that, he never came back. I don't know how well he fought outside, but it should have been quite good. Later, I heard that the Great Wei dynasty was founded, and half of the territory was taken by him. I heard that during the battles, he was very brave, and he even married a young lady from a noble family, the Lady Yi, who is now the Duchess of Zhen. Lady Yi comes from a century-old family with great influence, and they provided him with money and supplies, so he remarried. Actually, he didn't remarry after stopping his previous marriage. It was because I had no faults, helped him manage his parents, and without knowing it, I married Lady Yi. But I couldn't do anything. I am just a rural teacher. I only know how to plant grass and farm. What could I compete with Lady Yi? At that time, I didn't even know where he was. Later, I asked around, found out his name, and located where he was. I saw him holding his lovely wife and young son, completely ignoring us, and he even boldly said he wanted me to stay and be his concubine so that your half-brother could be a legitimate son and we could live by their side. I refused with all my might and took you away. Since then, we have had nothing to do with their family. Now you know your relationship with him." Mrs. Chen's face was very calm, and her tone was also very peaceful. But beneath this calmness, one could feel her turbulent emotions. During a time of chaos, a wealthy man helped a family with chores, supported his parents, and raised his young son. Then, he led his son across most of the war zone to reach the military camp of the Duke of Zhen. Once inside, he saw his husband with another woman who had a son not much younger than his own and wanted his son to become the eldest legitimate heir. How huge was this? Fu Yuanji couldn't imagine, but the whole world had the courage to leave that place with his son, to live by his own skills, and he had been well educated over the years. This showed that Mrs. Chen was a strong and resilient woman, willing to give up easy riches and a comfortable life rather than accept a half-hearted meal. It turns out he didn't care about me, and when asked, he betrayed his vows, saying that stopping his wife and remarrying was fine. "Mother, don't worry, I don't have such a father," Fu Yuanji said. Mrs. Chen was very comforted. "I know. Back then, you followed me." That year, the Duke of Zhen also asked Fu Yuanji whether he wanted to follow his father or his mother. As a young boy, Fu Yuanji looked at this unfamiliar shop and then at his mother, who depended on him for life. Facing Fu Zongyong, I said, "Since you have a new wife and son, I will not bother you or my mother anymore. You never raised me since I was young, and I no longer have the duty to support you. From now on, our relationship is over." Fu Yuanji smiled and said, "That's how I choose now." Mrs. Chen said, "All right, as long as you think so, you will always be my son."
Fu Yuanzi.
Yes, if he didn't think so, what else could he think? He wouldn't even be as good as the young Fu Yuanji. He is someone who is abandoned. How could he still hope that the person who left him would show him kindness? He is the eldest son of Duke Zhenghua, Fu Yuanji, but his mother was born humble, and they were driven out. Duke Zhenghua was born humble early on, and he and his mother couldn't provide help or support him to succeed. So Fu Zongyong remarried after stopping his first wife. Now, they still can't benefit Fu Zongyong, and even their existence makes people think he is a son abandoned midway, someone who changes his mind and seeks high status, with poor character. If Fu Zongyong knew about their existence, he would try to suppress them, not letting them rise or have a chance to be known, so people wouldn't find out about his shameful past. But now he is in the capital, right beside him, under his nose. Fu Yuanji feels he should learn from his mother. Mrs. Chen endured hardships to find Duke Zhenghua on the battlefield, and because she couldn't bear the shame, she asked to leave and took Fu Yuanji away. A woman living through hardships has such courage. How could he not? He is her son. So, he wants to be her pride. Fu Yuanji said, "Mother, don't worry. I will study hard this time, aim for the top 3, and catch the emperor's attention. I will never let him become an obstacle in my career." Since he looks quite similar to Duke Zhenghua, and Mrs. Chen mentioned this story, it can't be faked. Others must also know he is Duke Zhenggua's son. If others find out, it's not a big deal, but the Yi family and his good brother, Fu Linji, the current legitimate son of Duke Zhenggua's mansion, and the Yi family, a century-old family, will definitely not watch him grow up and threaten Fu Linji's position. Even if he rushes out and swears to everyone that he will never take a single coin from Duke Zhenggua's estate and will never threaten Fu Linji's status, they won't believe him. Fu Yuanji also looked down on doing such things. Why should he? Why should he, because of others' mistakes and ambitions, have given up his own position from a young age? Now, he's justifying his stance for some inexplicable reasons. Is it really necessary? The original protagonist grew up in hardship, then experienced war and chaos. After passing tough exams, he finally reached his current position, but was suppressed for no clear reason and could never rise again. Was it because he threatened Fu Linji's status? If life is unfair, then he must find his own equality. If he can't find it, he will try every possible way. He has the means to do so because he comes from the modern era and has learned advanced technology. They try to suppress him with their status, but he fights back with technology. For him, achieving this is very easy. Mother, don't worry. I will make sure you can live according to your own wishes. No one can boss us around or control our fate. I will use my skills to make sure the Duke of Zhenghua can no longer dominate everything. Mrs. Chen was very pleased. It's good that you think like this. I'm happy, but I don't expect you to do it right away. After all, the Duke of Zhenggua's remarriage is known to the emperor. His position in the emperor's eyes is much more important than us, mother and son. Fu Yuanji thought, has he already gone beyond the obvious path, so no one can attack him with this matter? It's fine. This isn't your fault, nor is it mine. He can still act upright. Why can't I? I want to make sure he can't suppress me anymore, that he can't reach me. After all, he's getting old, while I am just rising like the morning sun. I have plenty of time to wait him out. When I succeed, I will make sure he can't reach me. Mrs. Chen couldn't help but smile. My son has ambition. Mrs. Chen felt very pleased. She was proud to have raised such a son. Even if he couldn't do everything he said, she still thought he was a true man, not wasting her years of nurturing. But you must be very careful. Your current strength is no match for him, Mrs. Chen warned. Until you have enough power to resist, it's better not to confront him directly. Fu Yuanji said, Mother, don't worry. I understand. It's just about hiding my strength and biding my time. Not only does he hide his strength, but he also plays the fool to hide his true power. Mrs. Chen saw that he knew what he was doing and felt a little more at ease. She gave him a few more words of advice and didn't say much after that. After Luo Chio returned home, he found his father and told him about his experiences today, mainly steering the conversation towards the Duke of Zhenghua. Ning Yuan Marquis said his remarriage after his wife's death is no secret. Most of us know about it. But it's nothing special, just men making calm, rational choices when faced with interests. Luo Chio replied, I understand. Today I saw Fu Yuanji, and I believe he is mostly his own son. I think he's quite promising. Ning Yuan Marquis asked, a young man with no experience, what can you see in him? Luo Chio said, he has gone through wars. He became a successful candidate 5 years ago. His confident manner shows he's capable. Ning Yuan Marquis responded, so what if he's been through war? When the Duke of Zhenghua was fighting to unify the land, could he compare to his father? As for passing the imperial exam, it shows he has some talent and intelligence. But nowadays, many scholars study. If his father doesn't help him get ahead, what can he do? Compared to the Yi family and Fu Linji, he has no chance. Unless Fu Zongyong recognizes him as his heir and nurtures him carefully, he might have a chance. But would the Yi family agree to that?
Impossible.
Young and inexperienced, if it weren't for the chaos of war, how could he have a chance to rise? With his current situation, he'd be suppressed and powerless, even if he had talent. Luo Chio asked, so, Dad, do you mean I should stay away from him and not get involved? Ning Yuan Marquis said it's nothing serious, just young people socializing. Still, he carries the blood of the Duke of Zhenghua, so others wouldn't dare do anything to him. Plus, he stands firm in front of the Duke. As long as he doesn't do anything foolish, the Duke won't abandon him. After all, Fu Linji and the other 2 illegitimate sons are average and not outstanding. Only this Fu Yuanji, who appeared suddenly, has gone through war and shows real ability. From a descendant's point of view, he might even be the most promising son of the Duke in the future. Ning Yuan Marquis said, forget everything else. If he has good character and strong ability, you should interact with him as you see fit. The Duke won't harm you just because you're close to him. The Duke might suppress Fu Yuanji, but he wouldn't kill him. If the Duke realizes that Fu Yuanji is his most talented son, he might even accept him back. At that point, it would be a good thing. Regarding the Yi family, although they have a 100-year history, they would never openly kill Fu Yuanji unless there was clear evidence. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to do so openly. The Duke of Zhenghua is no longer the same as in the past when he needed their money and supplies. He has now become a much stronger force and wouldn't kill his own son either. Even if this son was abandoned by him voluntarily, even if he doesn't acknowledge him. Luo Chio nodded, thinking this was a good idea. Let's observe him first and see what kind of person he really is. Luo Chio clearly understood the key point. Now that he had the support of Marquis Ning Yuan, he felt more relaxed. Similar conversations took place among the families accompanying Luo Chio on the boat today. However, Fu Yuanji no longer cared about these matters. He was now very eager to study. Before, he just wanted to work hard for a good future, but now he had a stronger reason to study well. He studied intensely, hanging his head over his books and working tirelessly. He forgot to eat and sleep, wishing he could split the day into 2. Even Mother Chen found his behavior hard to watch. Zhuoshi also noticed his unusual behavior and asked him, "What's wrong with you lately? You seem different." Fu Yuanji told her about Chen's family and the Duke of Zhenghua. Zhuoshi. It was hard to believe such a ridiculous situation could happen. Unfortunately, such things often happen during times of dynastic change in ancient times. Not only in ancient times, but even in modern times, such incidents are common. Condolences. Zhuoshi patted his shoulder. Condolences for what? Fu Yuanji said irritably. Do we need to mourn such things? Leaving behind such a scumbag was already a kind of luck. He exposed himself early, so we don't have to worry about living with him later, thinking he's a good person and taking advantage of us. Now that I see his true face, I don't need to care so much. My future efforts have nothing to do with him. I can enjoy his benefits, and he certainly can enjoy mine. Zhuoshi said, actually, sometimes you can enjoy his benefits, but he can't enjoy yours.
Fu Yuanji asked, "What do you mean by that?"
You are his son, everyone knows that. Even if he doesn't admit it, anyone who wants to deal with you has to consider his face. They wouldn't dare kill you openly. Besides the Yi family, even the night market wouldn't dare to attack you openly. They only do it in secret. So as long as you handle this balance well, you can actually use him to your advantage. Fu Yuanji smiled. Yes, no need to waste the opportunity. I will stand tall in front of him, never allowing my mother's reputation to be tarnished. He clearly wants to ride on my popularity, but I refuse to care about his feelings. His actions are wrong, but since he was abandoned by his father as a child, using his father's influence is understandable. There's nothing to blame him for. Compared to the children in the Duke Zhengguo's household, he has used only a tiny part of his potential. So, since I have removed him and don't want to take on my father's responsibilities, it's okay for him to use this opportunity passively. He simply doesn't want to accept this father, only seeking benefits, without wanting any trouble. What's wrong with that? His mother has suffered for many years, eating plain food and wandering from place to place, enduring endless hardships. There's nothing to criticize about that. He is the one who has wronged their mother and him. What's wrong with him collecting some interest? When he becomes successful later, he will step on him and his mother. Why should they suffer so much? Why should they be insulted as low status and humble after all their hardships? Why did his mother work hard to support him, only to be abandoned and humiliated? After raising him with great effort, they still face contempt. His mother behaved properly and upright. Why should others rely on him, bowing and flattering, instead of feeling resentment and repaying kindness with kindness? Why should his mother forget everything from the past and, under the pretense of innocence, give up her dignity just to be cast aside? And yet, they look down on her, making her accept being a concubine and thanking him? No way. Fu Yuanji is not that kind of person. I will make him regret it deeply, so he can't climb any higher, Fu Yuanji said again. Zhuosher chuckled loudly. Good. For a scumbag like that, you have to slap his face hard and step on him. I support you. Seeing her look so angry, Fu Yuanji couldn't help but smile. It's good you're not afraid. Later, he will come after us. Zhuosher was confused. He'll only come after you, not me. Fu Yuanji said, What nonsense is that? When you marry me, we will be one family. If he comes after me, he's coming after you too. Zhuosher, I didn't expect you to be so thick-skinned to say such things. Fu Yuanji, there's nothing to hide. I'm just stating the truth. Do you plan to marry someone else later if not me? Zhuosher, who I marry is none of your business. Fu Yuanji smiled affectionately. All right, I won't interfere. I'll just take care of myself, okay? Zhuosher snorted and turned to leave. After returning home, Zhuosher told Wenshi and the others about what happened at Fu Yuan's house. Wenshi sighed deeply. I never thought that Sister Chen had suffered so much before, and now she faces such trouble.
Sigh.
Why is it so hard to be a woman? She works very hard at home, is diligent, treats her in-laws well, cares for her children, and does everything she can, yet she still cannot stop a man's desire to climb higher. Even someone as smart and perceptive as Sister Chen can only end up asking to leave her family. Someone else in her place wouldn't fare much better. Wenshi said, so no matter what others do, we must be kind to them in the future. Zhuohua replied, of course. Mother, I want to include their story in my picture book. Of course, I won't use their real names or true events. I'll base it on their story to teach us that women should have backbone, think for themselves, and when facing bad men, stand tall and live with dignity and respect. Zhuosher said, better not. No matter how you change the story or what name you give it, the truth remains the same. Others will see through who you're really talking about. Fu Deji's family is no match for the Marquis of Zhenghua. Writing about them will only anger the Marquis and serve no real purpose. Zhuosher didn't really want to make this matter public or let everyone know the true face of the Marquis of Zhenghua, but she had to consider Fu Yuanji. Small retaliations when one's strength is weak are pointless. They're like scratching an itch that doesn't itch. Not only do they fail to hurt the enemy, but they might also alert them and cause trouble for oneself. Wenshi said, Xiao Shi is right. Xiao Hua, don't be confused. Zhua Hua listened to Wenshi and felt a bit embarrassed. All right, I won't write about it. I'll write something else. But deep inside, she felt a bit regretful and unwilling to give up such an opportunity. Wenshi said, don't worry. Brother Fu will work hard, and things will get better in the future. That night, Wenshi tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. No, I must think of a way to earn more money. There are two things in this world that can change a person's fate: money and power. She can't access power for now, but she has a way to get money. She can earn a lot of money and use it to help Fu Yuanji do many things, like gaining influence. As long as their wealth grows enough, they can stand up to the Marquis of Zhenghua. No one dislikes having more money. For those who want to improve their lives and enjoy good days, money is a good thing. Even emperors dare not say their money is enough, so they will never lack money again. Therefore, if she has enough money, she can buy what she wants. At first, Wenshi planned to take things slowly, but now she has to speed up. Besides opening a restaurant, what else can I do? And whatever I do must be very safe. Wenshi begins to think. Yes, she wants to make money, but the money she earns should be within a safe range. Otherwise, her earnings could be used by others to harm her, and she might even lose her life. Then, what is the point of having money? She also needs a market. It's best to do something no one else has, with higher profits. But if she chooses a market where no one else has high profits, it might attract greed and envy. It seems like she is stuck in a dead end. Choosing safety or high profit? That's the question. Wenshi ponders. Maybe I should take a little risk. Always playing it safe and avoiding risks means she can't build wealth. But taking too many risks might get her harmed. She needs to find the right balance. Maybe I should sell it? This thing is rare, but for her, it's not too difficult to produce. She can make it herself. As long as she keeps the amount within a reasonable range, it might attract some attention, but it won't harm others too much. The only question is, under the greed of people's hearts, how long can she keep it safe? No, I'd better not do what we do in modern times. Tomorrow I'll go see what the neighbors are eating, then decide what to make and how much. Since such things existed in ancient times, she'll stick to ancient methods. Just adding a bit more skill and production won't attract too much attention. After finishing these, she can also sell near the capital, controlling the quantity, so she doesn't produce too much. Not standing out too much, she can still make a good profit and stay safe. Yes, I'll go see tomorrow. I'm sure I can do it well. Wenshi pushes aside all her worries, lies down on the bed, and falls into a deep sleep. The next day, after breakfast, she hurried to visit her neighbor. First, she went to the east neighbor, Zhang's family, because they have several children and probably buy a lot regularly. Madam Zhang, I hope I'm not bothering you. I just want to ask what kind of food you usually eat and where you buy it, Wenshi said. Lady Zhang looked at Wenshi seriously, asking her about some things. She couldn't help but find it a bit funny. It's just some common things like winter melon noodles, malt, white and red. Wenshi was pleasantly surprised to hear this. She didn't expect there to be so many varieties. Then she thought again and realized she had misunderstood. In ancient times, these things were more expensive and rare, but it didn't mean there were no varieties at all. There were just fewer kinds. Nowadays, there are more because people now use things like sugarcane and sugar beets for healing. In ancient times, these were not known, so they were considered rare. She needed to buy a piece of land to grow sugar beets and sugarcane. Are they expensive to buy? How often do you usually buy some? Wenshi asked. Mrs. Zhang smiled and said malt costs 2 coins each and noodles and winter melon are about the same. White costs 20 coins per jean, red also 20 per jean. We don't buy them often because they are too expensive. 1 egg can exchange for 1 malt. Sometimes we buy a few to keep at home for the children to eat. Wenshi understood now. The reason they're expensive and rare is mainly because extracting them is very difficult. I just don't know when we'll be able to afford to eat these cheaply, Mrs. Zhang sighed. But it was just a sigh. She knew it was impossible for them to be cheap, so she just felt a bit sad. Wenshi thought to herself, he needs to buy a lot of land outside to grow these materials, slowly develop the process, and hire a large number of people under strict contracts. Families bought one by one, brought to remote mountains, cut off from the world, and working on this day after day. Just thinking about it made her feel uneasy. If she had enough strength, she wouldn't need to hide. She would wait and see how things develop. If he could earn a lot from the previous batch and then present the formula to the court, gaining the emperor's support, that would be good. But for now, she needed to earn some money first, at least improve their situation. Zwasher decided to go to a snack shop on the street and buy various treats to taste. Second sister, why did you buy so much? That's great. Can I take some to the academy to share with my classmates? Zwasher said, sure, but don't take too much. I want to study them. Maybe our family can make these in the future. Zhuojiang looked at Zwasher in surprise. Our family can make them too? Second sister, you can make them? Zwasher replied, let's try first. Keep this a secret. Only our family knows, understand? Zhuojiang nodded repeatedly. Second sister, don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Leftga said, sister, don't worry. I will never tell anyone. Their family's belongings, once given instructions, must not be shared outside. Whether children or adults, everyone in the family understands this unspoken rule. This is a long-standing agreement formed by living together, especially after experiencing war. Their awareness of keeping secrets and avoiding risks has become deeply ingrained. Leftgo asked, but second sister, can you really do it? You are so talented. Leftgo thinks her second sister is truly amazing. As long as she can get the ingredients, she can usually make what she wants. She didn't expect that Lian Tang could also be made by her. Leftshire said, actually, this is quite simple. As long as you find the right method and good materials, it's easy to make. But right now, we don't have many ingredients here. I need to look for some. If I can't find any, I'll have to grow them myself. She plans to buy some beets or sugarcane from the market, sell a batch first, and then plan another. That way, she won't have to worry about sourcing ingredients later. Wenshir smiled and said, Little Shir, are you really confident? You speak so surely, but don't cry if you can't make it. Left Shir disdainfully pouted. How is that possible? There's nothing I want to make that I can't. Besides, it's just simple. Left Hua asked, what do you need to make it? Left Shir replied, you haven't seen that thing before. I need to find it myself. Once I find it, I'll know. It shouldn't be too difficult. It's rare that she can exchange a beet or sugarcane through the system's generated items. For her, sourcing ingredients isn't very hard. She could directly exchange them in the system shop, but she prefers to grow them herself to keep a low profile. If others cause trouble, she'll have a place to grow her ingredients. Growing them also has big benefits, double wins. Why not do it? Later, she can mix the grown items with those from the system, making it hard for others to tell. She can then earn more money. With her culinary system and the food mall, what does she have to fear? But she would never tell others about this. Even after years of occasionally exchanging grains through the system and hiding them on a mountain, she never openly revealed her secret. Maybe Fu Yuanji suspects she can do such things, but he has never exposed her in front of her. Even if he did, Leftshire wouldn't admit that the system is her secret weapon. She would never admit to anyone that she had a system. Okay, then I'll go with you tomorrow. I want to see what I can make, Zhuagus said. We won't rest tomorrow. I might as well go with you. Second sister, take me along. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhuojiang also chimed in. Yes, second sister, I want to go too. After you buy the things, I want to see what you make. Clearly, he was very interested and curious. Big sister, do you want to go? Zhuashir asked. Since everyone else in the family was going, she wondered if Zhuahua would be interested in drawing too. Zhuahua replied, forget it, I won't go. When you buy the things, I'll look at them then. Maybe she could even write about the making process in her book later, but she would keep the details simple so others wouldn't figure out how she did it. She thought her writing might include some skill, which could interest readers. In the end, Zhuashir would buy the items anyway, so why waste time shopping with everyone? Since she started writing her drawing books, Zhuahua's schedule had become very tight. She felt everything was a waste of time, always thinking about plotting the story, writing more content, resting a bit to regain energy, or exercising to stay healthy. She didn't want to do anything unrelated to her stories. She worked so hard she forgot to eat, and Zwashur admired her for it. Big sister, how is your writing going? Do you want to come shopping with us tomorrow to sell your books? Zwashur asked. Zwahua hesitated for a moment and nodded. All right, I've finished the first volume. I just started the album, and I've written about 10,000 words. Selling the first volume should be enough. Her books had already been sold from the south to the north. Over the years, the war had delayed her work, but she never gave up. She had completed 2 books and was now working on the third. However, after they arrived in the capital, she had already sold the first half of her 2 completed books, which sold very well. She had finished the second half, but didn't plan to sell it yet. She wanted to wait a month until the hype died down and more readers became interested before selling it. She is now planning to sell the first half of her third book. It has been over 2 weeks since she last sold a complete set of 2 books. Zwagus said, I knew Second Sister would go out because of selling or buying books. Otherwise, it's rare to see her shopping. Zwajiang said, Second Sister, you should pay more attention in your daily life. Read more books, go out more. Travel 10,000 miles, read 10,000 books. You need more experience to write better stories, right? Zwahua said, you're right, I understand. During the 5 years of hardship we went through, how many people did we meet? How many things did we encounter? Plus, the stories I read in middle school and the stories those people told me, I now have lots of inspiration. I don't need to gather ideas intentionally. I'll first write down these stories roughly, then gather more story materials. Zwashur said. Not lacking inspiration or material, just needing time to finish the stories. Once done, they can be printed and many people will love them. Can she say she's super jealous of Zwahua? These days, how many struggling authors are there? Yet, she has a great master nearby, and this master is truly amazing. Zwajiang said, Second Sister, I really admire you. If you publish your work, many people will love it. I'm almost afraid to tell others your pen name, so they don't come chasing after us. Zwahua smiled. Mind your own business. But she was clearly happy. Being recognized for her work made any author happy. They chatted and laughed, and time flew by. The next day, everyone went shopping together. Mainly, Zwahua visited bookstores, while Zwashur took Wen, Zwago, and Zwajiang to find sugar beets and sugarcane. As for malt, it can be extracted from wheat. Zwashur planned to buy some wheat to take home, along with some roots with higher nutrient content. She also bought some bees. After wandering through the streets and alleys, they finally found sugar beets in a quiet alley. Boss, package all the sugar beets here, Zwashur said happily when she saw them, her eyes shining. The boss was pleased and said, All right, customer, please wait a moment, I'll pack them for you. The sugar beets looked a bit like large carrots, but they didn't taste like carrots. The local people didn't know how to prepare them, so the sugar beets didn't taste good. After packing the sugar beets, the boss said, Miss, you bought so many. I advise you to eat them quickly, or the leaves and stems will wither. Zwashur smiled and said, Thank you, boss. I will definitely keep this safe. She knew the boss was kind because he ate the item as if it were food, but actually he used it to make something and could put this material into the system. Putting it in and taking it out is the same, so there's no risk of spoilage. However, this is private information, so she politely thanked the boss for his kindness. Zwashur asked, Boss, in the future, if you have such sweet beets, can you save some for me? I want as many as you have. Raw materials like this are never too much. Once made, she could sell however many she wanted, and she had control over it. He could also directly buy or exchange it from the system, but she preferred to find and grow the sweet beets herself to keep a record of their origin. The boss reassured her, Don't worry, girl. I will definitely save some for you. Do you live nearby? When I have sweet beets, how can I notify you? He was very happy. Since celery, for example, doesn't taste quite as expected, people don't eat it often, and it's hard to sell. But now, someone wants as many as they need. This is a big customer, and the boss was very pleased. Zwashur shared her address. As long as the price is similar to today's, I'll buy all of them. The boss smiled and said, Don't worry. I won't sell you at a high price. I'll sell you as much as I sell others, and I'll even deliver it to your home. If there's a large surplus, I can give you a discount. Zwasher agreed, all right. She was already happy to be able to buy the items. How much she bought didn't matter. After making the arrangements, she had the sweet beets delivered home. Then, Zwasher took her people to visit other places and found another seller of sweet beets. She bought all the beets there and arranged to have the remaining vegetables delivered to Huai Tree Lane in the future. This matter was settled. She said, "We still need more appetizers. First, we can stay at our own home, then I plan to buy some land in the suburbs to build houses. I also want to buy some land for people to live there." Wensher smiled and said, "Let's finish what we're making first. You can't become a big eater all at once." Zwasher replied, "You're right, but I believe I can do it. If I want to make more in the future, I need to buy land outside the city, and I'm sure it won't be a loss. Everything depends on preparation. Without it, failure is certain. Before doing anything, you must plan everything carefully. Also, adjust your plans based on the situation. I believe my plan will not fail." Wensher said, "All right, do as you see fit, but remember to stay within your limits." Over the years, he had noticed that his second daughter was very capable. She rarely failed at what she wanted to do, so he only offered suggestions and gave her a lot of freedom. This was also the part he was most proud of. Many parents would say, "You're just a child. You don't think things through, or it's for your own good." You need to be practical and grounded, not dreaming too high, using all kinds of reasons to limit their children's growth. But Wensher would not do that. Since fleeing from hardship, they had adapted to life on the road. When faced with difficulties, they discussed solutions together. As long as the suggestions were feasible, no one would oppose them. During the 5 years of war, everyone used their intelligence to survive. Whenever there was any movement or change, they would report it immediately. No one ignored the opinions of the children just because they were young, because on the battlefield, even the smallest change could threaten their lives. Therefore, Wensher was very open to listening to his children's ideas. He was different from traditional authoritarian elders who liked to act superior and control everything. After returning home, he often started by washing celery, then boiling and simmering it in a pot. He had a method, and even during food live streams in the past, he would cook in front of many people. So, despite the time passed, his skills remained sharp. He also used some modern advanced methods for simmering, combined with ingredients he took from the system, making his son's dishes especially fragrant and rich. The strong aroma wafted directly from the kitchen into the yard, carried by the wind, filling the entire Huai Tree Alley. Everyone in the alley kept sniffing the air, especially the hungry little kids inside, who kept calling out and shouting, "Smells so good. So sweet. What is that? Who's cooking something delicious? Let's go see." A group of children in Huai Tree Alley were wandering around, touching and sniffing eagerly. Finally, they stood at the door of the Zwa family. Looking at each other hesitantly, they finally knocked on the door. "Are you guys cooking something delicious? It smells so good. I came because I could smell it." Lady Zhang's little radish was a bit shy when looking at the Wen family, but his desire for food overcame his shyness. He tilted his head back and stretched his neck to look inside. Zwasher took out 10,000 from the pot, along with some unfinished broth, then poured hot water into the broth. He carried out a large bowl and added a little water for each child. It's not that he didn't want to give each person a full meal, but the family simply didn't have enough bowls, and there were too many children. Also, he was planning to sell the food, not to reveal his cooking skills in advance. It was a bit hasty, but if they started selling, people would find out. There was no need to specifically avoid Huai Tree Lane. After finishing, Zwasher shared his worries and then made a decision. "Most of the payments are in now. Let's sit at the Huai Tree shop for a while. When the beets increase, we won't do this here anymore. Tomorrow we'll buy a piece of land outside the city, then go to the market to buy some workers and set up in a remote place." He said this a second time, and everyone understood and accepted the plan well. "Okay, I'll go with you tomorrow," Wen said with a smile. "In the future, we can do a lot." Zwasher said, "I plan to give you some shares. I'll keep 60%, and you, my mother, elder sister, Xiao Ge, and Xiao Jiang will each get one share. Then you can look forward to the dividends. Wen said, no need, no need.
Why do we need that?
We don't know how to do it. Buying land and people is all arranged by you. We really don't need it. Yes, Xiao Shi, we don't need it, Zuohua said. Second sister, we don't need it, Zuojiang and Zuoge said together. Zuoshi smiled and said, why wouldn't we need it? Everyone in the family will contribute, so it's normal to share some shares. Do you want the family to work hard while only I have money? Wen smiled and said, I understand your good intentions, but you know, brothers and sisters, clear accounts are important. When things are mixed up, those who should benefit might not, and those who shouldn't might always suffer. Short term, it's okay, but long term, resentment can grow. Her words made sense, and Zuoshi agreed. Wen was right, but she couldn't expect the family to act together or suffer alone while she lived comfortably. Mother, you're right, said one of the children in the family, refusing to take a share. Left Poet said, then you should go do something, help manage the workers, assist with selling goods, or find new markets. It can't be just me with money, watching you all struggle. If you earn money, you'll share it with me, right? Of course, the children replied in unison. She felt very comforted by this, as she cared deeply for her family, hoping they would live harmoniously, love each other, and help one another. Mrs. Wen smiled and said, let's settle this matter now. It can't happen like this again in the future. Left Poet nodded. All right, let's do it that way. She could take care of her siblings, but couldn't let them take advantage of her without limits. No, we don't want that, the children said. They were still borrowing money, but since they all agreed, in the end, they accepted it. They felt guilty because they were supposed to come up with ideas and handle the work, but the host was actually doing everything. They wanted to do a good job, so they could help send a large amount of money into their pockets. They were very grateful to Left Poet and decided to treat her well in the future to thank her for her care and love. Left Poet was touched. If a family is made up of kind-hearted people who care for each other, don't take advantage of others, and understand their own actions, then she was happy to help them with money. But if some family members have bad thoughts, even if they call themselves a family, they might take advantage of others under the guise of family love. They ignore others' efforts and patience, discard others' belongings as if they were nothing, or claim them as their own. They treat family members as tools for making money, claiming they are family, and under the name of love, they exploit others. Such family members are no different from vampires. If that is the case, she would not want to support them. Once everything was decided, they began preparing the activities intensively. The next day, she took people to participate in the performance. After 3 days of auditions, they finally found a suitable place, both in location and price, and then started buying people for the show. The series of preparations for the new house took a lot of time. It took over a month to complete everything. This was in ancient times, with simple craftsmanship, so building the house was relatively rough, and only with ready-made materials could it be done. During this process, Mrs. Wen and her children handled most of the house-building work. Zuoshi wandered through the streets and alleys of the capital, searching for sugar beets. All the beets were collected and stored. More and more shops were found, and each household would send their goods to Zuo's house as required. In the morning, they would exchange some sugar beets from the system to add to their supplies, ensuring enough beets every day. Little Shi, why did you bring so many talented people to buy? Wenshi looked at the ground full of sugar beets with surprise and happiness. Zuoshi said, I've traveled all over the capital, visiting every place I could. There might be some entertainment spots I haven't been to, but I've already gone quite far, so I've gained a lot. She didn't mention that she had exchanged many sugar beets from the system space, but seeing the ground full of beets made her feel proud. She also told Wenshi and others that from now on, she would be responsible for purchasing supplies. When they stored vegetables, they packed them into burlap bags, and no one knew what they were transporting. During transportation, Lu Sheng was responsible for driving and delivering, so the whole process was safe, and no one would discover that she had added something inside. As for other matters, Zuoshi didn't insist. In fact, as long as others paid a little attention, they could see that all the sugar beets were sent to Zuo's house. But even if others got the beets, they wouldn't be able to produce anything with them. She was confident about keeping things secret. Once a few years passed, she planned to share the recipes from this period, preferably with the court. The money accumulated by then would be enough to start other projects. Of course, it also depended on Fu Yuan's studies, whether he could gather some influence through his phone, and much depended on what kind of person the emperor was. After 3 or 5 years, they could send someone to take the imperial exam. Zhujiang was 9 years old this year. She planned to focus on his studies more seriously. If they could find a candidate, say, someone like him or others who married into powerful families, they could ensure safety. Unfortunately, given their backgrounds, they didn't qualify. Zhuo felt quite worried. She once again reminded him to study hard. Of course, she didn't put too much pressure on him, because Zhujiang was already very sensible. She was afraid of overdoing it. With her, Fu Yuan and the teacher's guidance and support, she believed Zhujiang would grow into a knowledgeable, cultured, and perceptive person. Time passed slowly. Under careful planning, the first batch of people finally came into the world. Because the sugar beet content is very high, and she exchanges some fruits from the system, which come in many varieties and are of very good quality, with a high yield rate. Compared to other shops in ancient times, this shop has a great advantage. Although they chose a somewhat remote location, their shop is very close to where people live. Plus, the products are of good quality, so there's no need to worry about no customers. Most importantly, their prices are lower than others, so news spreads quickly, first in one area, then gradually expanding. Eventually, almost everyone in the capital knows about this fruit shop. After the fruit shop opened, business was very good. Every day, many customers came and went, some rushing from afar just to buy fruit. Their fruit not only tastes good, but also has more variety than other shops. Most importantly, it's cheaper, about 1 or 2 coins less per piece. All these benefits make people eager to visit. Since their fruit is limited in supply and sold in fixed amounts each day, if you go late, it's all sold out. So many people go early to buy, some even queue in the middle of the night. Usually these late-night queues are mostly children and people trying to save a little money. Most customers go at normal times, but because the shop is so popular, the fruit sells out quickly. This fruit shop is pretty good. I heard they have many kinds, the taste is nice, and it's cheap. Let's buy some to try, Song Yuan said as he looked at the busy shop behind him, speaking to the woman with him. That woman was his fiancée, Jiaozhu. Is it really that delicious? Jiaozhu looked at the many customers coming and going and felt a bit tempted. Since arriving in this ancient time, the types of fruit he eats have noticeably decreased. Although he himself isn't fond of sweet things, eating them can make people feel happy. Even if he isn't naturally sweet, having some tasty treats nearby is quite nice. No one can resist the temptation of sweets, and Jiaozhu was no exception. So, the two of them entered the shop. But after waiting in line for a long time, it was finally their turn. To their surprise, when it was their turn, all the fruit had already been sold out. Sorry, we're out of stock today. Please come back early tomorrow, dear customer, the shopkeeper said. The shop assistant loudly told the customers inside the store, then went outside to speak with the customers there. He bowed repeatedly and apologized with a shy smile. Everyone inside and outside the shop was suddenly upset and started talking loudly. Why is it sold out so quickly? It's still early, only the 3rd watch, someone said. It sells fast, but today it's already sold out by the 3rd watch. Last time I came, it wasn't even the 3rd watch, and everything was gone. Hey, little brother, your shop stuff sells so well. Can't you make a bit more? It's always just a little. I come here every day to wait in line, but I never get anything. It's really frustrating. Exactly. Just make a little more. Why leave money on the table? You're pushing customers away by doing this. No shop owner would refuse to make money. You're just driving people away. That's right. Not only do you sell very little, but customers also say they can't buy much, only limited to 3 jin. 3 jin isn't enough. Yes. Why limit? I've never heard of a shop that limits how much you can buy. The customers inside and outside the shop were all a bit unhappy and couldn't help but raise their voices. They discussed hoping the shop assistant could bring out more goods to sell. But the shop's rules were clear. The shop assistant had signed an agreement when he started working there and knew the rules well. He wouldn't break the rules just to help them, risking losing his job. So, the shop assistant kindly explained, "Everyone, please don't make things difficult for the young one. I really can't do more. If I can only make a little each day, I can't suddenly produce more, right? The owner has worked very hard to prepare these delicious fruits for everyone. But we have limited ability and can't satisfy everyone's wishes. The owner feels ashamed and hopes everyone can understand. If you really can't understand, that's okay. Just be a little more diligent and come early tomorrow." Hearing this, most of the customers inside and outside could almost recite his words. They listened so much that their ears might have become sore. But what could they do? There was nothing left. They could only blame themselves for coming late today, while others had been waiting in line early, almost like animals, as if they never needed rest. They sighed and left the shop one by one. Jia Ruju was stunned. Then his eyes flashed as if he saw someone very familiar. It was Wen's brother, Zhuo. She suddenly had a realization. It was her. No wonder this fruit was so popular, with so many new varieties and such good business. It was clear that the crossing woman was behind it all. With the Wen family involved, fresh fruits could be easily obtained at any time. Sigh. She knew something was off. Jia Ruju sighed and wondered, why can't he make these things? Although she knew that the process might involve plants like sugarcane or sugar beet, even if she found the ingredients, she wouldn't know how to make them. But the Wen family could do it easily. Why, as a fellow traveler, was she so useless? They seemed so impressive. Sigh, she really should learn more skills. She often regretted not learning simple techniques in modern times that could have helped her earn more money in ancient times, things like soap, glass, rubber tires, and bearings. But she dared not touch salt because it was controlled by the state. The laws of Dawei were strict about salt production. If she tried, she would have to be ready to share her salt-making skills. Compared to salt, other ingredients were used less and were safer. Yet he could make soup. Thinking of this, Jia Ruju couldn't help but sigh and tear up. "Lady Wen, Miss Zhuo, hello," Jia Ruju greeted as she approached. When Wen family entered, Jia Ruju was surprised but kept a cheerful smile. "So it's Jia girl and Yawen. You've also come to the capital. Are you here for the exam, Yawen?" Song Yawen nodded. "Yes, the war is over. I wanted to try the exams in the capital. I've delayed for many years. Even if I don't pass this time, I want to give it a try." Wen family nodded and said with a smile, "It's good to try. Learning is about practice. When you have free time, you can discuss with Yuanji. I don't understand these things, but I hope you can succeed." Song Yawen humbly replied, "Yuanji's knowledge is much better than mine. I will visit them and ask for advice." "Auntie, where do you live?" Wen family smiled and said, "We live at number 8 Huai Street. The Fu family lives at number 15 Huai Street. Just ask around there." Song Yawen raised an eyebrow in surprise. They had been in Nanjing for a while and knew the difference between the south, north, west, and east of the city. He didn't expect Wen family to live in Huai Street, which was one of the best places to enter and leave the capital. Jia Ruju said, "So, Auntie, do you live there? Did you rent or buy the house?" Wen Shi didn't hide anything and replied directly, "We bought the house. When you have time, you can come visit us." Jia Ruju couldn't help feeling a bit jealous. She didn't expect them to buy a house so quickly, surely the heroine from the story. After 5 years of war, they managed to buy a house in the capital all at once. This shows they must have saved a lot of money during the fighting, or maybe they have some special advantages like a system, a space, or a spiritual spring. Now, they even have a shop selling fruit. If that's almost certain, then their future life will definitely be comfortable. Just thinking about it made Jia Ruju feel she was doing poorly. Comparing herself to a peer like that, she felt like a loser. Jia Ruju said, "Congratulations, Lady Wen. You're so amazing. Do you have any secret to making money? Could you share it with us? Life is really tough for us." She was genuinely jealous and eager to learn, but her attitude wasn't very sincere. Inside, she couldn't suppress her envy. Wenshi and Zuoshi clearly saw her mixed feelings and felt a bit annoyed. Wenshi smiled and said, "There's no secret. Just work hard, do more when problems come up, and think of ideas. Heaven won't forget those who work hard." Zuoshi almost couldn't hold back a laugh. Wenshi's words made everyone listening feel a bit awkward. As for Jiaruju, she was very jealous and always focused on others' affairs, not paying attention to her own small piece of land. No matter whether she had the ability or skills, she would gossip and ask questions with a hint of sarcasm. If she couldn't find out, she would secretly hold a grudge. She just couldn't stand others being better than her. She thought she was the center of the world, and that everyone should revolve around her. She couldn't understand people with a sunny, confident heart. Anyway, she didn't trust such people and knew she would never be friends with them. Jiaruju couldn't hold back anymore. That can't be true. The people in the village are hardworking, but I haven't seen them have so much money. If you don't want to tell me, that's okay. Why do you have to lie to me with these words? Actually, I know that making money has secret methods, but I can't easily tell others. I didn't mean to ask Lady Wen for her secret recipe, just to get rich quick. But Lady Wen, if you could give me advice on 2 simple ways to make money without special skills, I would be very grateful. Of course, if Lady Wen is unwilling, I won't insist, since some things can't be forced.
Right?
I also don't understand why, despite repeatedly trying to be friendly with Lady Wen, her attitude towards me remains cold. Does she have an opinion about me? One was stunned. Earlier, Jiaruju seemed to have misunderstood something and rambled on in front of her. She talked a lot and even deliberately caused trouble for her. Zuoshi also told him that if things weren't right, she was aware of the problem herself and wanted to stay away from her. Unexpectedly, they met again in the big city after traveling from Xing village to the capital. They keep running into each other and she wondered how that happened. Maybe it's just a kind of unavoidable fate. Wen smiled and said, "Miss Jia, you're being too kind. It's not that I don't want to help, but I just can't think of any ideas."
Sorry.
Jiaruju's face turned red. She didn't expect to hit a wall again. But this time, she realized that since coming to the capital, Wen's skills had improved and she was more guarded against her. Song Yaowen looked at Jiaruju with curiosity, feeling her behavior was strange. "You say you want to ask others for advice, but you speak in such a tone and say so many useless things. Isn't that likely to make others dislike you? If you want to learn from others, shouldn't you have a good attitude and build a respectful relationship? Only then would they be willing to teach you. How come she directly asks for things, and if others don't want to teach her, isn't that normal?" He couldn't understand Jiaruju's actions, but over the years, he had been with her and admired her talent and way of thinking. They had a good relationship all this time. So even though Jiaruju seemed strange today, he didn't think much of it. He just planned to ask her carefully when he returned. Song Yaowen said, "Auntie, don't be angry. What Ruju just said was a bit inappropriate. She didn't mean anything bad." Zuoshi shot him a glance, knowing very well, whether she meant it or not, she wasn't blind and could see it clearly. She's just a little troublemaker. Ignoring her is fine. It won't affect her life anyway. Wen smiled warmly and said, Yes, I understand. I didn't take it to heart." After saying that, she took a packet from the cabinet and handed it to Song Yaowen. "Well, since I don't have anything else to give you, this is just some of our shop's own products. I'll give you a packet. Don't be offended." Song Yaowen kept waving his hands and politely refused, saying, "Auntie, you're too kind. No need to give me anything. This is from your family. Keep it to sell, or to give to the children at home." Wenshi smiled warmly and said, "They don't need it at home. This is for you. An elder's gift. You must accept it. It's not valuable, so just keep it." She had already said so, and refusing again would seem rude. Song Yaowen could only accept it, thank Wenshi, and then leave the shop with Jiaruju. As soon as they stepped outside, Jiaruju's face darkened. Her lips pouted as if she could hang an oil bottle on them. "I want to dig ponds in the capital, dig a few more ponds here. I don't believe I can't raise fish and make money," she said angrily. She was confident she could do better than Wenshi. "Ruju, what you just said isn't quite right. Song Yawen warned when he saw her look upset and angry. Jia Ruju was startled, noticing that Song Yawen looked unhappy. She suddenly felt she had lost her temper in front of him and revealed her true feelings, which was not good. She softened her expression and spoke gently. I just want my parents to have a better life after all the hardships they've gone through with us. I didn't mean to say anything wrong. Please forgive me, okay? It's okay. Just be careful next time. Such words shouldn't be said outside. Others might think we have bad intentions, wanting to steal their secret recipes, and it could cause trouble, Song Yawen said. He realized he had overthought it earlier. Jia Ruju was so kind and gentle. How could she have bad intentions? She was just tired of the hard life at home, which made her think like that. Although there had been war in the south for 5 years, by the 3rd year, they had found a chance to quietly come to the capital. They had lived there for over a year. They hadn't bought a house yet, but if they saved up, they would be able to buy one soon. I just don't know when they arrived. From what they said, the Fu family and Zhou family bought houses. Where did they get so much money? It's all buried under the locust trees, Jia Ruju said, confused. I'm sure they haven't been in the capital long, or this fruit shop wouldn't have just opened now. I heard it's been open only a short time. So where did they get their money? Song Yawen also found it strange, but how could they guess where others earn their money?
Don't think too much about it.
Maybe they earn money from other sources, as long as their income is legally obtained. How they make their money doesn't concern us, so it's not good to ask about it. Jia Ruju couldn't help but roll her eyes from a hidden angle. I asked the worker who sold the house. The houses in Huai Street Lane are few, and even the smallest ones cost at least 800 taels, sometimes over 1,000. They are standalone houses with courtyards. Their family has so many people, they definitely wouldn't buy such a small one. Maybe we should go see their house and also give them our wedding invitations. Because of the chaos of war, their wedding plans were delayed. They came to Kyoto 2 years ago, then struggled here for over a year. After settling down in Kyoto and confirming their engagement, they waited nearly half a year to complete all the wedding preparations. Next month, on the 8th day of the lunar month, they will get married. Song Yawen hesitated a bit. Seeing his hesitation, Jia Ruju said, We've been in the capital for so long, but we've never met anyone from Xinhua village. Since they are here now, they are our neighbors. We should look out for each other. Think about Fu Yuanji. He also became a scholar and did well. Building good relations with them is a good idea. After hearing this, Song Yawen had no objections and nodded. All right, I'll visit them tomorrow and bring our wedding invitations. Jia Ruju smiled. Yes, meeting old friends in a new place is such good news. While we're there, we can also visit their children and learn about their current situation. Maybe we can find more ways to make money. Perhaps you can even meet some useful people through Fu Yuanji, which could help your future exams. Her words touched Song Yawen deeply. No need to be so direct. Speak more tactfully, Ruju. If you want to connect with them, don't say things that might offend them. Even if we don't get close, working together to earn money shouldn't cause conflicts. Thinking long-term is important. If we build good relations with them, there will be benefits in the future. Jia Ruju nodded. She understood this principle, but when she saw the Wen family, her emotions couldn't help but take over. Perhaps because she realized Wen Shi was a time traveler, she didn't want to bow her head and admit she was inferior in front of someone who had traveled through time. All right, from now on, she would adjust her attitude. When she saw Wen Shi, she would stay calm and rational. Otherwise, her words and actions might become too unreasonable, which didn't suit her style. After the two of them discussed, they bought some items by the roadside. These items included things they needed for their return home today, as well as gifts for visiting the Zhua and Fu families tomorrow. Back at home, they each told their family members about today's events. Jia Junhua was very happy. I didn't expect that after coming to the capital, we could meet people from Qingchuan village. Father must go see them tomorrow. Jia Ruju said, Dad, be a bit more reserved. Their family doesn't have any grown men, except for Fuyuan. You can talk to him, but try not to bother others too much. Jia Junhua's face stiffened, suddenly realizing this point, and he nodded repeatedly. Yes, you're right. I'll go see them. When Zhuojiang grows up, I can talk to him too. Jiaruju thought. She didn't expect her father to be so eager. When they were in Nanjing, besides their own family and Song Yaowen's family, no one else from Qingchuan village came, so her father was lonely. Now she finally understood why Xiang Yu wanted to return home dressed in fine clothes after attending events. It was because people who hadn't shared experiences with him didn't speak as warmly, and there was little to show off in front of strangers. The next day, Song Yaowen, his mother Lu, Jiaruju, and her father Jia Junhua visited. They first went to visit the Fu family, stayed there for about an hour, then went to the Zhua family. When they arrived, all 4 families were in the main hall. With so many people, it was very lively. "Oh, my wife, you're really talented. You bought such a big piece of land. I thought Chen's family's place was big enough, but yours is even bigger. That must have cost quite a bit," Lu said, feeling very envious. Wen Shi smiled and said, "It did cost quite a bit, but we got lucky when we came." They didn't go deeper into this topic and changed the subject. "I heard your 2 families have already arranged a marriage. The wedding is set for the 8th day of next month. Congratulations. Both children are good kids. I'm sure they'll live happily together and have a better life than others." Lu smiled and said, "Ruju is indeed very capable. I'm very happy with her. If our Yaowen can marry her, it's like burning incense at our ancestors' graves." Jia Junhua hurriedly said, "Yaowen also has a good temper, a good personality, and is very talented in his studies. If he can marry into our family, I'll be proud for the rest of my life." Zhuo was silent. "Is it appropriate for you to praise each other like this? Their whole family is single, with no one engaged. Is it suitable to speak like this?" All right, she had to admit she felt a bit jealous. Everyone talked together, reminiscing about things that happened in Qingchuan village before the war, after the chaos, and their journey to the capital. It seemed like there were endless stories to share. In the end, everyone stayed at the Zhua family's house for dinner, leaving their wedding invitations behind. The Jia and Song families then went home. After Jiaruju returned home, she felt more and more uneasy, but didn't know what to do. Her main business was selling cosmetics made from natural ingredients, buying raw materials from farmers and creating safe, pollution-free blushes and powders. These products sold quite well. However, although sales were good, prices couldn't be raised. She hadn't entered the circle of wealthy women in the capital, nor met anyone who could help her. Now she was thinking of waiting until Song Yaowen passed his exams and then entering the wealthy social circles, introducing her cosmetic shop to them, and gradually gaining a foothold among the upper class. But before she could start, she encountered the Wen family and Zhua Shi, who had opened a fruit shop and were doing very well. This made her a little anxious. "I need to speed up," she thought. "I must improve my cosmetic shop and sell more to make more money. No one would complain about having too much money." Her blushes were quite popular among young women and brides nearby. She had also done some advertising. But her original shop was still doing well, and those competitors paid close attention to her. Whenever she launched a new product, they would take her blushes to study. Although their copies weren't exactly the same as her original, they weren't far off. Jiaruju had become quite relaxed about it. She would leave her newly made cosmetics on the counter for a month, then create a new product every 2 months, replacing the old ones. Her strategy was working well, attracting some customers, but high-end cosmetics required modern technology. Without the latest equipment and tech, her products were only slightly better than others. Without a background or support, she didn't dare to produce on a large scale or compete aggressively. Now she had decided to wait until next month, when she married Song Yaowen, and hoped he would succeed in his imperial exams. Looking at her delicate wedding dress, she couldn't help but smile happily. He and Song Yaowen had supported each other all along, and their relationship was very good. Song Yaowen was gentle and kind, despite some traditional male chauvinism, but he listened to her. The most important thing is that Song Yaowen has a bright future, and he agrees not to take concubines in the future. He will only be with her for a lifetime. A lifetime, just the 2 of them. She had hoped for this in modern times, but it only happened in ancient times. How could Jiaruju not be happy? Unfortunately, her embroidery skills are not good. Her wedding dress is just for show, sewn with a few stitches, mostly made by other skilled seamstresses. But she is not disappointed. She doesn't have a love for or skill in embroidery. The phoenix crown and beautiful wedding dress are truly stunning. She finally understands why so many people in the past and present are willing to hold traditional Chinese weddings. The grandeur and richness, the vibrant colors, these are more intense than modern wedding dresses. Jiaruju is at home, preparing for the wedding, waiting for the day when Song Yaowen will come to marry her. Time passes quickly, and soon it is the 8th day of the lunar month. Zhuo Shi and his family, along with Chen Shi and Fu Yuanji, go to Jia's house. They also prepare some small gifts for Jiaruju, like a pair of tiny silver earrings and rings. They are not expensive, but they show their good intentions. Since their relationship isn't very close, they keep the gifts modest. Chen Shi prepares a slightly more generous gift, a silver hairpin. Seeing the bride with perfect makeup, glowing and beautiful, everyone praises her. Ruju looks so lovely today. Zhuo Shi looks at Jiaruju, who has her stitches removed, her face full of happiness and radiance. He can't help but feel emotional. Indeed, the most beautiful person in the world is the bride. He never expected that Jiaruju, who had some unpleasant expressions before, would look so radiant and beautiful now. When Shi smiles and says, "Congratulations, Ruju, you must have a good life with Yaowen from now on. I wish you 100 years of harmony and early happiness." Chen Shi adds, "From now on, you belong to another family. Ruju, you must cherish and love your husband and live happily together." Jiaruju nods, feeling unexpectedly touched. Although she doesn't like Wen Shi very much, today is her happy day. When others smile and say good wishes, she doesn't want to ruin the mood or say something unpleasant. She quietly accepts their blessings and kindness. "Thank you. I will work hard to be happy," she says with a bright smile. Zhuo Shi watches from the side, feeling a bit emotional. He didn't expect that Jiaruju wouldn't have any suitors nearby. Could he have missed something? Just as she was thinking this, she heard a maid rush in from outside, saying to Jiaruju, "Miss, this is a gift from Mr.
Su."
He said he wishes you happiness." Zhuo Shi. What did she say? Sure enough, she is the heroine. On her wedding day, even the male supporting character who loves her deeply came to give her a gift. TSK. Only the heroine receives this treatment. Others can only dream of it. Jiaruju was stunned. "Where is he?" The maid replied, "He left, looking very sad." Jiaruju's eyes immediately turned red. Seeing this, Madame Chen quickly said, "Ruju, you must not be foolish. You've already decided to marry Yaowen, and you can't get involved with others." Mrs. Wen also added, "Yes, Ruju, Yaowen is a good boy. He cares for you wholeheartedly. You must not let him down." Zhuo Shi almost wanted to laugh. Jiaruju wouldn't run off with another man. She is matched with Song Yaowen. No matter how much others like her, she wouldn't abandon Song Yaowen. All right, the auspicious time has come. The groom is here to pick up the bride. The wedding lady entered from outside, followed by 2 maids, smiling happily as she led Jiaruju out of the room. Madame Chen and Madame Wen exchanged glances, as did Zhuo's several sisters, with strange expressions in their eyes. Jiaruju followed behind and left the house. Fu Yuanji was in front, busy greeting guests and helping Jia Junhua. It wasn't until Song Yaowen rode a tall horse, followed by a sedan chair, to take Jiaruju away, that the lively atmosphere gradually faded. After the crowd dispersed, the Fu family and the Zhuo family went to visit Song Yaowen's home. Since their relationship with Jia's family and Song's family was similar, neither was the parents of the bride or groom. They naturally attended both the bride's and the groom's banquets. Song Yaowen's guests were more numerous than Jiaruju's, mainly people from his village and acquaintances. They drank until late at night before leaving. By then, the Zhuo family had already returned home. Their children, being young, couldn't stay up late, so after dinner, they greeted Song Yaowen and went home. Time passed quickly. 3 days later, Jiaruju returned home and specially visited the Fu family and the Zhuo family. Seeing her radiant appearance, Swisher couldn't help but sigh. The lives of the hero and heroine are truly sweet as honey. Look at how good their relationship is. Why don't they clarify after the ceremony is over? Why do they have to hold the wedding right now?
Zuo Shiask Fuyuanzi.
I don't know. Fu Yuanji shrugged. They've been engaged for a long time. It should be the day for their wedding. Exactly. They've been engaged for so long, and the wedding is so close. Shouldn't they wait a bit longer? Why rush now? Fu Yuanji was stunned. You're right. They could have waited until after the exams. Why are they doing it now? Do they have some plan? Swisher felt a sudden realization. Could it be that Jiaruju is worried about passing the exam and being chosen by a good family, which might cause trouble? So they decided to marry before the test? Fu Yuanji thought for a moment. That could be possible. If Song Yaowen does well in the exam and finds a noble lady in the capital, what will Jiaruju do? After waiting so many years, does she want to stop someone else from taking her chance? As for the effort they put in before, it only took a few days. Most of their matters could be arranged quickly. A day or two for the wedding, hosting guests, returning home. These wouldn't take long. As long as Jiaruju and Song Yaowen stay strong and true to each other, even if things get complicated, it won't be hard to manage. Just a little time to enjoy their love, and it will be fine. Fu Yuanji said, don't worry. They are the main characters, and they will have good luck. You said they already passed the exam in the story, and even went to work as officials. What do they have to worry about? Swisher replied, there's nothing to worry about, but the story's direction has some small differences from before. It feels like our two butterflies have lost some things.
Fuyuanzi smiled.
It's okay. This story is a fan fiction, and neither of us are major characters. If it were exactly like the book, we wouldn't exist. No need to worry about the original plot. Just live well. Swisher nodded repeatedly. Yes, you should work hard. Let's earn money and live a good life.
Fu Yuanzi grinned.
How about we also set a wedding date? Then we won't have to worry about someone else taking our chance. Swisher nodded.
Sure.
Fu Yuanji was overjoyed. He didn't expect it to succeed. He only wanted to test the waters, but it had such a positive effect. He couldn't help but smile happily. Just wait. I'm going home now to tell my mother and invite the official matchmaker. After speaking, without waiting for Swisher to reply, he hurried inside. Swisher saw his anxious look and couldn't help but smile. Is it really necessary to be so urgent? But seeing his happy expression, Swisher decided not to say much. After returning home, Fu Yuanzi happily ran to Madame Chen. Mother, I want to arrange a marriage with Swisher first. Madame Chen was surprised. Aren't we waiting until after the science exam to decide? Why did you suddenly change your mind? Fu Yuanji smiled and said, I think it's better to settle the marriage first, so I won't be caught off guard by other families trying to interfere after my exam. Getting the engagement done early means I don't have to worry about anything. Madame Chen asked, but you said the marriage isn't finalized yet. Isn't it better if Swisher can surpass her? Fu Yuanji replied, it's just an engagement, not a marriage. I told Swisher that after the engagement is settled, we can marry later once everything is in order, and my aunt agrees too. Madame Chen was happy and said, yes, that's the way it should be. It's a good thing, so it should be decided early to avoid any problems later. Besides, we're farmers. There's no need to be so strict about the order of marriage. What if the eldest son doesn't want to marry? Then his younger siblings won't marry either? Fu Yuanji chuckled, that's right. Our family doesn't follow such strict rules. In ancient times, noble families paid more attention to the order of marriage. Usually, they would settle the older siblings' marriages first before arranging for the younger ones. Unlike modern times, where there's no rule that older siblings must marry before younger ones. If the older siblings choose to remain single or be child-free, the younger ones wouldn't have to marry either. That's a misconception. Back home, Swisher suddenly realized that this arrangement didn't quite follow the rules. But since she had already agreed to Fu Yuanji, she tentatively mentioned it to the Wen family. To her surprise, Wen Shi agreed very readily and was not upset at all. All right, let's settle it first. When your sister gets married, we'll also arrange a marriage for her. After she is married, you two can marry. I have no objections. Even in noble families, there was no strict rule that the older sister must be married first before the younger sister. If they liked the younger sister first, they would wait until the older sister's marriage was settled before visiting. Sometimes, they would inform the family beforehand and finalize everything quietly, without announcing it publicly. Once both families agreed, Madam Chin began preparing the wedding gifts. Although the Chin family has not been farming in recent years, during the chaos of war, under the leadership of Fu Yuan's family, they fought many battles against bandits and armies. Through these battles, they accumulated a lot of wealth, so they are quite well off and generous with their spending. The dowry they prepared was very impressive, including various clothes, jewelry, antiques, jade artifacts, calligraphy, and paintings. It's unclear where she found all these items. As for the antiques, jade artifacts, calligraphy, and paintings, Fu Yuan's family doesn't really understand their value. They are not rare or valuable, they are just for show. The main thing was the 5,000 taels of silver as the bride price, which made the Wen family very happy. What pleased the Wen family even more was that Fu Yuan brought 2 wild geese from the mountains. Usually, ordinary families give 2 white geese or 2 ducks as a bride gift because catching wild geese is very difficult. But Fu Yuan managed to catch 2 wild geese, which was quite clever. At the engagement banquet, everyone nearby was very impressed and told the Wen family that they had found a good son-in-law who truly cares for their daughter. Jia Ruzhu, who was giving the bride gift, saw the 2 wild geese and looked very surprised. When she got engaged, she only used 2 white geese and didn't have wild geese. She couldn't believe that Zhuoshi could do better than her. Why is that? A girl from a mountain village, just because her mother was from a different world, managed to get such a good marriage and even received the symbol of loyalty, the wild geese. Jia Ruzhu felt very uncomfortable about this, but she couldn't show her feelings. If she looked upset or her face twisted in a fake smile, others might notice. She still had to give a gift to Zhuoshi. Congratulations, Zhuoshi. I didn't expect you to be engaged to Fu Yuan, Jia Ruzhu said with a fake smile, but her words were not very kind. I didn't think it would be you, not your sister. I wonder what Lady Wen is thinking. Why didn't she arrange an engagement for Zhuohua first? Lady Wen smiled and said, It's all about fate. Zhuohua is my sister's daughter, but her time hasn't come yet. I'm slowly looking for a good match for her. Once she gets engaged and married, Zhuoshi can marry too. I think since Zhuoshi found someone suitable, she should get engaged first, so she won't regret it or lose her chance to someone else. Jia Ruzhu's face almost couldn't hide her surprise at these words. As a woman who traveled through time, she considered everything, good and bad, and spoke so openly. It was like a joke, yet the kind laughter around her showed that everyone understood and agreed with her words. She felt like a little clown jumping around, and Jia Ruzhu was not willing to accept this.
Why?
Why could others do things that everyone approved of, but when she tried, she only faced rejection? She had told herself many times in her heart not to fight with him or compare herself to him, but she just couldn't control her anger.
Why?
They were all travelers from another time, yet she felt she was worse than others. No, actually she wasn't worse. She was still unmarried and much younger than Wenshi, who had so many children. She just didn't know what kind of person Wenshi's missing husband was. She heard he was a scholar, and if he had a strange background, she would be disgusted. Then Wenshi wouldn't have to do anything. She would have taken her husband's children for free. Maybe when her husband returned, they would be very close, and they might even have a child of their own. She couldn't think about it anymore. The more she thought, the more she couldn't help feeling jealous. She knew it was wrong to compare herself to others, and she was acting a bit crazy, but she just couldn't control herself. That's very good, Jia Ruzhu said with a smile. Zhuoshi rolled her eyes. It would have been better if she hadn't spoken at all. Her fake smile and the way she spoke were so obvious. Did she not realize how fake she looked? Such hypocrisy. I gave Xiaoshi this bracelet. I don't know how much it's worth, so just take it and play with it. Jia Ruzhu handed Zhuoshi a plain silver bracelet. It was of average weight and style, nothing special. Zhuo was quite happy. The gift she gave Jiaoruju was also ordinary, but she had 4 children, and she had given Jiaoruju gifts for all of them, plus gifts from Wenshi. So, Jiaoruju's return gifts were quite normal. The engagement ceremony went on slowly amid lively chatter. Everyone's smiles and joyful mood lasted from start to finish, and nothing went wrong. Fu Yuanji and Zhuo became a newly engaged couple. After finalizing his marriage, Fu Yuanji focused entirely on studying, reducing social activities. He stayed at home every day, only leaving for meals, water, and exercise. Most of his time was spent reading, often late into the night, constantly learning. His family no longer disturbed him, and Zhuo did not visit. Giving him time to read peacefully and organize his thoughts was the most important thing now. All the candidates were busy preparing for the imperial exam. Time flew quickly, and soon the exam day arrived. Chen's family kept asking around about what to prepare for the exam: clothes, bedding, stove, brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. All was ready. On the day of the exam, a car was loaded, and when Zhuo saw it, she couldn't help but feel sad, thinking Fu Yuanji was moving away. Later, she learned that ancient imperial exams lasted many days. Candidates were searched for forbidden items before entering, then assigned to separate rooms. They stayed in their designated rooms, sealed inside, for several days. During this time, they ate, drank, and slept inside. No doors or windows could be opened once the exam started. Doing so would invalidate their scores. During their exam, Fu Yuanji and others had bad luck because it snowed heavily the day before. After a layer of snow, it began to melt, then snowed again. After 9 days of exams and writing many essays, many candidates became exhausted. Some were so weak they had to be taken out of their exam rooms midway. Others, despite being weak, wanted to persevere. Their rooms had leaking roofs, snow fell at night, and the thin blankets offered little warmth. There was no firewood during the day to keep warm, so they had to endure the cold. In this icy, snowy environment, they felt cold from head to toe, so cold it seemed to freeze their breath into ice. From head to foot, only one feeling remained: cold, bone-chilling cold. It was so intense that even staying awake was difficult. Many candidates couldn't endure the long 9-day exam and were taken out midway. The exams covered many subjects: ritual, music, archery, charioteering, calligraphy, mathematics, the 4 books, and the 5 classics. They had to solve problems, think deeply, and write many essays, doing many tasks. After such a long test, everyone was tense, and the extreme cold made it even more challenging. Fu Yuanji couldn't withstand the cold either, but luckily, he had prepared a warm, furry cloak. The shoes and furry gloves, as well as the furry hat that even protected his ears, kept him warm. He could also start a fire because it snowed the day before the exam. When he entered the exam hall, he carried a lot of firewood, almost filling a small cabin. He has excellent survival skills. Years of fighting experience taught him basic outdoor skills like making fire and cooking, so it was easy for him. During these 9 days, he didn't suffer much hardship. When he came out, he felt quite relaxed, like he had been on a short outdoor trip. He was very different from those trembling, with purple lips, pale faces, and needing help to walk.
He's out. He's out.
Look, the exam candidates are coming out. They all finished. Our young master is out. Look, there he is. Hurry up. Outside the exam hall, there was a crowd of people waiting to pick up their friends and family, full of hope and concern. Seeing the tired and worn-out students come out, many shook their heads and sighed. This year's exams, with such a harsh early spring cold, I wonder how many people managed to perform well.
Exactly.
They have good skills, but their health held them back. It's just bad luck. Fate and luck play a part. The Left family and Fu family smoothly received their loved ones. When they came out looking fine, no one asked much. After Mrs. Chun helped him onto the carriage and wrapped him in a thick coat, she asked warmly, "How did the exam go?" Fu Yuanji replied, "It's okay." Mrs. Chun asked again, and Fu Yuanji said, "Mom, no need to ask. The exams are over. Whether I did well or not, the The results won't change. We'll see when the results come out. Hearing this, the city's people calmed their anxious hearts. Although they wanted to ask more, his words made sense. They shouldn't add more pressure to him. Since he was cold, it was better to care about his health. Mrs. Chen then asked about his well-being and showed concern. Back home, Fu Yuanji started to relax and enjoy himself. He went to town daily, either hanging out with friends, exploring the market for some salty snacks, giving advice on studies, or going on outings with Zhua. He was completely different from other students who worried about their grades. He seemed confident, and when he met classmates, he was even teased playfully. Fu Yuanji repeated his already settled theory, looking like a bachelor, which made all his classmates laugh. "You're so relaxed about this, but I don't have such a carefree attitude. My father told me that if I don't succeed this time, I'll be kept at home for a few years. My dad didn't say that, but he did say that if I don't pass, he'll find me a powerful wife, so I won't have to work so hard for 20 more years." Everyone found this funny and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Time quickly passed, and the results were soon announced. On the day the results came out, Chen's family woke early, and Wen's family also reminded them to go see the list. The crowd was huge, just as many people as during the exams. It seemed more lively than the exam day itself. During the exams, everyone was tense, so only family elders, relatives, and servants went to see the results. But when the results were announced, almost the whole family came. The crowd was so dense that people were 3 layers deep, and it was hard to get close to the list. When they finally reached the front, they were pushed and jostled, almost falling down.
Passed. I passed.
I passed. Haha, I passed. One student laughed wildly, happy after 10 years of hardship. Passing the exam and seeing his name on the list brought joy that words couldn't describe. How could I not pass? I must have made a mistake. I'll check again, check again. Why didn't I pass? I failed again. Some families were happy, others sad. The scene was chaotic, with shouting and crying everywhere. Lu Sheng, tall and strong, pushed through the crowd to see the list. He finally reached the front and saw the names written high above.
Zhang Gaoyi, Fu Yuanzi, Song Yaowen.
Lu Sheng laughed loudly, feeling like he was floating in a sea of happiness. Second place, I can't believe it. So proud. He pushed through the crowd and ran to the carriage, saying to Chen's family, "Our Yuanji got second place." Chen's family suddenly opened the curtain of the carriage and looked at Lu Sheng with a steady gaze. "You what? He got second place?" "Yes, madam, second place." Chen's wife felt as if she was floating in the air, light and happy.
Good, good.
My son's hard work over these years was not in vain. She felt an incredible happiness, and all the worries in her heart instantly disappeared. After years of being mistreated by the Fu family, years of wandering and hardship, experiencing war and suffering, it seemed as if all the pain had suddenly been rewarded. Her son had achieved success, ranking second in the imperial exam, possibly even the top score. Even without a father, he could still be raised to succeed. Mrs. Chen was filled with tears, looking tenderly at Fu Yuanji sitting nearby. Her eyes seemed to sparkle with love. "Yuanji, good boy. Mother never thought you would be so talented." "That's wonderful, so wonderful. Mother is so happy. I've never been this happy in my life." Fu Yuanji probably understood her excitement. He himself felt nothing special. He had always been a top student, so studying was easy for him. The Zhao family also heard the news and was very happy. Especially Zhao Jiang, who clenched his fists tightly, his face showing pure joy. "Brother Fu is amazing. I've decided he will be my role model from now on." Wenshi smiled and said, "Good. You should work hard then. Brother Fu is really impressive." From a distance, Song Yaowen saw Fu Yuanji's carriage. He felt a bit disappointed and overshadowed, but he quickly suppressed his feelings. He approached the carriage, bowed politely, and congratulated him. He also invited Fu Yuanji to walk around the street, discuss studies, and gather with classmates. Fu Yuanji got off the carriage and said, "Congratulations. Since Brother Song invited me, I'd be honored to join. Let's go." They walked together, surrounded by a group of students heading forward. Mrs. Chen and Wenshi saw Fu Yuanji leave and then took their carriage home. Once back home, news spread quickly. Neighbors came to visit, but Mrs. Chen politely declined their invitations, speaking very modestly. Yuanji went out to study with his friends. He's been keeping to himself these days, preparing carefully for the imperial exam. Thank you all for your concern. Everyone understood and left politely. They knew there was still the final exam ahead. If their interruptions caused problems, who would take responsibility? It was better to wait until after the exam to visit and congratulate. There was no need to cause trouble now. When Fu Yuanji returned, it was already dusk. He had drunk some wine and was a little tipsy, but he was still aware of his surroundings. After drinking the detox tea Mrs. Chen prepared, he felt fully sober again. Mrs. Chen asked, "Why did you drink so much wine?" Fu Yuanzi, "Just a little. I only had 2 drinks and didn't mean any harm, mother." Mrs. Chen nodded and said, "Today, many people came to visit. I told them you will stay at home studying from tomorrow." Fu Yuanzi, "All right, I will stay at home starting tomorrow." Mrs. Chen said, "Do well in the imperial exam. You only have 1 chance." Fu Yuanzi nodded seriously, understanding her meaning. If he did well this time, he would appear in the city's social circles and catch the attention of the Duke of Zhen and the Yi family. Others might not care, but the Duke's household would try to suppress him, especially the Yi family. If the Yi family knew he had passed the chat and exam and rank high, and if he could place in the top 3 in the final exam, they wouldn't openly attack him. A talented official who appears in public is very different from an unknown young man. The former stands among the crowd, visible to everyone, and to target such a person, one must hide from the public eye, especially from the emperor's attention. The latter is unnoticed, no one pays attention, and with enough confidence, he can disappear quietly without anyone knowing. The Yi family definitely hopes Fu Yuanzi is a useless farmer who never comes to the capital, preferably living a lonely, poor life in the countryside until he dies. He appeared in my live broadcast room, and even on the battery, as long as it attracts attention, the emperor's eyes will be on him. Just like Chinese martial arts, they want to suppress him through normal channels, not through secret, underhanded means. Once his identity is exposed, the Yi family will have to consider the Duke of Zhen when dealing with him. Even if they want to eliminate him, they wouldn't dare do it lightly. Currently, his strategy seems successful. He has ranked 2nd in the exam. As long as he performs normally in the final, there should be no problem. After all, he is now 2nd in the morning. Many people have seen him, and this will likely reach the Duke of Zhen. He was worried before the exam, but once his name appeared on the list, he felt relieved. Before the exam, he feared the Duke of Zhen might use all kinds of tricks to prevent him from taking part or to make him unranked during the test. But now, everything is settled. There's no need to worry. He feels that he has already overcome the biggest obstacle in Chinese martial arts trying to suppress him. After this, I won't mention greed anymore, but it was also a very difficult hurdle to pass. Fu Yuanji said, "Mother, don't worry, I understand. It's easier to avoid open attacks than hidden ones. As long as I can handle most of the hidden threats, I can deal with the attacks on your reputation. If I only have to face a few troubles, that's already good enough for me." Mrs. Chen said, "It's good that you know your limits. Be careful. The Duke of Zhengua's residence and the Yi family won't be kind to you. Whether they are kind or not, Fu Yuanji doesn't know, but he doesn't plan to hold back. When 2 brave people meet on a narrow path, the one who is braver wins. He has come this far and has no way back." Just as Fu Yuanji was about to move forward, rumors that he looked like the Duke of Zhenghua had already reached Fu Zongyong himself. The over 40-year-old Fu Zongyong wore a black silk long robe, and his hairpin held up his slightly graying hair. In front of him knelt a young man in his 20s. The young man looked at Fu Zongyong and said, "Duke, we did see the eldest son. He looks very much like you, just like you did when you were young. We also saw his mother."
Fu Zongyong replied, "I understand.
You may go now." He rubbed his temples, feeling a pounding sensation. An indescribable feeling welled up in his heart, and his eyes were full of complex emotions. So, He's come to the capital, Fu Zongyong muttered to himself. And he's still aiming for second place. Should I go see him? I heard that after the exam, he went to a banquet with other students. Maybe I should find a chance to meet him. Fu Zongyong still remembered when Mrs. Chun and her son came, dressed in shabby clothes, disheveled, and very miserable. Both of them were thin and looked weak. How could they compare to the Yi family and Fu Lingji at home? When Fu Zongyong got married, it was arranged by his parents and matchmaker. He followed the family plan and married Mrs. Chun. But they only spent a short time together, less than half a year. At that time, the country was in chaos. Fu Zongyong wanted to go outside to explore, change his family's situation, and inform his parents. He left without telling them, leaving Mrs. Chun to take care of his parents. When he left, his wife was pregnant, but he didn't know. Later, Mrs. Chun took care of Fu Zongyong's parents until they died. After burying them, she took Fu Yuanji and went through many hardships to find him. But at that time, Fu Zongyong was fighting battles smoothly, unstoppable, until he unexpectedly encountered the emperor's shortage of money and grain. At that moment, Fu Zongyong accidentally saved Ye's young lady, Miss Yi. Two women, a lonely girl and a woman named Yi, spent a night together. Yi damaged her reputation and chose to marry him willingly, providing money and supplies. This ensured that Fu Zongyong's army had enough resources, helping him secure half of the country. When Chen arrived, Fu Zongyong was already a high-ranking officer in the army, becoming a grand general. Chen met Yi upon her arrival and was almost turned away by Yi. Fortunately, Fu Zongyong suddenly returned unexpectedly and bumped into her. At that time, Chen looked very upset and asked him for a divorce paper, wanting to take Fu Yuanji with her. She wanted to leave, and he had no objection, but he refused to let her take their son. He believed their son shouldn't be left outside. Chen said, "If you insist on keeping my son, I won't leave. From now on, I will think your family is unstable. I will take my son to fight for his rightful status as the eldest son and help him succeed, so that his children won't have a chance to stand out. Even if he can't do it, I will find ways to make sure all your children are well. Are you sure you want to keep him?" Fu Zongyong looked at Fu Yuanji, who was about 7 or 8 years old now, with hatred in his eyes, glaring at him angrily. He looked at his son, who resembled him very much, and showed a look of disgust, as if he wanted to attack him. Chen turned to Fu Yuanji and said, "Son, your father has remarried. From now on, you need to accept another wife as your stepmother. The other wife's children will be considered your master, and you must follow their rules. Your father says he wants you to stay. Do you want to stay?" Fu Zongyong angrily said, "How can you say that?" Chen sneered, "Is there anything wrong with what I said? Clearly, you made a mistake, and now you blame me for telling the truth. He can judge for himself. Are you sure you want to keep him?" Fu Zongyong sighed inwardly. "Fine. He is already mature enough to understand that he is the eldest son of the enemy. If he knew he was stripped of his status because of these things, he would surely feel unfair. If, as the city said, his family would be unstable in the future, he would have to try. Anyway, he didn't have much feeling for the city or for his own son. Until today, he had never truly met his son, who was full of resentment towards him. If he was like that, he thought better not have him at all. He already had a son, and more would come in the future. If this son was like that, he thought better not keep him. But Fu Zongyong didn't expect that the Yi family had given him 2 legitimate sons. He also had 3 illegitimate sons and 5 illegitimate daughters born gradually. Now, a young concubine was pregnant, but the gender was unknown. Having many children was good, but none of them had any talent or promise. They neither excelled in literature nor martial arts. Besides being his sons and daughters, they had no other skills. When they went out, they only relied on his reputation to get by. They couldn't take on responsibilities or uphold the honor of the Duke of Zhengguo's household. The household lacked successors. Fu Zongyong had to admit this sad fact. No matter how many resources or efforts he put into raising his legitimate and illegitimate children, none of his sons stood out. Instead, it was the son he had initially given up on who seemed to have potential. Alright, I'll see how he does first. If he really has potential, I will acknowledge him, Fu Zongyong muttered to himself. Anyway, he is my main heir. He carries my blood. Even if he doesn't acknowledge me, it doesn't change the fact that he is my son. Moreover, when he was young, he didn't understand the difference between a peasant boy and a son of the Duke of Zhenghua. Now that he was grown up and about to enter officialdom, he should understand that future and destiny are the most important things. To achieve the future he wanted, he had to give up some things. His earlier choices were based on pros and cons, the best options available at the time. Now, he believed his son would make wise decisions just like he did back then. Fu Zongyong felt excited and happy. Finally, the Duke of Zhengua's household was about to welcome a capable heir. This was good for Chinese martial arts and for the wealthy families. Compared to Fu Zongyong's enthusiasm, Ye's wife felt very upset. She didn't expect that the contemptible son from back then would come to the capital and do so well. He wanted to rise up, step on her son, and become a young master in the Duke of Zhengua's household. Maybe he would even inherit the household someday. That couldn't happen. All the achievements of the martial arts belonged to her son. They were built with great effort and sacrifice. She had used everything her family had to pave a smooth road for him. She had been with him all these years, from a general to the Duke of Zheng. All the martial arts achievements belonged to him and her son. No one else should get involved. A small person might become second place. Every 3 years, someone will be second. Who knows what will happen? Just looking at pictures of things that don't belong to me is like courting death. Yi Shi felt itchy and angry, her teeth clenched as her nails dug deep into her flesh. She then squatted down and forcefully threw the teacup onto the ground. Why didn't you report earlier? Why only realize now? If I had known, I would have broken his legs so he couldn't enter the exam hall. Still dreaming of studying, passing the imperial exams, and making a name for yourself? She felt very wronged inside. She was the daughter of a prestigious family, a noble daughter of the Yi family. Because she smiled during a time of war, she was captured by mountain bandits. Fortunately, Fu Zongyong rescued her. After learning she was also from a noble family, Fu Zongyong married her. That marked the start of his rise to fame and his achievements in battle. His success in becoming a duke was partly thanks to the Yi family's contributions. However, over the years, while the duke's mansion grew more prosperous, Yi Shi's family gradually declined, relying more on the influence of national achievements. In 10 or 20 years, if their family members could re-enter the court, they could survive this difficult period. So, he couldn't face Lord Zheng directly. But if the Chinese government truly wants to restore traditional Chinese martial arts and recognize their ancestors, allowing him to become a legitimate martial arts master, what should he do? Yi Shi stared at the ground fiercely, as if she wanted to bore a hole through it. Disgraceful person, born as a guest. Why not stay in the countryside for a lifetime? Why not die on the battlefield? Why come to the capital and disturb my life? As the wife of the Duke, she was threatened by a rural woman and her son, which made her feel helpless and frustrated beyond words. I wonder how long you can keep being so reckless. It would be best if they didn't recognize Fu Zongyong, just like before. It's better to have integrity. Suddenly, Yi Shi had this thought. Years ago, this pair of men left without hesitation because they were still at war. They were farmers unable to see the bigger picture at the time. Now, Fu Zongyong has become a duke. As long as he recognizes his ancestors, he can become a noble son of the duke's mansion. Unlike back then, Yi Shi couldn't predict how this mother and son would choose. But based on her judgment, they would most likely choose to return. Only a very small chance remained that they would oppose her because of their hatred for being abandoned in the past. No matter which one it was, he had to act and properly entertain the mother and son. Suddenly, he loudly shouted, "Someone, go find out how they've been living all these years. I want to know everything about them in detail. Tell me everything." Before anyone could respond, 2 young men dressed in black entered the room. "Yes, madam." Just as Fu Zongyong wanted to find a chance to meet Fu Yuanji, he realized that Fu Yuanji had been staying at home and never went out. They had been watching for several days, but the result was always the same. When Fu Zongyong learned this, he was very happy. I knew he was young, but already doing so well. It shows he works very hard. No wonder among so many children in the family, only he is successful. He decided to wait until the imperial exam to find him. However, he didn't recall all the people yet. He wanted to see if Fu Yuanji would come out only after the exam. When Yi Shi found out that Fu Yuanji had been at home and Fu Zongyong had actually sent people to contact him, even dispatched some to investigate her, her face twisted with anger. I knew he wouldn't give up. He wants to bring him back. This son, who was driven out early and even considered him, sent people to gather information. They used top-notch experts. If they hadn't sent even stronger ones, how could they have found our people? Yi Shi trembled all over. It's clear he cares about this son and wants him to acknowledge his roots. After that, does he want him to inherit the Marquis of Zhenggua's estate? The worst fear was the latter. If they only saw this son as a mere number, she wouldn't worry and might even be happy. It would be good to have someone who could support her son. But could that really happen? That unworthy son dared to leave the main house openly, giving up wealth and fame, and go outside to suffer. Now he's about to succeed, and she doubted he would be willing to bow beneath her son. She believed he wouldn't. Maybe after so many years of hardship, the peasant boy had changed and would compromise for his future, but she believed his core wouldn't change. People say you can tell a person's character by age 3. She believed Fu Yuanji was not the type to bow and submit or be content to be beneath others. Madam, the Marquis has arrived. A maid hurried into the room to report. Yi Shi immediately straightened her posture, hiding a cold smile on her face. When Fu Zongyong entered, he looked directly at Yi Shi with a cold expression. Seeing his calm and confident demeanor, without any sign of guilt, Fu Zongyong's face also grew colder. He was silent for a moment and then said, "Don't send anyone to look for Fu Yuanji anymore." Yi Shi sneered, "Who is Fu Yuanji?" Fu Zongyong furrowed his brows so tightly they seemed ready to crush a fly. "Stop pretending. You know he's my son." Yi Shi chuckled. "I didn't know before, but now that you mention it, I understand. He's the child from back then, right? Do you remember how he looked at you when he left? His eyes were full of hatred. He hated you for abandoning his mother and turning from the legitimate heir into a commoner. So he gave up the glory of the Marquis of Zhenggua's estate and chose to become a farmer, seeking his own future. Do you think he would recognize you now?" Fu Zongyong's brow tightened even more, and his gaze toward Yi Shi became even colder. "No matter what, he is still my son. Even if he doesn't acknowledge me, that doesn't change the fact. So you'd better not reach out to him, or else." He didn't finish his sentence, but Yi Shi understood his unspoken warning. "Otherwise, I won't let you go." Yi Shi trembled with anger. Now, what kind of caring father does he pretend to be? Why didn't he act like this before? When he needed grain supplies or help, he was humble and servile, like a lapdog. But now, he's completely different. People really can change, good at wearing two faces. Or perhaps, like Fu Zongyong, men who prioritize interests, whoever can give him benefits he values. If someone is useless, he kicks them aside. This has always been his standard. Sadly, she didn't see through him back then. But it doesn't matter whether she saw through him or not now. People like them marry for benefits, raised with this idea from childhood. Yi Shi would never give up the easy gains and let others inherit her son's title. She wanted to see if that worthless son could turn things around. Fu Zongyong said, "They're all sons of the Marquis of Zhenggua. If he has potential, he can help Lin Ji and make Chinese martial arts shine for generations." Yi Shi felt disdain but kept her expression calm. "All right, as long as you truly want him to come back, I, as the legitimate mother, have no reason to reject him. Our estate has more commoner sons than legitimate ones." Fu Zongyong stared at her face for a long time and then said, "It's good that you understand. I've told you this to prevent any unwanted situations." Madame Ye's anger grew even more intense. What does this mean? It's a warning to her. Don't act recklessly, and don't harm Fu Yuanji's life or ruin his future. If she harms him, what can you do? Kill her? Or kill Fu Linji? Madame Yi remained silent, slightly lowering her head, watching Fu Zongyong's figure gradually walk away. She slowly clenched her fists. Suddenly, a man in black flew down from the ceiling beam, kneeling on one knee. "Madam, do you still want to make a move?" Madame Yi sneered, "Not yet. Let's wait a few days." In Beijing, she had no way to act openly. Fu Zongyong was protecting her, but she didn't trust that Fu Yuanji would stay in Beijing forever. Once he left the city, Fu Zongyong's reach would be limited. No matter how she tried, she didn't believe that a farmer's son had enough strength to fight against her Yi family's secret assassins. As for what would happen after someone died, how Fu Zongyong would be furious or scold her, what did that matter? The person was already dead. Fu Zongyong, who only cared about his own interests, wouldn't bother to fight her over a dead person. Whether others believed it or not, she certainly didn't. She wasn't afraid that Fu Zongyong would do anything to her. At most, he would ignore her for a while or punish her slightly. None of this mattered as long as her son's status remained solid. She would always be the most honored lady of the Marquis of Zhengguo's household. Once Madame Yi made up her mind, she began to live her days leisurely, waiting for Fu Yuanji to be appointed and leave Beijing before taking action. To her surprise, during the imperial exam, Fu Yuanji performed beyond expectations. He rose from second place to first, becoming the top scholar. Winning the top scholar title meant he could enter the Hanlin Academy, stay there for 3 years, and then be sent out or stay in Beijing. When she heard that Fu Yuanji had become the top scholar, Madame Yi tore a handkerchief angrily. She felt sick to her stomach and cursed. Why didn't he drop out of the top 3? Instead, he became the top scholar? Madame Yi had hoped that Fu Yuanji would stumble during the imperial exam and fall out of the top 3, so he wouldn't be directly appointed to the Hanlin Academy. This year's candidates are so useless. How did he manage to get first place so easily? He's only been studying for a short time. Do those in first place even know what they're doing? Madame Yi wished this news was false. She hoped that after waking up, she would hear that Fu Yuanji cheated, was imprisoned, and disqualified for life from official service. But unfortunately, such thoughts were only her imagination. I watched Fu Zongyong happily talk more and more. At home, everyone decorated with lights and gave out monthly allowances. The atmosphere was joyful all day. He wandered around the house, having clothes made and trying on one after another. Mrs. Yi sneered, "Just try it. Even if you wear a flower, no one will care." However, Fu Zongyong didn't know her thoughts. He prepared to celebrate happily at home. The next day, after the results came out, he took the initiative to visit and stopped Fu Yuanji, who was returning from a gathering with classmates outside. "Young master, I think the master wants to see you," said a neat-looking man wearing black shoes, blocking Fu Yuanji. Fu Yuanji raised an eyebrow and asked, "Who is your master?" "You'll find out when you go."
Oh, Fu Yuanzi wondered, feeling curious.
Could it be someone trying to kidnap him to arrange a marriage? Or someone wanting to meet him for social reasons? Or someone showing friendliness, inviting him to join a small group? His mind raced with guesses. After thinking for a moment, he refused. "It's too late today. I've been out for a long time, and my mother must be worried. Could you leave a note? I'll visit again tomorrow." The man said expressionlessly, "Young master, you should go now." Fu Yuanji was truly surprised. If it wasn't urgent, the other person wouldn't insist so much.
"All right, I'll go and see."
The man led him to the most bustling restaurant, Zai, and took him into a private room of the top-tier establishment. Fu Yuanji thought the person inviting him was very important. When they were drinking, he heard that Zai was the most famous restaurant in the capital. Its rooms were hard to book, especially the top-tier rooms, which were the hardest to reserve at such a time. The person wanting to see him must be very distinguished, either wealthy or noble. He made many guesses, but didn't expect Fu Zongyong to come to see him voluntarily. When he saw Fu Zongyong, everything became clear. There was nothing more to say about their relationship. Fu Yuanji turned to leave.
"Stop!" Fu Zongyong shouted sternly.
"Did I tell you to leave?" Fu Yuanji turned around, sneering, "Duke of Zhengguo, such grand authority. As a person you are free to come and go." Why must you control me? You asked me to see you, but I don't want to. Can I leave if I want to? Fu Zongyong's eyes widened with anger. What are you talking about? When did I say I wanted to control your actions? Of course, you're free to come and go. I only asked you to speak with me.
Fu Yuanzi sneered.
I don't want to talk to you. Just leave, okay? Fu Zongyong said, I know you hate me, but I thought after all these years and everything you've been through, you might understand me. Back then, I was fighting in the war. The army had no money or supplies. Without food and funds, we couldn't have won. Maybe our army would have been defeated completely. Without that, there would be no Great Wei dynasty now. A brave man always wants to go places and make achievements. To end the war quickly and bring peace to the people, someone has to make sacrifices. Your mother was just a farmer's wife. She couldn't give me what I wanted or help me. We were arranged to marry by our parents, so we didn't have deep feelings for each other. When I left, I didn't know you existed. When you came here, I wanted to stay with you, but your mother insisted on taking you away. You didn't understand me and followed her, influenced by her.
Fu Yuanzi sneered.
You don't need to explain. All your explanations are just cover-ups for your greed and shamelessness. You say I was just a farmer's wife, but it was this farmer who helped you, cared for your parents, and let them rest in peace. You haven't fulfilled your filial duties. My mother did that for you. So how can you say my mother, a farmer's wife, isn't good enough for you? If that's the case, why did you marry her in the first place? Did someone hold a knife to your neck and force you to marry her? Someone forced you to marry her and have my mother. In the end, it was your own choice. If you want to pursue your career and use a noble lady to climb higher, then be honest about it. Don't make excuses. I might still respect you then. Truly, a petty person is more likable than a hypocrite. You really think people are fools and can't see through you. If you really didn't like my mother, why not divorce her and remarry?
Who would criticize you then?
You enjoyed my mother's care for your parents and now want to stand with the Yi family, using her to help your rise. Hurting one woman while trying to benefit from another, your heart is full of manipulation. Why pretend to have feelings for me? I remember when you drove me away, you did it without hesitation. Fu Zongyong said, I didn't want to chase you away back then. I wanted to keep you, but your mother wouldn't agree. Fu Yuanji replied, no need to explain. Explaining is just making excuses, and making excuses is the truth. Really 53 years old? Kids don't know your ambitions. We are all men, but you, shameless man, have done shameful things. I just don't want to become as shameless as you. You never had the duty to raise me since I was a child. From now on, we go our separate ways, your road, my road. I won't support you or acknowledge you. We have nothing to do with each other. We each walk our own path. I hope you become a decent person.
Just pretend you don't know me.
Don't cause me trouble or drag me into unnecessary conflicts or dangers because of you. If I find out, I will not forgive you or the entire Duke's household. Seeing the man who looked like him speak so confidently and firmly, Fu Zongyong felt a wave of strong emotion inside him. It turned out his son had grown into this kind of person. Good. Very good. Full of ambition and stubbornness. But he wasn't sure if his son had the ability to match that courage. What's the use of speaking nicely if you can't do it? He just hoped his son could continue to surprise him. Anyway, you are my son. This bond of blood can't be broken, Fu Zongyong said. Since you feel this way and resent me for abandoning you and your mother, I will try my best to make it up to you. If you want to recognize your roots and return to the family, I can arrange it quickly and also help you be recognized as the legitimate heir. Fu Yuanji sneered. Recognized as the legitimate heir? Have you thought about how to explain to your wife? Do you want your wife to die from illness and then bring my mother back as your main wife? His tone was full of sarcasm and disdain. Fu Zongyong was speechless. He didn't expect him to say such words and he couldn't believe it. He said, why would you think that? I can't possibly divorce ye. I won't make your mother my main wife. That's impossible. Fu Yuanji sneered again. What's impossible? Didn't you also marry someone else and treat her as the main wife after you didn't divorce my mother? Since you did that back then, What's stopping you now? Fu Zongyong angrily said, Don't talk nonsense. I've already explained your situation to you. If you don't understand, that's fine. But how can you say such reckless things? I speak recklessly, and you act recklessly too. So, is it okay for you to do things that others can't criticize? Fu Yuanji shows no intention of giving him face. I understand you. I understand correctly. Isn't what I just said exactly your way of doing things? I understand your behavior, so I gave you advice. Fu Zongyong is almost furious. According to his logic, he's just a simple-minded person who is seriously angry. I won't do such things anymore. Fu Yuanji replies, That's your business. No need to explain to me. Fu Zongyong asks, So you refuse? You don't want to return to the Duke of Zhengguo's residence, even as the legitimate heir?
Fu Yuanji laughs, I am willing.
Didn't I say the conditions? As long as you agree, I am willing. Fu Zongyong says you don't want to, so you propose impossible conditions. Fu Yuanji sincerely smiles, Haha, congratulations, you finally understand. I'll register you under the Yi family name and bring your mother to the Duke of Zhengguo's residence. Isn't that a good life? Fu Zongyong doesn't understand why he makes such choices. Zhenghua, you've misunderstood something, Fu Zongyong says. Not everyone is greedy for benefits or uses dirty means to climb up. Having a mother is a normal thing for ambitious people. Fu Yuanji says, If I want something, I will use my own skills, not break others' bottom lines or become something in between human and not. Fu Zongyong's face twitches, and a strong feeling of resentment rises in his heart. Remember what you said today. If you can do it, I will consider you a real person. No one wants to cross their moral bottom line, but doing things that hurt others makes everyone feel uneasy. Still, everyone thinks this way because if they don't take this path, they will face even tougher competition, walking a thorny, dead-end road. Fu Zongyong says, I will use my way, and you use yours. My way has been proven correct. The road I take has become a broad avenue. Although it costs a little, the price is very small. But your way will cost a lot and might not work. So, I advise you to think carefully. Fu Yuanji says, No need to think. Just wait and see. Fu Yuanji turns and leaves without looking back, leaving Fu Zongyong watching his back with a very complicated expression. His son has been the same all these years, still choosing to follow his mother and abandon him without hesitation. Back then, he gave up his status as a prince of the town, and he doesn't know how his son has been living all these years. But just knowing that his son became the top scholar shows that he has been living a busy and hard-working life, more diligent than most people. He never expected his son to be so talented. If he had known that many years later his son would become the top scholar, would he still have let him go so easily? Fu Zongyong doesn't know. A secret regret rises in his heart. Night market indeed is where everyone comes from, and it gave him great help, supporting him with supplies during battles, helping him win wars in the east and west, and after founding the country, thanks to the Yi family's status, he quickly rose to prominence, established himself, and became a towering figure. His own efforts were important, but the contributions of the Yi family should not be underestimated. Unfortunately, the two legitimate sons of the Yi family and his own illegitimate son in the countryside did not succeed. Yet, in a remote city, his son was able to become the top scholar. This shows that the Qin family has a good way of raising children. Back then, the city was harsh and never gave him face, but it's undeniable that the city truly helped him, supporting his parents and ensuring they rest in peace. In this way, he owes the Qin family and Fu Yuanji. If Fu Yuanji stubbornly refused to join the Fu family's genealogy and Qinshe opposed him, he couldn't have forcibly taken him to the Prince of Zhengguo's residence and kept him there. One moment of hesitation, and it's come to this. Fu Zongyong sighed deeply. He should have kept his mother and son back then. No matter what the city said, he shouldn't have let them go. Now they should be in his backyard. Everything that Fu Yuanji has is the property of the Prince of Zhengguo's residence. He would have a suitable heir to nurture and trust. Unfortunately, it's too late now to say anything. Fu Zongyong decided he must find another way to bring them back. What method should I use? If he pushes too hard, he might hurt someone. If he's too gentle, it won't matter and they won't pay attention to him. When Fu Yuanji faces him, he is so confident and unyielding. How could he still regard his family? Maybe I should start with the people around him. Chun Shi is not reliable, but he can find others. Fu Zongyong loudly ordered, send someone to find information on the Zhou family. Regarding the left family, Fu Zongyong is also quite unhappy. As a noble son of the Duke of Xinhua, how can he marry a girl from a farmer's family? Is she suitable? But now is not the time to think about this. Once he starts with Zhou Shi and helps Fu Yuanji return to the Fu family, he will then break off this marriage proposal. He plans to find a noble daughter from a good family for Fu Yuanji, someone who matches his status. He definitely won't let Fu Yuanji marry a small farmer girl who offers no benefit to him. Go and invite Zhou Shi to see me. Yes. The man in black outside responded and quickly disappeared into the sky. About an hour and a half later, Zhou Shi was pulled down from the carriage and taken to the room designated as the number 1 room. Honestly, Zhou Shi had been confused. She was happily at home, tidying up the sugar beets, when suddenly she felt dizzy, was shoved into a carriage, and after more than an hour, was awakened inside the carriage and told that the Duke wanted to see her. A realization came to Zhou Shi. Surely Fu Zongyong was here to see her. But logically, Fu Zongyong should be looking for Fu Yuanji or Madame Chen. It wouldn't normally be her. Could it be that Fu Zongyong looked down on her status, so he summoned her to teach her a lesson, threaten her, or use the money he received, several hundred silver notes, to make her break off the engagement voluntarily, tarnish her reputation, and ensure Fu Yuanji marries a noble, suitable wife? If so, she refused. Why does the Duke want to see me? Zhou Shi asked. Fu Zongyong looked straight at her, without blinking. She had a delicate face, quite pretty, a small farmer girl, yet surprisingly beautiful. Her appearance was secondary. What mattered most was her demeanor. He saw a calm, poised aura in her, an extraordinary composure. Fu Zongyong was surprised. A small farmer girl could have such presence. It seemed his son's taste was good. But even if she was good, she wasn't suitable to be Fu Yuanji's wife. She was not qualified. Maybe he could make her a concubine later, to avoid trouble with his son. This decision was made happily. Fu Zongyong asked, "Do you know who I am? Do you know why I came to see you today?" Zhou Shi forced herself to suppress the urge to roll her eyes. "I don't know. Please enlighten me. I am the Duke of Xinhua. Fu Yuanji is my son. Do you understand? I listened to him, and he said that only his mother is at home because his father died early. He said he has been following a young person since he was a child, suffering a lot and enduring many hardships. Because he has no father, others call him a wild child. He also said his father died long ago and reincarnated elsewhere."
Fu Zongjong.
That brat has a sharp tongue. Zhou Shi. How about this? I scolded him right in front of you, making him speechless. I am quite impressive, right? Fu Zongyong said. I am his real father. Some things happened back then, so we lost contact. I just found him recently. Look at how much we resemble each other. You don't need to be told. We are truly father and son. Zhou Shi nodded. There's no need to say more. They look very much alike, like they were carved from the same mold. Otherwise, figuring out whether the city's son is Fu Zongyong's would be a real problem. Looking at Fu Zongyong's face, no one can honestly deny he is his son. Oh, so, what do you want from me? Zhou Shi asked. Fu Zongyong thought for a moment and said vaguely, because of some past misunderstandings, I have some issues with him. I heard you are engaged to him, so I want to trouble you to talk to him about the past. It was all just misunderstandings. I am his real father. Blood is thicker than water. There's no unbreakable conflict. You tell him I am willing to open the family tree so he can recognize his ancestors and return to the family, and I will also bring his mother to the Marquis's mansion, so they can live a good life. From now on, I will help him handle various official matters and remind him to become a successful person. Zhou Shi. Then you should go find Fu Yuanji. I don't have much contact with him. Our engagement is definitely arranged by our parents. Honestly, I don't know him very well. Now she finally understood. It turns out Fu Zongyong was upset with Fu Yuanji, which is why he took a different route and kept tossing around, trying to persuade her to talk to Fu Yuanji.
Haha.
Does she look stupid? Not only does she know about the Qin family situation, but even if she didn't, she wouldn't jump in to interfere. It's ridiculous that as a father, he can't even discuss things properly with his son, and he wants a daughter-in-law who isn't even married and yet to come over. What kind of thing is that? Judging her intelligence as low, he wants her to go poke a hornet's nest. What she can't stand most is men like Fu Zongyong, who are like traitors. Now he still dares to cause trouble for her. Forget about asking her to go back and smooth things over with Fu Yuanji to ease their father-son relationship. Just not making things worse is good enough. No, that's not right. I heard you two have a good relationship, Fu Zongyong said. Where did you hear that? Swisher asked angrily. How can you believe what outsiders say? I am a woman who has not gone abroad. Even if I am engaged to my fiancé, I cannot have too much contact with him. At most, I pay him a little more attention because of the engagement, but I don't have much private communication. Sometimes I act kindly to make others misunderstand. Your Grace, I am really not that kind of person. Please don't misunderstand me. When Fu Zongyong heard her words, he thought she had a point, but he always felt something was off about her. Although she spoke as if she was afraid, her face showed no fear at all. So he judged that what Swisher said was false. I won't say much more. Once he returns to the officialdom, it will greatly benefit his future. If you follow him and he becomes successful, you might even get a noble title someday. If he keeps struggling in the official world without help, or if he is harmed and wastes his years, then following him will only bring hardship. Swisher was stunned. Your Grace, won't you help him? You said you are his father, so you should help him. Over the years, he has been living alone, facing many hardships. Since he was young, he worked with his mother in the fields, then went to school. He was caught on the battlefield, fighting against the people of Nanzhao, and almost died. If we hadn't happened to pass by and save him, he might not be alive today. The grass on his grave has grown green. Later, we encountered war again in the south, and for 5 years, we were trapped there, unable to leave. Finally, escaping the chaos, we came to the capital and met you. Now that he has a bright future, don't you want to help him? Fu Zongyong was stunned. He had originally asked someone to investigate Fu Yuanji's background, but most of what he found was superficial. The hardships of Fu Yuanji and his mother were truly tough, and few people knew the full story. The information they uncovered was only a surface-level summary. The real experiences and hardships were known only to them. Fu Zongyong had expected they would suffer a lot, but he hadn't imagined it would be so much. He said, since they will have to endure so much hardship in the future, I want to bring them back to enjoy a better life. He has a stubborn temper, so you should talk to him. If you bring him back, I can treat them better and give them things they never imagined. Swisher smiled and said, I can't decide that. I've told the elders very well, but you should go and talk to them yourself. I have no influence over what they decide in front of me. Besides, isn't it true that a woman should obey her father at home, and her husband after marriage? I haven't married him yet, so I shouldn't criticize their matters. Fu Zongyong, just tell me, if you don't say anything, how will he come back? If he doesn't return, how can I arrange another marriage for him? Once you marry him, I might really regret it. He seems to understand, but he won't tell Fu Yuanji. Just say yes or no. Don't talk about useless things. Left Shirshin almost laughs out loud, but she hesitates and stammers, I really can't say anything about this. All right, you can go now. Fu Zongyong waves his hand, giving her a disdainful look. If you can't handle such a small matter, what's the use of having you? Left she. Did I come here by my own choice? I was peacefully working at home, and someone drugged me and brought me here. I didn't even complain to you, and now you're here criticizing me? Sure enough, he's a bad man. He doesn't look at himself. He just blames others for everything. It's typical. Only the officials can set fires, but the common people can't light lamps. What a disgrace. Seeing his disgusted expression after he vomited, Left, she feels a little better inside. Fu Yuanji should have refused him firmly, rejected him harshly, and stepped on his face to vent her anger. Left, she, led by the guards, left the Duke of Zhengguo's residence. On the way, the guards said nothing, glaring at her like she was a criminal being escorted. Even when he blinked or looked around, the guards stared at him fiercely. "What are you looking at? Trying to make me faint again?" Left, she saw them roll their eyes. She didn't notice earlier when she woke up, but now she felt a sharp pain from where they had knocked her out. Pretending to be skilled at sneak attacks. What kind of ability is that? Or is it that he's just a martial artist and beating an unarmed, weak woman is a skill? If he has real skills, he should fight on the battlefield. If he dares, he can go fight royal guards. Why bother entangling with her? Don't they think using them to deal with a weak woman is overkill? Never mind, I won't say more. They're just following orders. The most disgusting person is Fu Zongyong. He's really a worthless man. He abandoned the Qin family and their child years ago. Now that Fu Yuanji is successful, he wants to take her back. If he wants to abandon her, he can. If he wants to take her back, he can. What does he think of others? He's the one who is despicable and contemptible. A scumbag man is always so vile in his actions, truly disgusting. But now, Fu Zongyong has taken such strong actions, pulling him into the situation. This shows he is very satisfied with Fu Yuanji and clearly wants to bring him back to the Duke of Zhengguo's residence. If Fu Yuanji refuses him, he will try other ways to persuade him. If Fu Yuanji still refuses, who knows what methods he might use to deal with him. Hopefully, his future actions will be as honest and straightforward as possible, Zhuoshi sighed. After leaving the Duke of Zhengguo's residence, she headed straight to the Fu family. The first thing she said to Fu Yuanji was to get straight to the point and explain everything clearly. Fu Yuanji's face stiffened. "He actually came to find you? Fine, I know what kind of person he is, someone without limits. Don't worry, next time I meet him, I will tell him to stop bothering you." Zhuoshi shook her head. People like him, no matter how many warnings they get, won't listen unless they give up themselves. As long as you are firm in rejecting him repeatedly, he will eventually see the reality. Fu Yuanji thought for a moment and agreed that her words made sense. He nodded. Yes, you're right. People like him, unless they decide on their own, will struggle a bit. They won't give up easily. I plan to see the Emperor tomorrow and offer the glassmaking skills. From now on, I will stand on the Emperor's side. If I can sway the Emperor in my favor, the Duke of Zhengguo won't be able to target or suppress me anymore. Zhuoshi said, "That's not necessarily true. Wait a moment. Since you are the top scholar, you will enter the Hanlin Academy, and after 3 years, you can seek an official position elsewhere. Moreover, you don't know what the relationship is between the Duke of Zhengguo's residence and the Emperor. Although the power is balanced and the Emperor will have some boundaries with him, you still need to investigate further. Don't rush in foolishly and get used by others. Even if you want to be used, you should show your abilities first, instead of foolishly giving away your things and making others laugh at your stupidity. If the Emperor has no intention of dealing with the Duke of Zhengguo, and if he doesn't recognize your abilities and stance, then offering yourself might backfire." Fu Yuanji stroked his forehead and sighed deeply. "It's because I brought out things too easily, making them seem cheap. First, I will produce the glass, then leak some news to the Emperor, build some reputation, make a lot of money, and then show my loyalty to the Emperor. This approach would be much better than directly declaring loyalty." Sigh. Working in official circles is always so complicated and roundabout. You can't be too direct. Right now, he doesn't understand the situation in the capital at all, not even how many factions there are. Going straight to the Emperor and saying such things makes him seem a bit foolish. Glass technology, although not considered high-tech, brings many conveniences that ordinary items can't provide. Once invented, it can greatly advance technology such as making telescopes and microscopes. It can also help people stay warm and improve their quality of life. The benefits are numerous. If this technology is promoted well, it will be a benefit for everyone and bring big changes across the country. Fu Yuanji said, "Don't worry, I'm not in a rush. I can take my time experimenting over these 3 years." First, I need to find suitable quartz ore for making glass, but that shouldn't be too difficult. As long as you understand that, Zhuo said. Don't worry, I will take it slow, Fu Yuanji replied. After the two women parted ways, Zhuo went home. Mom, I told you I didn't expect him to actually arrest me and talk about all this. Does it help to say these things? I'm just an unmarried fiancé. It's clear he's out of options and can't deal with Fu Yuanji, so he resorted to this. But what he did is really mean. Zhuo angrily recounted what happened earlier. Even though I think their chances of coming after you are small, you never know. I just wanted to give you a heads up. I wanted to tell you in advance so you're prepared. Wen-shi felt shocked and deeply disturbed. How did this come to involve you? She believed she should bear the mistakes she made and suffer the consequences of her own wrongdoings. At this moment, she was rambling, worried her daughter might also get caught up in it. Zhuo also laughed angrily. With his attitude, do you really not want me to write about him in a book? Even if I get it wrong, it might serve as a warning, especially for young women who are inexperienced. They could learn something from it. Zhuo said, that's fine, but don't make it too obvious. Let people figure it out on their own. Left Poet said, you can write a character similar to him, but you cannot make it obvious that you are writing about him. If someone finds out, not only will you have to stop writing, but the book might also be banned, and you could be arrested. Are you willing to risk your hard work and creativity being suppressed? Of course not, said Left Artist. She wanted to write something shocking about the Duke of Peace, but she didn't want to because if her book was banned, she wouldn't be able to produce good work or meet her readers in the future. So she needed to be careful. As Left Poet said, if it was obvious at first glance, the Duke of Peace wouldn't let her go. She wasn't like Fu Yuanji and had no connection to him. She was confident that the Duke of Peace wouldn't target her. Left Poet said, let's all stay alert after this. Regarding this matter, we are definitely on Auntie's side. Mrs. Wen said yes because he wronged Xinyangzi. No matter what he says or does, we won't change our stance. The people of the Left family reached a consensus. After Fu Yuanji returned home, he also told Mrs. Chen about the matter of Fu Zongyong finding him. Mother, I think he will try other methods in the future, but don't worry. I will never give in. When I needed things before, he didn't give me what I wanted. Now I don't need anything from him. Even if he offers it to me now, I won't accept it. And he recognized me as his son, but doesn't acknowledge you. He doesn't see you as important. I won't agree with that. Even if he rebuilds the night market and marries you back, I won't agree, because he has caused you suffering. As long as you refuse, I won't recognize him. In my eyes, he is worse than a beggar and is far less important than you in my heart. Don't worry. I will fight him to the end. Mrs. Chen was deeply moved. No need, good child. I understand everything you said. Don't let him affect your future. Develop as you wish. It's like your father is gone. As long as you refuse to acknowledge him, he can't do anything to us. But if you're willing to accept him, I have no opinion, she added. She couldn't let her child oppose Fu Zongyong because of her. The Duke of Peace's household was powerful, and with the Yi family backing them, no orphaned widow could shake their position. Nang, don't worry. I have a plan. In the end, I will live the life I want and become the person I aspire to be, Fu Yuanji said confidently. While they were discussing how to handle the situation, news about Fu Zongyong's son had already spread among the noble circles in the capital. Common people didn't know, but they were very quick to hear rumors. As soon as they caught wind of any news, they would rush to find out the truth, like cats smelling blood. Everyone knew how important information was because missing or false news could cause unnecessary trouble, which families could not tolerate. So, during the court session the next day, everyone's eyes subtly shifted toward Fu Zongyong. Usually, Fu Zongyong was very careful in his actions and words. His children were average, not outstanding, and didn't cause trouble outside. It was hard to find fault with his family or see them as a joke. Now, the problem wasn't with his family, but with Fu Zongyong himself. The onlookers wouldn't miss this rare chance. Some people, prompted by higher-ups, even submitted a report criticizing Fu Zongyong. The emperor had no particular opinion of Fu Zongyong. He was capable and obedient, but sometimes, for the sake of the family, he would oppose the emperor's orders. The emperor always kept a wary eye on military generals. Families like the Marquis of Jinghua, the Grand Marshal, and the Commander-in-Chief held most of the best soldiers in the land. The emperor only trusted the Imperial Guard and the Forbidden Army, whom he could command directly. These generals needed to be kept in check and made to fear the emperor. No royal family would allow military power to be controlled by one family without safeguards. So, when someone submitted a report criticizing Fu Zongyong, the emperor was actually quite pleased. Whether Fu Zongyong's actions were right or wrong, constantly reminding him to respect imperial authority pleased the emperor. "Minister, what's going on?" the emperor asked Fu Zongyong. Fu Zongyong was a bit confused. "Your Majesty, you know what happened. When I married Lady Yi, I already told you about my family situation. Later, when the city left with my son, I also explained that to you. I really am powerless in this matter." In truth, Fu Zongyong wanted to curse. When they needed money and supplies, why didn't they say that his marriage to Lady Yi was a remarriage, which was against the rules? He relied on his looks and his skills in battle to help stabilize the country. Now, what's happening? Are you planning to settle scores after autumn? Is that worth it? And these ministers who talk confidently without any real trouble, do you have the courage of Fu Zongyong? They often gossip about other people's private matters, acting as if their own backyard is spotless. Don't think he doesn't know that the son of the censor often sneaks out to drink. How shameless can they be? Each of them is not honest themselves, yet they dare to scrutinize others' families. At least, this matter was discussed with the emperor, and everyone agreed. Even if the emperor wanted to criticize, he wouldn't do so over this issue. Sure enough, after Fu Zongyong finished speaking, the emperor told him to stand up. "Your words are too harsh. I know about this matter, and it's not your fault." The emperor frowned, looking at the censor below. This matter will not be discussed again. He had to defend Fu Zongyong because the facts were, as the Zongyong said, they had discussed and decided on this. At that time, he especially needed Fu Zongyong to help him fight, but he couldn't provide enough supplies himself. Plus, Fu Zongyong was good-looking and had a special connection with the night market, which led to this plan. He even felt a bit guilty towards Fu Zongyong at the time. He agreed to this because, without the grain supplies from the Yi family, the battle that year would have been very difficult. That's why he later treated them so well. If he denied this, it would mean denying their contributions in the war and the rewards for the heroes. That would hurt morale. The emperor wouldn't do that. He wouldn't suppress the Duke of Zhangguo just through this. "Yes, Your Majesty," Fu Zongyong replied nervously, pretending to be clumsy as he stood up. "What will you do about your son?" the emperor asked. Fu Zongyong said, "Since he's my biological son, I want to recognize him, but he doesn't want to." He spoke honestly. He knew the emperor paid close attention to people like them, and there might even be spies sent by the emperor and his family. So he told the truth openly. Even if he didn't, Fu Yuanji would say it later. There's no need to lie about such things. "Oh, he doesn't want to? Why not? Living with you is much better than going it alone." The emperor showed interest. "He grew up with his mother, and she resents me a lot. Maybe he sees how hard his mother works and has opinions about me," Fu Zongyong explained. "Oh, then I will ask him about it properly." The emperor pretended to be interested and asked, "Has Fu Yuanji come today?" A small standing nearby replied, "No, Your Majesty. Master Xiao Swan hasn't come today. You granted them 10 days off, so they will come to court after 10 days. The emperor suddenly understood and said, "Oh, I see. When that time comes, call him into the palace, and I will ask him." Everyone in the main hall fell silent, their eyes fixed on Fu Zongyong. Their gazes were full of meaning. Some looked pleased, some envious or jealous, and others had a stern expression. Actually, the emperor didn't need to call Fu Yuanji in because he already knew Fu Yuanji's attitude toward Fu Zongyong. Since learning about their father-son relationship, he had kept a close eye on Fu Yuanji, knowing every word he said and every action he took. He was very satisfied with Fu Yuanji's firm stance of not returning to the Fu family. Fu Zongyong's sons were not very promising, quite ordinary, and his grandsons had no outstanding talents. After Fu Zongyong passed away, the prosperity of the Marquis of Zhenggua's estate would visibly fade. If Fu Yuanji wanted to inherit the estate and be trained by Fu Zongyong, the estate could remain prosperous for 100 years, at least 3 generations of wealth. If more talented people were cultivated, the power would grow even stronger. Fu Yuanji didn't want to go home, so he didn't have to worry about many things. Having a son who didn't get along with his father was a headache for Fu Zongyong. Right now, the emperor wanted to confirm whether the conflict between Fu Yuanji and Fu Zongyong was irreconcilable. If it was, he would support Fu Yuanji to oppose the Marquis of Zhenggua. Even if they ended up being family in the end, the emperor could think of other ways to suppress them. For now, he decided to proceed this way. Even if he couldn't suppress them completely, it was fine. Giving Fu Yuanji something to do was good. Anyway, Fu Zongyong was still quite loyal to him, so he could see if he could find another way to pressure him later. The emperor made up his mind, remaining calm and composed. As he listened to his officials' reports, his thoughts drifted away. The emperor's thoughts were hard to guess, but Fu Zongyong was well aware. He also planned to nurture his relationship with Fu Yuanji once he returned home, knowing that the emperor would speak ill of him in front of Fu Yuanji. But he was the emperor. What could he do? How could he influence the emperor? Fu Zongyong returned home with a heavy heart. Meanwhile, Fu Yuanji followed the small into the palace. After bowing deeply to the emperor and paying his respects, Fu Yuanji stood up at the emperor's signal. This wicked feudal society forces everyone to kneel before those of higher rank. Just thinking about it makes me uncomfortable, but since imperial power is above everything, I have to accept it and follow local customs. Rumor has it you don't want to return to the Duke of Zhenggua's residence. Why is that? The emperor asked. Because my mother was innocent and abandoned. I grew up with her, endured many hardships, and saw her suffering. I can't bear to see her suffer anymore, Fu Yuanji replied clearly. I don't need a father who is absent from my life. And your father? He also gave you life, the emperor pressed. The one who gave me life is my mother. My father has been missing from my life since I was young. To me, my mother is both mother and father. The emperor's gaze was intense. Fu Yuanji knew this was the main part of the conversation. I don't regret it. Why not? Because many things in life can be reversed, but once you walk a certain path, you can't go back. So, I have no way back. I spent nearly 20 years with my mother, enduring hardships others can't imagine, and suffering injustices no one should bear. Since we've already walked the hardest roads, and the future is smooth, why should I seek help from others? I believe I can reach the end on my own. If I give in now, all the suffering I endured before becomes meaningless. My mother's persistence over the years would be a joke. We are already seen as a joke by others. I won't let myself become unrecognizable or a true joke. His words were smooth and confident, showing clear disdain and hostility toward Fu Zongyong. The emperor was pleased but kept a calm face. Instead, he advised him, "We are all family. Why fuss so much? Your father was also forced into it back then." Fu Yuanji said, "He had his reasons, and I have my deep pain. To me, my mother is far more important than my father. He would die for his mother, but wouldn't even spend a penny for his father." The emperor nodded with satisfaction. "In that case, study hard and serve well as an official. I will have people watch over you." Fu Yuanji quickly knelt and thanked him. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I will take my leave." Fu Yuanji slowly stepped back, leaving the golden palace under the emperor's watchful gaze. As soon as he stepped outside, he felt sweat dripping down his forehead. Fu Yuanji knew that the emperor's first test of him was over, but he didn't understand what the emperor really meant. He sensed that the emperor was quite satisfied with what just happened in the wasteland. So, the emperor wanted to see him oppose Fu Zongyong. Since that was the case, he should plan carefully to walk this path more steadily and for a longer time. After returning, Fu Yuanji carefully thought about the emperor's intentions and made a plan in his mind. He was determined, but he didn't know that others were quietly watching him too. Yisha heard that he had entered the palace and angrily snapped her fingernails. That low-born person dares to meet the emperor? Doesn't that mean he's caught the emperor's attention? It seems she needs to act faster. Otherwise, it will be hard to deal with him when he faces Famine again. Unfortunately, now is not a good time to make a move. Fu Zongyong paid close attention the whole time, along with the emperor's focus. He had taken the top scholar exam and was going to join the Hanlin Academy. Being under the emperor's watch, if Yi Shi dared to make a move and got caught, she would be in trouble. Yi Shi angrily picked up her nails. I knew you little troublemaker, wouldn't behave. Go find the young master. She needed to discuss with Fu Lingji how to set a trap for Fu Yuanji. What's there to fear? Let him be strong. The breeze brushes the mountain ridge, and the moon shines over the river, Fu Yuanji said with a smile to Zhuoshi. Zhuoshi replied, "Did all right, be careful, don't mess up."
Fu Yuanzi chuckled.
Don't worry, it won't happen. He said this, but strategically, he could look down on him, yet tactically, he couldn't. I'll stay in Beijing for these years. 3 years is enough for me to learn a lot. I also plan to open a glass shop. You know my value and the profits I can bring. As soon as I release it, many eyes will be on it. When I send out this product, won't the emperor be pleased? Zhuoshi thought for a moment and suggested, I advise you not to release the glass first. Instead, try releasing soap. Compared to glass, soap's technology is much simpler and the technological impact is smaller. Plus, it's a daily necessity. Use this to test the emperor. See how he reacts when faced with benefits, and then decide whether to bring out the glass based on his response. What do you think? Fu Yuanji thought for a moment and nodded. All right, then let's start with some soap. But soap and glass are quite similar. I have plenty of things I can bring out. As a physicist with a PhD and a senior researcher at the National Institute, how could he only have 2 types of items in Zone 7? Not to mention, he could make more if he wanted to. As long as he brought out explosives, he could change the world situation. So he wasn't really worried. Just like Zhuoshi said, it's safer to test the waters with soap first. Why take such big risks? Now isn't the time for reckless actions. He decided to go back and tell the city officials about opening a shop. You're making soap, right? Is it really as good as you say?
Mrs. Chun asked.
Really, it's not that special. I just need to put some thought into it, Fu Yuanji replied. Once I make more, I might need to hire some help. If we hire help, we need to be careful not to leak the technique. Where can we find trustworthy people?
Mrs. Chun asked. No worries.
We'll make it at home first. Just us, Uncle Lu, Aunt Rong, and Lady Wen. Once we buy the materials, we can start. We're not making this just to sell for money. We want to improve people's lives and let them know about this. When production reaches a certain level and catches the emperor's attention, I'll give it to him. Of course, giving it to the emperor wouldn't be free. He would want some return.
Mrs. Chen nodded.
All right, let's do as you say. But I think we should invite some partners to join us. Even if we plan to present the formula to the emperor, there will be some time. We can make it ourselves, and even if we give it to the emperor, I believe you can keep the business going. Let's bring in 2 families to help. Working together, we'll have more influence.
Fu Yuanzi nodded.
Okay, I'll approach 2 families. The candidates were already chosen, Luo Qiu and Pei Heng. One was from the Marquis of Ningyuan's family, the other from the Ministry of Rights. Both were powerful and well-connected families. As long as they cooperated, success was assured. So Fu Yuanji stayed at home for 2 days, making a few bars of soap and scented soap. Then he went to find Luo Qiu and Pei Heng. After sharing a meal and some polite conversation, the topic gradually shifted to more serious matters. Luo Qiu and Pei Heng were both a bit excited when they received an invitation from Fu Yuanji. Their status at home was not high. Although they played the flute, they were not set to inherit the family business. Usually, they spent their time playing with cats and walking dogs. Their stubborn behavior was not appreciated by their family, so being friends with the top scholar of the current year was a way to gain respect and recognition from their family. In the end, they believed their good judgment was the key. Before the restoration project even started, they had already interacted with Fu Yuanji and built a good relationship, which led to their current connection. They thought he would be able to become good friends with Fu Yuanji. Luo Chio smiled and said, Brother Fu, congratulations. I heard you became the top scholar, then you shut yourself away and didn't come out. What wind blew you out this time? Pei Heng also smiled warmly and said, Yes, I thought you'd come to see us after a while. We were just waiting for you to come to us. Come on, eat some food. After we eat, we should stay in touch more often. They poured him wine and served him dishes. Fu Yuanji smiled and said, don't mention it. I've been busy with some matters lately and can't leave. Otherwise, I would have come to see you already. After all, I don't know many people in the capital, just you guys. Today, I came to ask for your help, even though I don't have any urgent business. Oh, what kind of help? Both men looked at him with curiosity, their eyes sharp as they tried to guess his intentions. Were they thinking he was too shy to go directly to the Duke of Jingguo? Maybe he wanted them to introduce him or pass a message or help him step down gently. Wasn't Fu Yuanji refusing to acknowledge his family roots and unwilling to return home? Had something happened that made him change his mind? Changing his mind was normal. After all, he was the legitimate son of the Duke of Zhengguo's family. Why should he struggle outside on his own? Returning home meant inheriting his father's estate, which was nothing shameful. No one would criticize him. If it were them, they would have gone back long ago, avoiding all this fuss. Why bother with all this trouble? Even if they aimed for a high official position, they wouldn't be so ambitious as to become a duke. Fu Yuanji seemed a bit embarrassed and hesitated before saying, I want to do some business. I want you two to look at whether this business can make money. If you think it's good, I'd like you to help me protect it, maybe even add a little something inside. Of course, this business is legal and there is no risk involved. I think making money from it is pretty good. Both of them were a bit confused. Luo Chio asked, What kind of business is it? He never paid attention to the family business. As long as there was enough money in the family treasury for him to eat, he didn't care. Even if he wanted to buy something fancy, he had enough dowry money to spend. He really never paid attention to the family business. Since he was the second son, his older brother would inherit the family estate. He himself was a government official with a good position. His father and older brother both worked in the government. His father was high-ranking, and his older brother was about to take over his father's role. He didn't need to stand out, so he didn't have to study hard or manage family affairs. He just relaxed and enjoyed life. Actually, he had thought about getting involved in the Li family's business, but these things were too familiar, so he wasn't interested. He preferred to focus on studying and trying to succeed. Since he wasn't naturally talented in business, he gave up on that idea. Pei Heng said, I'm not very familiar with this. You know, I am a commoner in the family and I don't manage the family's assets, so I have no experience. Brother Fu, this isn't me trying to dodge. Fu Yuanji said, It's not about you managing the business or handling the operations yourself. Just invest some money, or be a supervisor to check the accounts, and use your family's name. He spoke very straightforwardly, without any beating around the bush, which made the two others like him more. Luo Chio patted his shoulder and laughed. I see. You should have told me earlier, then I would have understood right away. All right, I'll take care of this. Just tell me what kind of business it is, and I'll see if I can make money. Pei Heng smiled. I have no problem either. Just tell me how big the business will be, and if I can benefit from it. Honestly, I'm a bit tight on money right now. I believe Brother Fu is doing this to make a profit, so he won't let us lose money, right?
Haha.
Fu Yuanji said, I'm making soap. I brought some. Take a look. He went to the door, called out, Waiter, bring a basin of hot water. The waiter responded and ran downstairs, then brought up a basin of hot water. Fu Yuanji then took out a wrapped package and pulled out a yellow, transparent, paste-like substance. He demonstrated washing his hands in front of the two, then extended his hands and asked, Look, is it washed very clean? The two people looked at his fingers carefully and nodded, saying, Not bad. They are indeed clean, but your hands were never dirty to begin with. Fu Yuanji thought for a moment, picked up a dish, poured some oil on his hand, then used soap to wash his hands thoroughly. He asked, How about now? Luo Chio was surprised. Now they're still very clean. Oh, can this thing really wash out oil stains? Pei Heng said, I didn't expect this to be so magical. It can clean so much oil at once. This is a good thing, Brother Fu. He seemed to see a lot of silver coins falling into his pocket. Brother Fu, this is a big business. If we do it well, we can make a lot of money. Fu Yuanji thought for a moment, then took out a handkerchief from his pocket, dabbed it on the oil stain, washed it in water with soap, and then spread the clean handkerchief in front of the two men. He said, this thing can not only be used to wash hands but also to wash clothes. It's especially good at removing oil stains and dirt. So, I think this business can work. What do you think? Pei Heng was very excited. Yes, that's great. Brother Fu, you thought of this business. I'm really happy. Aren't I taking advantage of you? How much startup capital do you need? How many people do you want? I can find everyone you need. Seeing Pei Heng so excited, Luo Qiu was also very happy. Although he didn't like managing chores and wasn't good at economics, he had good judgment. This was clearly a profitable deal. People were coming to him, wanting to cooperate. Why should he pass up? Luo Qiu said, yes, Brother Fu, just tell us how to work together. Fu Yuanji said, I'll provide the money, the silver, and the manpower. You just tell me what you think and give some suggestions. He thought for a moment and added, all right, I'll put in 1,000 taels of silver as capital. You two each put in 500 taels. I'll find people for management, operations, and technical work. You each act as a shopkeeper, helping with bookkeeping and watching sales. I'll take 60%, and you two will each get 20%. How does that sound? Luo Qiu agreed immediately. Okay, I'll put in 500 taels and also find a shopkeeper for you. If you have other needs, just tell me. I can find workers, shopkeepers, and invest money. Pei Heng nodded as well. I have no objections. Brother Fu's plan is very generous to us. As Luo Qiu said, they had already contributed everything, technology, location, connections. Fu Yuanji had all of that. I'm not concerned about the 1,000 taels of silver between him and Luo Qiu. Mainly, I value their family behind them. In their circle, relationships are based on mutual benefit. The profit from this deal is enough to make their powerful family take notice. I can sense that once this business is successful, it could become a nationwide venture, possibly with even greater influence. Fu Yuanji smiled and said, thank you both, my brothers. You've helped me this time, and I'll remember this favor. When I have the chance, I'll return it. Within my ability, I'll do my best to help you. Just ask, and I'll see what I can do. The two men were very happy, not expecting such a big reward from this trip. They not only made a safe and profitable deal but also gained a favor from Fu Yuanji. Although Fu Yuanji promised to help them within his ability in the future, they all knew that he wasn't taking advantage of them. Actually, he was helping them. They understood that this favor from Fu Yuanji wasn't enough to ask for too much, so they planned to keep it for the right moment, hoping to get some proper benefits for themselves and their family. Thanks, Brother Fu. I'll remember your words. I'll definitely come to you in the future, Luo Qiu said firmly, matching his straightforward personality. Pei Heng's tone was more sincere, fitting his gentle and refined nature. All right, don't make it sound like I've done something extraordinary. With my abilities, what can I really help you with? Just listen to me, Fu Yuanji said, feeling a bit amused by their serious expressions. He was starting to regret how seriously they took it, feeling a bit cold inside. Luo Qiu said, no way, how can we just forget about this? You've said it, so you shouldn't take back your words. Pei Heng smiled and said, once words are spoken, like water spilled, it's done. That's the rule of a gentleman. What's said can't be taken back. You can't take it back now. Fu Yuanji laughed and said, all right, I got it. You guys are really something. Are you really from the Marquis residence? Or from the family of the Minister of Rights? Haha, why not? Are we from the Marquis residence? Or from the Minister of Rights family? Can we really represent the Minister of Rights family? Or the Marquis residence? We are nothing special, just a second-generation heir who lives comfortably at home, not capable of making a big difference. So, we must hold on to your support tightly. You can't forget about us as friends. Fu Yuanji listened with a serious face and gave a thumbs up. In self-deprecating skills, You two are the best.
Hihi.
They enjoyed a meal together, and after finishing their business matters, Hai also signed a contract. Back home, Fu Yuanji began preparing by buying all the raw materials needed. He then gathered his family and the Luo family to make soap. Making soap is actually quite simple. This time, they made high porcelain white soap, using 10 g of wheat germ oil, 20 g of shea butter, 20 g of beeswax, 100 g of tea seed oil, and 100 g of sweet almond oil. They also used 72 g of sodium hydroxide, 108 milliliters of pure water, and 2 g of high porcelain clay. First, they mixed sodium hydroxide with water to make a lye solution, heated it to 50 degrees Celsius, stirred for 10 minutes, let it sit for 5 minutes, and repeated until oil and water separated. Then, they stirred the soap mixture for 10 minutes, heated it in a water bath for saponification, added the ingredients, poured it into molds, and let it set. After half a month, it would be ready to use. Adding high porcelain clay helps deeply clean the skin, restore smoothness and elasticity, and whiten the skin. So this soap can be used not only for washing clothes but also for face cleaning. Since the method was clear and there was guidance from someone experienced, everyone got the hang of it after a few tries. With the right tools, they could also increase production. After a busy month of production, their shop finally opened. The shop's name was simple, Soap Shop. On the opening day, Fu Yuanji specially invited Luo Qiu and Pei Heng. These two young men brought a group of people, which increased the shop's popularity and helped sell some soap within their circle. This soap is pretty good, not expensive, and really effective. Yeah. The cheapest soap costs only 200 coins. A bit more expensive ones are 300 or 500 coins, and the fancy scented soap costs 800 coins per tael of silver. They even have pretty carvings on top. Who would want to use it? A bar of soap weighs about half a jin. I use it for laundry at home, and it lasts a long time. Even ordinary folks can afford it. It's really a good thing. I heard the production isn't much, so let's buy quickly. If we're late, others will buy it all. On the first day of opening, they achieved a great start, selling many items. Fortunately, the stock at home was transported in trucks directly to the warehouse in the shop, saving the trouble of delivering goods later. The soap shop quickly became known in Kyoto because soap is a daily necessity used for laundry, related to clothing, food, housing, and transportation. Since it's an essential item, news spread fast among common people and also gained recognition among the upper class, attracting attention from all sides. Everyone wanted a share of this business. When they heard that Fu Yuanji, Luo Qiu, and Pei Heng were working together, some hesitated. This business is good and can make a lot of money if we take it, but it also brings many problems. I don't know how Duke Zheng and others might deal with us. Forget it, I can't afford this risk. I'm not ready to die yet. Maybe we should try to get involved, see how they make this stuff. But if I ask, they probably won't tell. If I were them, I wouldn't say. Maybe we can work with them and open more shops elsewhere. Because of the backgrounds of the three, everyone interested in this business only wanted to join, not to steal the products. During this time, many people came to visit them. Luo Qiu felt more popular than ever. One person after another came to ask him how to invest in the business. What could he say? He was already taking advantage of others, so how could he ask others to join him? This matter was ultimately up to Fu Yuanji. He couldn't make the decisions himself, but others didn't believe he couldn't. People kept coming, and he could only reject those he could. For those he couldn't refuse, he decided to use the old trick of leave and seek help, going to find his father to help him. Luo Qiu knew very well that even if he told the truth, it wouldn't solve the problem. So why bother being honest and damaging his reputation? Anyway, this matter would eventually be settled at Fuyuan village. He would just support the alliance for now, protect his own interests, and pretend to be important. What's wrong with that? Ning Yuanho was surprised by the visitors this morning. When did his son get involved in such a big matter? After dismissing these visitors, Ning Yuanho called Luo Qiu and asked, "Tell me what's really going on?" Luo Qiu explained everything. The Marquis of Ningyuan understood. So, actually you also benefited from this and don't know how it was made, just enjoying 2 rounds of profit? Luo Chio nodded. Yes, father. Who asked your son to have good judgment and make friends early? Seeing your pride, the Marquis of Ningyuan rolled his eyes. It's just luck, like a cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. But since luck is on my side, I must seize the opportunity. Don't act stubbornly with others, or you'll end up being disliked. Luo Chio grinned and replied, Father, what are you saying? Am I really that useless?
You underestimate me.
The Marquis of Ningyuan said irritably, It's not that I underestimate you. I just know you too well. With his son's personality, difficult and picky, it's a wonder he has friends. Usually, they are acquaintances from official circles, or else no one would want to tolerate his bad temper. Got it, father. Don't worry, Luo Chio said. All right, go now, the Marquis of Ningyuan said. Money is important to their family, but not as much as other things. What the Marquis values is the future benefits from his son's good relationship with Fu Yuanji. If Fu Yuanji truly becomes successful, it will be a help to their household. Everyone understands this logic. It looks like his son has a good relationship with Fu Yuanji, beneficial connections, and shared character. Such relationships are long-lasting and steady. Everyone knows this. The soap business flourished quickly, spreading throughout the capital and beyond. At this moment, Fu Yuanji, close to Huangshang, planned to present this product to the emperor. Your Majesty, this business was a joint effort by me, Luo Chio from the Marquis of Ningyuan's household, and Pei Heng, the son of the Minister of Rights. They each have 2 layers of dried fruit, and I took 6 parts. I will give 5 parts to your Majesty, and am willing to share the soap-making recipe. I only ask that your Majesty allows me to leave the capital smoothly in 3 years, after I have achieved some success, and to be promoted or transferred as appropriate. Your Majesty, you also know my relationship with the Duke of Zhangguo's household. The Duke once said I can't achieve anything on my own. My future depends on the Duke's support.
But I don't want that.
I want to rely on my own ability. Even if I live a simple, ordinary life, I refuse to have any ties with the Duke of Zhangguo. I refuse to believe it. I insist that with my own skills, I must follow a path that others have planned for me. Please, see my sincerity and pity me a little. Help me just this once. When the emperor first heard his words, he was initially unhappy. But as he listened more, he gradually felt more at ease, and by the end, he was even more pleased. Why is Fu Yuanji so funny when he speaks? A grown man talking so down-to-earth, shameless, yet claiming to be sincere and pitiful. Look at all these adjectives. How can he say such things with a straight face? He's never seen someone so shameless. Seeing that the emperor was silent, Fu Yuanji felt a bit nervous. But since he had already spoken, he could only go all out. The emperor hadn't stopped him, and he didn't look angry, so he thought he did a good job. Your Majesty, you don't know how hard my life used to be. I used to wake up earlier than a rooster, work harder than a cow, and sleep later than a dog. My mother worked from dawn to dusk to raise me. I followed her, exhausted like a spinning top, constantly turning. I just wanted to study well and work hard to make a better life for us. My mother suffered so much. You don't know. She once begged for food with me, went 3 days hungry, almost starving to death. Sometimes, we even encountered villains who robbed us. The little food we managed to get was often beaten away. I didn't have a single good patch of skin on me back then. The emperor was moved. He knew how hard it was during wartime. He had fought in battles himself. He had endured all kinds of hardships and fatigue. But no matter how tough or tiring, he had never gone hungry or been skinned alive. So that mother and son truly suffered a lot. The emperor's gaze softened considerably as he looked at Fu Yuanji. Fu Yuanji continued, I was also caught and targeted. You don't know, I was only 12 or 13 then. I had been studying since I was little, but I was weak and frail. What could a child that age do? I was beaten unconscious and nearly died. If it weren't for meeting my future mother-in-law, I might have died on the road. At that time, I wondered, if I had grown up with my father, would I be living a different life? Unfortunately, I didn't. I had already died once. Since then, I refused to let myself be weak. I learned to hunt and to kill. Back then, King Jing'an judged that Lan's Hao was about to attack. I led the villagers on the road, reducing the number of rebels. That's when I realized how hard it is to stay alive. I want to keep living. I don't want to be held back by some strange reasons that block my fate. If it's my fault that I can't live a good life, I accept it. But if it's not my fault and people still blame me, making me timid and submissive, begging for mercy, I'm sorry, I can't do that. If that's the case, I'd rather go home and farm. Your Majesty, you are the wisest person in the world. You care about the people deeply. You wouldn't watch a passionate young man like me, full of energy and concern, get caught up in meaningless disputes, would you? Your Majesty, you don't know, when I first saw you, I felt very close to you. I thought you were as kind as my father. I never met my father when I was young, but I always thought he should be like you. But it turns out he's very different. He's not a good person. I often wish I had a father who could save me from trouble and not let me be overlooked because of unfair judgments. Now my wish has come true. You are the emperor, the father of all the people. If I have a father, it can only be you. As for the Duke of Zhen, he can stay wherever he likes. Finally, the emperor couldn't hold back and chuckled softly. What nonsense are you talking about? Although it sounded like a scolding, there was no anger in his tone. The emperor felt very pleased and happy. Thinking about Fu Yuan's words calling him his real father and recalling what he said about himself, he felt very proud. This child is so good at talking. Why is he so honest? The emperor has met many people who can't flatter well and try to please him with sweet words. But no one has ever spoken as refreshingly and elegantly as Fu Yuan, humbling himself to say such flattering words in such a gentle and beautiful way. Flattering isn't scary. What's important is that it's so creative. Listen to how he criticizes his father, the Duke of Zhen, how confident and straightforward he is, how sharp his words are. His descriptions and expressions are so simple, yet so striking that they leave the emperor stunned. In short, the emperor has never seen anyone brave enough to break their limits and mock his father while praising him. Maybe because he rarely sees such boldness, the emperor was so flattered he almost floated. He almost couldn't hold back a laugh, quickly straightened his face, and suppressed his emotions. Your father wasn't easy back then. This matter was agreed upon. Why do you say you're dissatisfied with our decision?
No.
Fu Yuanji quickly shook his head, trembling with fear, and said, What you said, I can't believe I thought that way. Members can only move quickly, but they must not leave such an impression on His Majesty. What he said was actually meant to show his loyalty to the emperor, to express his sincere heart, and to leave a good impression of honesty and strong character. It was not meant to express dissatisfaction with the emperor. Even if he was dissatisfied, he shouldn't show it in front of him. The emperor is very suspicious by nature. Yes, everyone needs to be tested repeatedly, constantly checking his true intentions and probing him. He has such a big heart that he dares to reveal his true thoughts in front of the wedding ceremony, making it clear what he really thinks, risking his life or risking being stripped of his dignity. Fu Yuanji said, Your Majesty, I don't know the full truth about what happened back then. If he was pressured in the group and decided to go to the night market to help the common people and let them live peaceful, stable lives, I think that was right. But he was wrong to ignore his wife and parents at home. As the saying goes, Zhou Kang's wife does not leave her husband's side, and my mother had no food to eat. She did nothing wrong. She carefully buried his parents like a delicate phoenix, and she raised me with great effort. When I found him, he didn't even explain himself. Even in war, if you're a person, sending back information or a letter shouldn't be so difficult. My mother was able to find him through careful effort. He's a great general. Can't he safely send a letter back? This kind of attitude, disliking you but still asking you to do things for him, is very ugly. As a person, you should honestly express what you want. Use your ability to fight for it, not use such tricks to manipulate others. Behaving like two-faced people is especially disgusting. As the saying goes, a loyal minister does not serve two masters, and a woman does not marry two husbands. I don't believe that when one side of a relationship or marriage changes, one must keep a promise and look at each other until death. But if there are other thoughts, and they still use the other person, climbing high and then stepping on them when they return, that's too much. I think this is excessive. It's not the behavior of a gentleman. People like that, whether as soldiers or husbands, make others feel insecure because you never know what benefit they will pursue next or whether they will abandon you for someone else. Of course, the loyalty of the Duke of Zhenghua to His Majesty and his compassion for us and our son are completely different. After all, we are so insignificant. A bright and promising future is something everyone knows how to choose, so I understand his decision. However, as the party whose interests were harmed, I cannot forgive him. He spoke calmly and rationally, clearly presenting his thoughts to the emperor. The emperor was pleased with his honesty. Having a subordinate willing to speak openly and share their true feelings made him feel very secure. That's the right word. The emperor was very satisfied and smiled at Fu Yuanji, saying, "You are quite honest. You say what you want directly. I like people like you. Pure in heart, without many questions or doubts. I already know your situation. You may go now."
Fu Yuanzi.
He understood the message, go now, but was it a yes or no? He disliked this vague talk that led to false hopes. The emperor's words weren't so simple. Did he really agree? Or did he not? The emperor never explicitly said yes. If you think he agreed and go to ask him later, he might just say, "Did I agree?" and leave you speechless, blocking all your options. So Fu Yuanji didn't want to suffer such a silent loss. He asked directly, "Your Majesty, have you agreed to me?" When everything is out in the open, it's wise to be cautious, especially when facing the emperor. Better to clarify clearly, even if it costs you. The emperor's smile faded. "Isn't it obvious? You agreed?" Fu Yuanji's face lit up with joy, like a bright lotus after rain or a glowing night scene. Beautiful and captivating, so much so that even the emperor couldn't help but glance away.
Go now."
Having received the emperor's approval, Fu Yuanji happily responded, "Thank you, Your Majesty." He then happily left the Golden Palace. Back home, Fu Yuanji told Luo Qiu and Pei Heng about today's audience. Although he had given away his shares during the audience, which had nothing to do with Luo Qiu, Pei Heng, or their families, once something involves the emperor, it becomes a big matter. He hadn't discussed this with them before the meeting because he had his own purpose. But now that his goal was achieved, he needed to explain everything clearly. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. When he explained everything, Luo Qiu and Pei Heng were both stunned. Luo Qiu said, "Brother Fu, I didn't expect this. I need to go back and talk to my father." Pei Heng Dao said, "I also need to go home and talk to my father." The two of them left the elegant private room at Juxiangzai before even warming their seats, rushing home like they were on fire, full of urgency and without hesitation. It's understandable they took this matter seriously. After all, they couldn't handle it themselves. Originally, they only intended to take a small share and make some quick money from it. Now, the emperor has taken over the business, and even Fu Yuanji plans to take only a 10% profit. They haven't invested much, so why claim 2/10 each? If they didn't show their concern about how the emperor might view their families, it would be a mess. After returning home, they told their family about the situation, and everyone became anxious. Ning Yuan Marquis said, "Since that's the case, let's just keep a 10% share and give away the rest.
We should do more to help.
Also, we need to ask the underground contacts what they think." "All right, you don't need to worry about this anymore. Leave it to me." The Minister of Rights also said, "I'll discuss this with Marquis Ning Yuan. You don't need to worry." Relieved of this burden, both of them felt much lighter. The development of this matter was no longer their concern. From then on, they returned to their carefree, lively lifestyles, enjoying their days as usual. However, both of them felt quite frustrated, especially Pei Heng. He thought, "I believed that making this business would earn me a lot of money, enough for me to control. But now, after handing everything over to the family, it feels like I have nothing to do with it." Luo Qiu smiled and said, "Does your family not give you money to spend? This business can make a lot of money, so they probably won't restrict your expenses." Pei Heng chuckled. "Actually, it's better than before, but now the situation is changed. I'm worried that the allowances for my family might be reduced. Luo Chio looked at him with sympathy and said, just ask for a little more. It shouldn't be worse than before. Did your father not allocate some resources to you? Pei Heng smiled and said, it's a bit more than before, but I finally felt like I was about to turn things around. Now, with this setback, I really am a bit worried. As for the people in the capital, they are very ambitious. For someone like Pei Heng, a commoner son, there are plenty of opportunities. Many want to connect with powerful legitimate heirs. Even someone like Luo Chio, who is carefree and unruly, has countless people vying to flatter him, so Pei Heng doesn't have a chance to get close. Pei Heng is very lucky, and he is also quite talented. He once saved Luo Chio, who had been beaten in a fight and fell to the ground. Since then, he became Luo Chio's loyal fan and assistant. From then on, they became very good friends. Jiao is close to Meng, and Meng is close to Jiao. Now, they both want to become friends with Fu Yuanji. It looks like they are ready to take a ride with the wind, and both families support their plan to befriend Fu Yuanji. First, Fu Yuanji comes from a good family background, even though he has acknowledged his ancestors. Second, Fu Yuanji is very talented and has caught the emperor's attention. Third, Fu Yuanji has good judgment and strong overall skills. Whether in economics or handling affairs, he is quite capable. This is clear from how he entered the Hanlin Academy and faced constant opposition from colleagues, yet he managed to stand firm and even achieved success. It shows he is not an ordinary person. Fu Yuanji is determined to serve well in the Hanlin Academy and has prepared for an official transfer to a different position. He has thought about both his ideas and practical steps. For example, his first step for a transfer is to find a map of Dai, checking all possible locations where he might be sent. He gathered this information from Luo Chio, Pei Heng, and others. Besides them, he also consulted colleagues from the Hanlin Academy and some well-informed people in the capital, using various channels to gather information from all sides. Not only him, but also Zhuosher has been quietly paying attention to these matters. Zhuosher's business is growing bigger. Besides his initial shop, he opened a tavern and sold salted vegetables, pickles, and dried foods. He also started a courier service and a trading caravan. His protectors traveled across the country, leaving the capital one by one, transporting goods via water routes from north to south, laying the foundation of his business empire. While expanding his business, he also gathered valuable information from different places. By the end of the 3-year period, Fu Yuanji had identified several suitable locations for his transfer. At the same time, Zhang Chaoyi, a jinshi who entered the Hanlin Academy with Fu Yuanji and Song Yawen, along with other junior scholars, also began looking for opportunities to be sent to good places. Brother Fu, do you have any plans? Where do you want to be sent? During court sessions, Song Yawen quietly asked Fu Yuanji. Fu Yuanji smiled and said, I am still gathering information. There's no rush. I don't know where I will be assigned. Wherever I go, that's where I'll be. Where would Song Yawen believe it? Not to mention anything else, but about his status. Did the Duke of Zhengguo not arrange something? Brother Fu, if you have a good place to go, please do let me know. We are from the same hometown. Although I can't compete with you in many ways, I can at least try to help figure things out. Brother Song, you're too polite. Where do you want to go?
Fu Yuanzi asked.
Honestly, I think anywhere is fine as long as it's not too dangerous. Song Yawen nodded. He felt helpless. Over the past few years, he had been working hard to get close to Fu Yuanji at the Hanlin Academy, hoping to build a good relationship. But Fu Yuanji always remained indifferent, making Song feel like a sycophant who was failing. Now, seeing Fu Yuanji's distant and neutral attitude toward him, Song knew his plans were probably doomed. Fu Yuanji wouldn't help him. He would have to rely on himself. He could only say yes, yes. I hope we both have good luck and get assigned to a good place. That's right. With the Emperor's favor, wherever we are assigned is fine, Fu Yuanji replied. In half a month, we will set out. But before we go, I want to invite Brother Song to a wedding banquet. Song Yawen cupped his hands and smiled. Congratulations. Brother Fu is finally getting married. 3 years ago, Fu Yuanji was 19. In ancient times, at this age, A man was usually already married. But because Zhuo hadn't come of age yet and the Duke of Zheng was family opposed it, he had been advised to find a noble girl to marry. Fu Yuanji ignored this and focused on his career. Now, as they prepared to go away, possibly for 3 or 5 years without returning, he decided to take Zhuo with him to start his new position. 2 years ago, Zhuo married into a scholarly family in Huai Lane, a neighbor. Her husband was an umbu, a young candidate who hadn't yet passed the imperial exam. Zhuo was very happy with her marriage. Her husband's family was well off, and his character was good. Although he hadn't achieved much yet, life was comfortable. He was gentle, and his mother-in-law treated her well. The key was that her mother-in-law was also a book lover who held her in high regard and never mistreated her. 6 months after marrying, Zhuo became pregnant and gave birth to a chubby baby boy. The Yin family was even more pleased with her. A year ago, Zhuo was also engaged. Her fiancé was a young military officer from a noble family. It is said that the engagement happened because Zhuo was robbed of her purse when she went out, and a heroic person saved her. Over time, they grew fond of each other, met with their parents, and gradually developed a relationship. Eventually, they decided to marry. Her fiancé, who is also the future brother-in-law of Zhuo, was thus chosen. Her fiancé's name is Shantao. He is a kind-hearted, justice-loving man, the youngest son in his family. He was well cared for by his father and brother since childhood. He is simple-minded, with no tricky thoughts, and is dedicated to practicing martial arts, which he has become quite skilled at. Their wedding is scheduled for next spring. This spring, Zhuo is getting married to Fu Yuan. As for Zhujiang, he is still young. His marriage will only be arranged after he passes the imperial exam and becomes a successful scholar. The dowry for the wedding has already been prepared. Over the years, Zhuo has expanded his business, acquiring various properties in the capital, farms, shops, fields, and more. He bought countless assets. Although he registered the shops under the names of Aunt Rome and Lu Sheng during business dealings, the land and farms were directly registered in Zhuo's name. When Zhuo got married, she brought a splendid dowry that greatly surprised the Yin family. It is said that Zhuo earned a lot of money from writing stories, which she used to buy land and farms, and also acquired a few shops. Besides her own savings, the Wen family and Zhuo also contributed, along with the bride price from the Yin family. When she married, the visible possessions were enough to impress others. When the two families agreed on the marriage, everyone said that the Yin family was trying to climb higher by marrying into the Zhuo family. Although Zhuo was also a scholar and performed well in the academy, and there was also the marriage with Fu family, many believed that the Yin family only wanted to connect with the Fu family through this alliance. Some thought that the Yin family was blindly ambitious, taking a complicated and cautious route. Most people thought they couldn't get the grapes, so they said the grapes were sour. They believed that families like theirs, able to marry a scholar from a reputable family, had truly prospered. Many people looked forward to Zhuo's marriage, hoping that her new family would mistreat her, especially if the Fu family ignored the Yin family, causing their plans to fail. They hoped Zhuo would suffer and be forced to leave her husband. Without saying much, marrying into such a farming family is mismatched. The bride's background is quite poor, and she will suffer in terms of dowry as well. Zhuo's dowry definitely can't compare, and everyone is waiting for her wedding day to mock her with her modest dowry. But instead of causing trouble, they only feel more jealous. The dowry, full of 10 miles of red decorations, shows wealth. You say this is a farming family with little money? That's funny. Even the daughter of a regular official wouldn't have such a grand dowry. And Jia laughs happily, thinking her daughter-in-law is truly worth it. People are waiting to see her married and struggling, thinking they can laugh at her later. But after she marries, she and her husband are loving, and the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law get along well. Soon, they have a chubby little boy, which makes everyone even more jealous. So, these people think, okay, your eldest daughter married well. She is a famous novelist who earned a lot from her stories. But what about your second daughter? Her second daughter married a young nobleman from a noble family, so her dowry must be even more impressive. Otherwise, the noble family wouldn't agree. Although this young nobleman hasn't officially recognized his family roots, that will happen sooner or later. But instead of that, everyone hears news that Zwisher's business empire is expanding rapidly. People are furious. They didn't expect that even without official recognition or a formal engagement with a noble lady, he married such a productive woman. It's frustrating to see how some people are so talented and lucky, grabbing opportunities easily. Are they giving others a chance? In fact, Zwisher's business success is largely thanks to others' help. Most of it comes from the support of the Duke of Zhen. Because she is engaged to Fu Yuanji, everyone knows Fu Yuanji is the Duke's son. So when Zwisher does business, people don't use sneaky tricks or force to deal with her. They don't rely on power or status to dominate or take things by force. Although she benefits from this, Zwisher doesn't plan to repay. The reason is simple. She feels that the Duke of Zhen has indirectly taken responsibility for her, but she is happy about it. Back then, he used Qinshi to support his parents and care for them in old age, and even used her to bury his only son. He didn't take any real responsibility. Since he could use Qinshi, why can't Fu Yuanji use his own status? Ultimately, everything has cause and effect. As the fiancé who benefited from Fu Yuan's influence, Zwisher is very pleased with this situation. Actually, the conflict between her and Fu Yuan is not between themselves, but caused by external difficulties and disagreements. Because they are both travelers from another world and have shared hardships, they naturally come together as a couple, united with one heart, their strength unbreakable. Her happiness is Fu Yuan's happiness, and Fu Yuan's happiness is hers. Working together, they will surely have a bright future. Even though the current country is very powerful, beneath this strength lies the truth that they have no successors and limited future potential. As long as they are not killed outright or murdered, they can quietly climb to success and live the life they want. Zwisher looks at the wedding dress in front of her and thinks it is very beautiful. When she wears it, she feels very happy. With the perfect makeup, she looks like a beautiful fairy today. Unfortunately, the gold and jade jewelry on her head is too heavy. The phoenix crown and bridal robes are not easy for ordinary people to wear. Indeed, beautiful things are often uncomfortable. Her only hope now is to sit in the sedan chair, quickly finish the wedding rituals, and then rest peacefully in bed. Inside the sedan, Zwisher listens to the lively music and the chatter of the crowd outside, feeling her head about to burst. Removing the phoenix crown and bridal robes, she thinks there will be a deep mark on her forehead from the tight headpiece. Even if she only marries once in her life, she feels that such formalities are somewhat cumbersome. But despite the fuss, she remains quite calm. The sedan procession went around Huai Tree Lane, then along the nearby street for a long time before arriving at the Fu family's house. Because the two families live very close, if they left from Zhua's house directly to Fu's house, the dowry would be hard to carry out. So they took a detour around the street, and only after a long time did over 100 pieces of dowry gradually come out of the house, making everyone's eyes light up. Sure enough, a 10-mile wedding procession. Zhua's family is impressive. I wonder where they got so much money.
Exactly.
I heard she's an orphan with only her mother. How can she be so powerful and earn so much money? If my daughter's wedding had even a few dozen dowry items, I'd wake up laughing. Hey you, do you even know what you're talking about? Your daughter wants dozens of dowry items, but I don't think you can even afford 100 taels of silver. Please stop, don't say anything more, don't hurt my feelings. Can't I just think quietly? You should think carefully about your feelings, don't daydream. Seeing the two almost start arguing, someone nearby quickly reminded them, all right, hurry up. The money is being thrown ahead. Stop arguing and go pick up the money. Everyone hurriedly looked down and bent to pick up the money from the ground. Many people who came to watch the event were happily watching the wedding procession go forward. Some people sitting in a restaurant, looking out the window, were discussing quietly. Do you think the Duke of Zhenguo will come? Probably not. Don't joke. If he dares to show up, they will surely turn him away. I think Fu Yuanji is really something. Causing such a big fuss, not worried about others interfering. He's his own flesh and blood, yet his father ignores him completely. This kind of person won't get far in official circles. What do you know? Before judging others, you should understand their hardships. If you were abandoned as a child, your mother, and you would be unnecessary too. You might turn out like him. If you're different, it shows this person is very cunning. Even willing to abandon his own mother, erase all past suffering. How deep do you think his scheming runs? A real man shouldn't fuss over so much. Besides, he's trying to make amends. What good is making amends? Growing up like a dog for nearly 20 years. Can you stay calm? Enough, enough. Don't say more. It's not our place to judge how others choose.
I think Fu Yuanji is the best.
This way, he keeps his reputation clear and shows strength of character, and he gains benefits too. No matter what, the Duke of Zhenguo won't ignore him. As long as he is firm and gains most people's support, in the end, the Chinese martial arts will perform a play about father and son, with a big sacrifice. When they finally reconcile and recognize their kinship smoothly, there will be no hidden dangers. Hee brother, you're right. I hadn't thought of that move. Anyone in official circles knows a few tricks. Luo sure didn't know what others were discussing as the sedan moved forward. Even if he did, he wouldn't care. He sat in the sedan, walking step by step to the wealthy family. Under the arrangement of the master of ceremonies, he listened as people shouted. First, bow to heaven and earth. Second, bow to the elders. Couple bows. He lowered his head and then raised it again, feeling his neck almost stiffening. Finally, I heard someone say the ceremony is complete and the bride is being taken to the bridal chamber. With the help of the matchmaker, she entered the room, sat down heavily, and then collapsed onto the bed. She felt her whole head become lighter.
Oh, dear, miss.
The groom hasn't arrived yet. Let me check on you first. No, how can you just lie down? Quickly, sit up and wait for the groom to come. Red-clad girl called her from beside, but Zhuoshe ignored her. She couldn't sit up at all. If she tried, her neck would hurt. Oh, miss, you really can't lie down. If someone sees you lying here, what will they think? Zhuoshe waved dismissively. It's okay. Let me rest for a bit. If I don't lie down now, my neck will hurt. I'm tired and hungry, and I need to rest.
How can I go on like this?
Anyway, the groom is busy entertaining many guests up front. He won't come in for a while. It's fine. You can go out first. Let me rest a little. Zhuoshe wanted to send red-clad girl away because she was so noisy and loud that she couldn't rest peacefully. Seeing her unbothered attitude, as if she wasn't afraid of hot water, red-clad girl knew she couldn't argue. She could only advise nearby, miss, you should rest a little, but you must get up before the groom comes in and lifts your veil. You can't just lie here, understand? That's bad luck. Zhuoshe nodded. Got it, got it. Don't worry. Just go outside and keep watch. When someone arrives, you can help me get up. If it weren't for wanting a good omen, she would have already lifted her veil, changed her clothes, and gone to sleep. Why lie in bed dressed up? Red-clad girl thought about it. Although she felt it wasn't proper according to the rules, it was a good idea for the girl to rest a bit. Still, she wondered, does the miss really look that tired? She was a bit suspicious. Ahead, Fu Yuanji was being surrounded by guests, pouring drinks at table after table. Everyone was happy, saying lots of lucky words such as, may you have a happy marriage and have children soon. Love each other forever. Harmony like the strings and the zither. Grow old together, like phoenixes in harmony.
And so on.
Some lively young men came over to toast him, insisting he drink. Refusing wasn't an option. It wasn't just anyone. Fu Yuanji had also finished drinking with the sons of the Marquis of the State. His half-brother, Fu Linji, who shared the same father but different mothers, came with a large group, all to toast him one after another. There were about 20 people, each drinking a glass, totaling over 20 glasses. They finished a large pot of wine. If he kept drinking, he would have to lie down for the night. Luo Qiu and Pei Heng tried to stop him from drinking but couldn't. Luo Qiu, a bit tipsy, pointed at Fu Linji and said, Young Master Fu, enough now. You're causing trouble at someone else's celebration. One drink per person isn't a big deal. What do you think this is? Hurry up and step aside. Don't make things difficult for others. Come back another day. Fu Lingji pretended to be innocent and raised an eyebrow. Oh, celebrating a happy day with a couple of drinks isn't causing trouble? You're overreacting. Luo Chio sneered. If you're making things hard for others, you know it yourself. Be careful, or I might lose my temper. Don't think I won't be rude to you. Don't treat me like a fool. Hey, you're talking like that, Fu Lingji said, pretending to feel wronged. Pei Heng quickly stepped in to mediate. All right, everyone stop talking. Yuanji, you should go back now.
Don't worry about this.
Fu Yuanji listened but said nothing. He bowed to everyone and said, enjoy your food and drinks.
I'll take my leave now.
Good, go ahead. Hurry up. The bride is waiting anxiously. Everyone smiled kindly, but Fu Yuanji ignored them and hurried inside. Today wasn't just any day, it was his big day. He wouldn't cause trouble with these people. He planned to teach Fu Lingji and the others a lesson later, so they would know how to behave. They all behaved badly and didn't act like decent people. No wonder they were unsuccessful. Even though they were sons of the Duke of Zhengguo's family, they looked so strange, like odd fruits and vegetables. People of the same level didn't want to associate with them. No one believed in their future. Though they appeared polite, that politeness was actually distant, dismissive, and untrusting. They were proud of themselves, unaware of others' true intentions, and thought everyone admired them because they were sons of the Duke of Zhenghua. No wonder Fu Zongyong wanted to bring Fu Yuanji back home. If he had such a son, he would worry too. He had worked hard to build his empire, and it hadn't been long since he became wealthy. Now his family business was at risk of falling apart because of his son. He could only hold on until he died. Fu Zongyong was not ready to give up.
Ah, Fu Yuanji's neared again.
It seems I don't need much effort to make you all fall apart. Compared to them, he had a clear advantage. He wasn't in a rush. A revenge by a gentleman could wait 10 years. After he finished speaking, he adjusted his mood and went into the house. The woman in red outside saw him and quickly ran inside to remind Zhuosher, Miss, wake up quickly. The young master is awake. Sit up quickly. Under the red-clad woman's tugging, Zhuosher sat up. Then she heard Fu Yuanji instruct the woman in red to leave, followed by the sound of clear footsteps approaching her. Suddenly, her veil was lifted. Feeling a bright light in front of her, Zhuosher closed her eyes uncomfortably. You're back, she said. Is everything outside okay? Yes, everything is fine now. You can rest, Fu Yuanji replied. You've waited a long time. Are you hungry? Zhuosher nodded. Yes, I am a bit hungry. Later, have Hong Yi bring some food. All right, let's first drink a toast, then eat, Fu Yuanji said. Someone drank the toast, then poured fresh juice, and used scissors to cut a lock of hair from each of them, placing it in a black lacquered box. Right after drinking the toast, Zhuosher removed her heavy headpiece, feeling a wave of sadness. She then ordered the maid outside to bring water for a bath. She lay on the bed to rest, feeling drowsy, and suddenly sensed someone beside her. This was expected. She became somewhat alert. Just now, she didn't feel anything unusual because her parents were very familiar to her. She didn't find them strange or awkward. But now, lying beside her, according to ancient customs, the next step was the bridal chamber. She was only 17, still very young. Seeing his nervous expression, Fu Yuanji gently touched her hair and said, Sleep now, don't worry. I won't do anything else. We'll talk about it when you turn 18. Hearing this, Zhuosher completely relaxed and fell asleep peacefully. Fu Yuanji sighed deeply, feeling both relieved and troubled. He was 22 himself. From now on, her heart would belong to a mature man with his own impulses. But unfortunately, the girl sleeping next to him was still a minor, so he couldn't act on his feelings. It's okay. The wife was already married to him, and he only had to wait another year to fulfill his wish. He had endured so many years, he couldn't lose control now. Just one more year, he told himself to be patient. Fu Yuanji felt restless, but dared not turn over, afraid of waking Zhuosher. He couldn't sleep well in the middle of the night and didn't know when he finally drifted into sleep. The next morning, he woke up with 2 dark circles under his eyes. He took Zhuosher to visit Mrs. Chen. Mrs. Chen saw the two of them and smiled warmly, then handed Zhuosher a large red envelope. From now on, live your life well. Just wait until you give me a big, healthy son. Zhuosher. Fu Yuanji smiled warmly and replied, "All right, I will definitely make you happy, but there's no rush." Mrs. Chen said, "How can there be no rush? We've waited so long already." She seemed to realize something, glanced at Zhuosher, and then spoke in a gentler tone. "It's not urgent at all. Anyway, you're already together, and there will definitely be children in the future. The woman who gives birth to the children will take good care of you."
No rush, no rush.
Zhuosher. Whether it's urgent or not, you've already said it. What am I supposed to say? Anyway, he and Fu Yuanji have already made plans. It's up to the woman's wishes, and they don't need to speak for him. Besides, having children too early isn't good for her, at least after she turns 18. Zhuosher glanced at Fu Yuanji, signaling that he would leave things to him. Fu Yuanji nodded slightly, indicating he understood. The family had a peaceful breakfast, then planned to go out for work, chat, and he explained some household matters. Not all the family matters are complicated, but you still need to get familiar with them. I'll take you to meet the housekeeper first, so he can tell you about things and help you get to know everyone and everything in our family, Mrs. Chen said. Zhuosher agreed with this. The housekeeper from the Fu family was brought together with Zhuos, so the two families were already familiar with each other. Managing family affairs was relatively simple, but he still needed to get familiar with everything first, though he couldn't say this directly. Zhuosher said, "Thank you, mother. If you're willing to take me, I will learn well. But you're still young, and the family affairs need your guidance. I'm still young and don't understand many things, so I still have to rely on you." He spoke sincerely. Indeed, he was young, and Mrs. Chen could focus more on outside business affairs. Mrs. Chen smiled and said, "You can start by observing. If things are simple, then you can handle more. If you really don't want to manage them, I can do it. I know you're busy outside, but if you have time, you should come back more often to help." Her meaning was clear. Outside business is most important, but family matters can't be neglected. In the future, if he's not around, he will have to handle these himself. Zhuosher understood her point and obediently nodded, saying, "All right, mother. I will listen to you." Mrs. Chen was very pleased. Zhuosher's attitude was serious and responsible, showing he was ready to live a proper life. Before doing anything, the family always discusses things together. The biggest worry is having a bad attitude towards life or failing to reach an agreement. If everyone does their own thing and doesn't work together, conflicts can easily happen. A harmonious family leads to success in everything, not just empty words. Then, Zhuosher followed him around the house, learning about the family's affairs and reasons. She also listened to Mrs. Chen talk for over half an hour, giving instructions on how to handle various matters at home. Zhuosher also gained some understanding of the Fu family situation. With just 2 months of practice, she believed she could manage well. Zhuosher said, "Mother, okay, I'll try to manage things for these 2 months. If I don't understand something, I'll ask you. Please support me. Also, my outside business depends on people, and Yuan will soon seek an official position. When we're on the road, you can guide me. I will work hard to learn." Mrs. Chen smiled and said, "All right, then the two of us will discuss everything together." She trusted the master's ability to run such a large shop, manage many businesses, and expand across the south and north. If he could do all that, what couldn't he do? Their small Fu family didn't have that many issues. It just needed her support and attitude. They discussed and had lunch together. In the afternoon, they counted the accounts at home and also visited the various crops Mrs. Chen had planted. Time flew quickly, and soon it was time for the family to return home. In the city, everyone was busy early in the morning, helping prepare meals and arranging gifts. They were constantly busy, checking lists repeatedly to make sure everything was perfect. When leaving, seeing how busy they were, she smiled happily and said, "Mother, You've prepared everything very well. Don't worry. My mother will definitely be pleased after seeing it. Mrs. Chen laughed and said, no matter how much I prepare, it might not satisfy your mother because I worry she might be too precious about her daughter. I need to carefully choose a few more gifts to make her feel comfortable. Everyone laughed at her words. Zhuoshi held her arm and said with a smile, you can't let my mother hear that. If he hears it, he'll be proud and might even straighten up in front of you. Mrs. Chen laughed loudly and said, you little rascal. If your mother hears you say that, she'll scold you. Zhuoshi smiled and said, how could that be? If neither of us says anything, how would he know? The two of them laughed happily as they carefully checked various gifts and placed them on the cart. They only set out after the hour of Chen. Mrs. Chen told Zhuoshi as she got on the cart, go home and talk to your mother properly. It's okay to come back a little later. It's just a few steps, so spend more time with your mother. Zhuoshi smiled and replied, okay, you go ahead first. Don't stand here. The sun outside is quite strong. Then she got on the cart with Fu Yuanji. The cart didn't go far before stopping because the two families lived very close. Even though they lived near each other, they still needed the cart. It wouldn't be practical to carry everything by hand. Today was a special day for visiting home, so they had to make a proper appearance. Yang Li had already been waiting at the door for Zhuoshi. The return visit time was arranged long ago. The Wen family had already called several times. They knew she wouldn't come so early, but they still wanted someone waiting outside. As soon as she arrived, they could send someone to welcome her inside. To their surprise, she arrived so early. Yang Li smiled and said, second miss and second uncle are here. Miss Sua and second uncle are also here. They've been waiting at home for you. Did Zhuohua and Guanbu come? Zhuoshi raised an eyebrow. It really was a big family reunion scene. She felt very touched. She had expected Zhuohua to come back on her return day, but she didn't expect him to arrive so early. When they entered, they went straight to the main hall. They saw Wenshi, Zhuohua, and Guanbu, Zhuge, Zhujiang, Aunt Rong, and Lu Sheng, all gathered together, waiting for them. Mother, we're back. Sorry to make you wait, Zhuoshi spoke first. Wenshi kept staring at her from head to toe, inspecting her repeatedly. After many glances, she saw that Zhuoshi looked healthy and energetic, so she felt relieved. Wenshi said, that's good. It's fine now that you're here. Come quickly, Yuanji, sit down. Fu Yuanji hurriedly bowed to Wenshi and paid his respects. Thank you, mother-in-law. Wenshi's smile grew wider. She quickly told him to sit down and exchanged a few words with him, looking more and more pleased. After a few words, Fu Yuanzi naturally stepped outside to give space for the family to talk privately. Zhuohua, Zhuge, Zhujiang, and others asked Zhuoshi a few questions, then Wenshi hurriedly sent them away. Inside the house, only mother and daughter remained. Wenshi looked at Zhuoshi with a happy smile and asked, how have these days been? Are you used to life at the Fu family? Is Yuanji treating you well? Is your future mother-in-law kind to you? Yes, everything is good, mother. Don't worry, Zhuoshi replied. Mrs. Wen sighed in relief. Although she also thought it was good, she felt truly at ease only when Zhuoshi spoke her mind. Even though our families are very close, and Lady Chen is very kind, Yuanji treats you well, you must also follow the rules. You can't let Zhuoshi be the one to always accommodate others. Only then can our family live happily. People, you need to care for me, and I will care for you. No one should always be the one to suffer. Over time, everyone will feel tired. So, you must live your life well, not just do whatever you want or act on impulse. Think more about others. Zhuoshi nodded. Mrs. Wen smiled and said, but if you feel wronged, don't hide it. Come back and tell your mother. I will speak up for you. Our family may not have grown men, but we can still stand up for ourselves. Rest assured, as long as it's right, if anyone dares to bully you, I will go and get justice for you. Zhuoshi immediately smiled. Thank you, mother. You are so powerful. I really like your strong and commanding attitude. That's the proper attitude a daughter's family should have. First teach your own to be reasonable, then show your support. indicating that you are their backing and always protect them. Her family indeed was very supportive. Are you getting along well with Yuanji? Mrs. Wen asked again, her face a little shy. Zhuo was surprised first. Hadn't she just been asked that? She had clearly answered before. Why ask again? Then she realized this was the real question. Mother, I am still young. We decided to wait a year before we get married, Zhuo said.
How can that be?
Mrs. Wen immediately became anxious. You're not young anymore. At 17, when I was your age, I was already pregnant with your eldest sister. How can you be so careless? Did you bring this up yourself, or did Yuanji suggest it? Does your mother-in-law know? Mrs. Wen couldn't believe her ears. These words actually came from her daughter. After marriage, she had such thoughts? What would others think of her daughter? If Lady Chen found out, where would she put her face? It's okay, mother. This was something I discussed with Yuanji. It was him who brought it up. He said that giving birth is like passing through a dangerous gate. If a girl is too young, it can harm her health, and there's a high risk of mother and child dying during childbirth. If she's older, it's much safer. So, for my health, I think it's better not to get pregnant early. Mrs. Wen's expression finally looked normal again. Is that so? He said this himself. Is there such a saying? Luo sure said, yes, mother. Think about it, those young women around 14 or 15, 16 years old, who have children, are they more likely to die together? Mother, I tell you, girls at 14 or 15 haven't even fully grown yet. If they get pregnant early, it can seriously harm their health. Not only their bodies, but it could also be life-threatening. For my safety, I think I should listen to him. Wen paused for a moment and said, I have no objections. You can have the baby whenever you want as long as you're willing. But what about Qinyang? He's over there. He's my son-in-law. Doesn't he want to have grandchildren soon? Yuanji is already 23 this year. Usually, men with such a big age gap have several children by now. He's waited a long time for you. Now that you're engaged, you should get married soon. If Chen's wife finds out, she might get very angry. Not only her worries, but it was also possible that Chen's wife was feeling the same. Luo sure also fell silent. They had previously decided on this matter, thinking only about her health, but they hadn't informed Chen's family first. Mother, let Fu Yuanji talk to his mother about this. No matter what, health is the most important. Waiting a year to have a child isn't a big problem. I believe she will understand. Don't worry, Yuanji can handle it. Hearing this, Wen's face looked a bit better. She said, all right, let him discuss it first. Your attitude must be gentle and kind. Never argue with others, understand? Luo sure nodded. Don't worry, mother. I know my limits. After talking for a while, they left the main hall and joined everyone else, who were gathered together chatting. And Guanbu and Fu Yunji sat together, discussing scholarly topics and official affairs. Luo Hua talked about her new storybooks and family matters, and also discussed household management with Luo Shi. Luo Go was nearby, chatting casually with them, and was teased about Shishan Tao. Luo Jiang occasionally chimed in, talking about reading and playing, and soon was sent to talk with the two brothers-in-law. Where's my nephew? Luo Shi asked. Why didn't he come along? Mother has been thinking about him for a long time. Next time you come, bring him with you. Left Hua and Anambu's son, named in Manhwa, nicknamed Dudu because he is chubby and looks very cute. Not only does the Yin family love him, but the Zhuo family also cares for him very much. He's been feeling a bit unwell these past 2 days, with some coughing, so I didn't let him get fresh air. My mother-in-law is taking care of him at home. He's sick? Is it serious? Kids need good care and shouldn't catch cold, Wen Shi said with great concern. I'll go see him tomorrow. Zhuo Hua said no need. My mother-in-law said he just coughed a couple of times. She gave him loquat syrup, a real pear, and some medicine. He's almost better now, so no need to trouble you. When he recovers in a few days, I'll bring him to see you. If I can't send a message in time, you can come visit him. If the child isn't well yet and Wen Shi visits, it might seem like she's worried their family can't take good care of him, which could cause unnecessary concern. Wen Shi understood this and didn't insist after hearing Zhuo Hua's words. Manhwa said, "It's okay, mother. After tomorrow, he'll be bouncing around again. Don't worry." Winsher finally smiled happily. The whole family enjoyed a happy meal, talked for a while, then Manhwa and Umbu left to go back. After they left, Winsher started urging Zhuosher and Fu Yuanji to go home. Zhuosher said, "It's fine. It's still early. Our two families live close by. We can sit a bit longer before going back. What do you know?"
Sit what?
"Hurry back," Winsher urged them to leave quickly. Sitting longer means they are outsiders now. It's not as comfortable as being at her own home. Staying at her own home is better. No more empty promises, just hard days ahead. Zhuosher had no choice but to follow Fu Yuanji home, knowing Winsher was only thinking of her good. Chunshir saw they returned early and asked surprised, "Why didn't you stay a bit longer?" "It's still early." Zhuosher smiled and said, "Nothing much at home. My mother saw we were fine and told us to come back early to keep you company." Chunshir smiled and said, "Your mother is really kind. She just sent you out and didn't ask you to stay longer. Does she really want you to go? We're so familiar with each other, yet she's so polite." Zhuosher laughed. "Coming back early is good. I can go see my family too. I heard the flowers my mother planted recently, the 18 scholars, are very beautiful. Someone has even come to ask for some. Should my mother go see them? Maybe plant a couple more? Then let's go take a look, but it's quite hard to grow. If you manage to grow one plant, that's considered good luck." "It's really difficult to grow so many," said Mrs. Chen. Zhuosher said, "Haha, your mother is really impressive. Let's go see. Let Yuanji draw this, and also let him see how beautiful these words are. It will show how amazing your mother is." Mrs. Chen couldn't help but smile, her eyes crinkling with happiness. She looked at Zhuosher and pulled her to go outside, very happy. In the past, when Fu Yuanji went out, she was usually alone at home. She was busy with household chores, tending to the grass, which felt a bit lonely. She didn't expect now to have such a lively time. Doing things together feels much better than before. The group went to see the 18 scholars. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were watering nearby, while Fu Yuanji was painting beside them. They spent the afternoon this way. For Fu Yuanji, these days have been very happy. Such relaxed days are rare now. After his marriage leave is over, he needs to find a way to get an official position outside the city. When that happens, he will be busy and might not return to the capital anytime soon. So, he must make the most of this time and enjoy a little leisure. While they were relaxing at home, Fu Yuanji was busy running around. Yes, since their relationship was confirmed, he knew his posting location, Xining County. Actually, going there was decided after discussing with the emperor. "Where do you want to go?" "To a peaceful and wealthy place, or somewhere that needs training, poor but easier to succeed?" the emperor asked, looking at him with interest. Fu Yuanji asked, "Your Majesty, where do you think is good?" The emperor looked at him with a half smile and said, "It depends on your choice. Each has its advantages. I don't know what you want, so I can't advise you where to go. Just tell me what you're looking for." Fu Yuanji thought, "Look at how he says this, whatever you want, just go there. When you kick the ball, he kicks it back to you." So his previous suggestion was just asking, trying to think through the contradiction without giving a direct answer. But the emperor gave him a dose of reality, leaving no room for him to hesitate. If he had known it would be like this, he might as well have just spoken directly. But now that it's come to this, he still needs to smooth things over. "Fu Yuanzido, from a personal desire, I need to apply first. In the past, I just went wherever I was sent. But based on my abilities, there are places I can adapt to and others I cannot. Your Majesty, where do you think I am suitable to go?" The emperor smiled. "You clever boy, always trying to play tricks. All right, currently Xining County in the north is very short of people. The official report says that after winter, Xining experienced a severe ice disaster, and some incidents also occurred in the south. There isn't much more to say, so how about you go help with disaster relief there?" Fu Yuanji felt deep regret. He wanted to know that if he just said where he wanted to go, why bother with all these formalities? Although he had considered Xining because it was very poor, he believed that if he worked hard to make Xining prosperous, he could achieve good results. But effort usually means normal work, not disaster relief. And disaster relief doesn't come with money. Isn't that just teasing him? He originally wanted a normal approach, but now it's like being thrown into. It's because he's been living too well, and now they're just trying to wake him up by pouring cold water on him, right? Does the emperor know that he's been making efforts outside, only to be scolded here? Fu Yuanji knew he couldn't refuse. He endured and said, "Your Majesty, I have no problem going to Xining for disaster relief, but I must be given money. I am not made of silver. A clever woman can't cook without rice. If you send me as a mere commander, I will have no money, no people. How can I handle the disasters there? Once the ships arrive, after a month or two of travel, it will just be the right time for spring planting. If I go there with nothing, Xining's grain supply for the year will be finished. If the people have no food in their hearts, and the court cannot send any, everything will be lost. Your Majesty, you can't give nothing at all. You must think carefully."
Fu Yuanzi spoke sincerely.
He was genuinely worried. If they didn't give any money, he wouldn't be able to bring any benefit to the people of Xining. If they couldn't even distribute seeds, how could the government stabilize the local situation? A government that can't even stabilize the local situation can't be considered effective. If they send him alone to Xining without any money, does he have to use his own funds to buy achievements with his own money? What about other supplies? What kind of grain can they provide? You asking me for 500,000 bushels of grain to carry over. Is that okay? Not giving money is also fine. There are also other vegetables, rice, flour, salt, and various fruit tree seedlings. Fu Yuanji kept talking nonstop, saying all kinds of things. The emperor got anxious and waved his hands repeatedly, saying, "Enough, enough. What are you talking about? These things you ask for are even harder to get than silver. You're asking for a lot. Just because I won't give you silver doesn't mean I have no money at all. Compared to what you want, I'd rather give you some silver." The emperor's tone was both annoyed and amused, looking at Fu Yuanji with a helpless expression. "Where did you learn all these things? Asking for so much and making such demands?" Fu Yuanji smiled and said, "Your Majesty, you are very considerate. If you don't give me silver, I can only take all the profit from my soap business. But I don't know if that money will be enough. Over the past 3 years, I've worked hard, getting up early and staying late to build this business. Your Majesty, I may not have made great achievements, but I have worked hard. So, I suggest that the profit from these 3 years belongs to me. I don't want the future profit. I will return all the silver to Your Majesty. What do you think?" Just at this moment, he decided to throw out this hot potato. Although he only had one layer of business, the profit from that layer was quite impressive. The soap business was now widespread across the country, generating huge profits. The business was firmly controlled by the royal family, becoming the emperor's best treasury. Fu Yuanji now felt that some of the silver was too tempting. He had previously planned to expand to many places, but unexpectedly, the emperor played this trick on him. He guessed that the emperor's test was aimed at him. Even if he hadn't asked the emperor would have sent him to Xining to handle disaster relief. But he was reluctant to take out the money already in his pocket. If the emperor refused to give silver, he would let it go. If he took out his own money, it would be a silent loss. It would be better to keep quiet and return the business, take some silver, and reassure the emperor. "Your Majesty, you really shouldn't be so stingy. If you are too tight, the people of Xining will suffer. The whole land belongs to the king, and the army belongs to the king.
They are all your subjects.
You can't favor some and neglect others." The emperor watched him singing, reciting, and making a fuss, feeling quite pleased with the conditions he just proposed. Fu Yuanji really has good judgment. He originally wanted to send him to Xining to help with disaster relief, expecting him to pay out of his own pocket to rebuild the area. The emperor himself had experience in soap making and knew how big the profit margins could be. He wanted to recover those profits, but Fu Yuanji provided the recipe and technology. If Fu Yuanji managed the business well, dismissing him would seem unkind and ungrateful. Furthermore, the Marquis of Ningyuan and the Minister of Rights had powerful families behind them. He also wanted to dismiss them, but he had to be careful because their influence was deep. He couldn't just do as he pleased. Fu Yuanji was different. His relationship with the Duke of Zhenghua was clear. There was no harmony, and he wouldn't come forward to support him. Not that he couldn't support him, but doing so would come at a price, like returning favors. The emperor could have taken what he wanted by force, but Fu Yuanji's initiative avoided many troubles. He didn't have to worry about damaging his reputation for kindness, and he sent the man away without any lingering problems. Just 3 years of profit, given to him. The emperor smiled but didn't agree immediately. If he had agreed right away, it would seem he had already thought of this plan, making him look weak. They hesitated and exchanged a few more words. Finally, the emperor took the opportunity. "All right, I'll do as you say. Remember, you're the one asking me." Yes, I'm the one asking you," Fu Yuanji replied kindly, secretly cursing.
Who was asking you?
Feudal monarchy. Never mind, he was just a oppressed commoner, and he had to keep his place. "So, Your Majesty, how much disaster relief silver do you plan to give me? It can't be too little. If it's too little, the common people will have a hard time. You wouldn't want that, would you? Do you think I'm stingy?" The emperor snorted through his nose. Yes, Your Majesty is generous and magnanimous," Fu Yuanji said with a smile. "Then, how much silver will you give?" Talking about this without giving a specific number was pointless. Who knew how much it would actually be? 100,000 taels.
How about that?
The emperor asked. Fu Yuanji was stunned, opening his mouth wide.
What?
Such a big county. Not only do we need money for food, but also for seeds, oxen, and various aftercare expenses. Just 100,000 silver? What can that even cover? Restoring a county requires effort everywhere. What's the use of just asking for 100,000 taels of silver? The emperor gently rubbed his furrowed brow and said, "Don't think the amount is small. The treasury currently has no money. Those 100,000 taels of silver are hard-earned, obtained from the Ministry of Revenue after much effort. The Minister of Revenue and I argued fiercely over it. They say the South needs water channels and defenses. The southern state of Nanzhao also has relations with the grasslands, and things are not very peaceful there. Those 100,000 taels of silver come from tight savings.
Be content with that.
If we did something else, we wouldn't even have this much." Hearing this, the emperor also felt a bit sad. Fu Yuanji said, "Since the treasury has no money, but Your Majesty's private treasury does, could you please take a little from your personal funds and help the people of Xining a bit more? I thank you on behalf of the common folks." You just know how to flatter. Everyone knows money is hard to come by. If you want some, take it yourself. The emperor replied impatiently, "My private treasury seems to have a lot of money, but actually, those funds are needed for other things. Don't even think about taking that money. I'm telling you, don't even consider it." His words were very smooth and firm, leaving no room for discussion. Fu Yuanji immediately understood that it was impossible to get money from his treasury. So he changed his request. "If not money, then give us something else, grain or seeds. If Xining has no seeds, we'll run out of food this year." This was acceptable. The emperor agreed. "All right, I'll give you some seeds. I can give you 10 carts of grain, no more. You'll have to find other ways for more." While saying this, the emperor showed a pained expression, indicating he couldn't give any more. Fu Yuanji accepted this and cheerfully agreed. "Fine. Since Your Majesty has said so, I'll take these supplies and go. However, I request to personally take the 100,000 taels of silver and the grain and seeds. That way, they won't be taxed or siphoned off through layers of officials. You know, the court's 100,000 taels of silver, used by the officials, rarely reaches the common people. Usually only about 30,000 to 40,000 taels make it down to them." Fu Yuanji knew his words were bold and dared to speak before the emperor's anger. He said, "If I take the money and supplies, I can ensure they go directly to the people of Xining. But if you distribute the funds through various agencies, some of it might be lost along the way, and I can't guarantee how much will reach the common folk. I promise every penny will be used for the people. You can send an official to accompany me and keep track of the accounts. Or you can send 2 officials and a few secret guards to monitor the disaster relief efforts and report back to you at any time. Yes, Your Majesty, please, I beg you to send trusted and loyal officials and guards to go with me. At first, the emperor kept rolling his eyes, thinking it was unlikely he would carry disaster relief funds himself. Who knew what he might do with the money? He was worried it could be misused. But when he heard the rest of Fu Yuanji's words, his expression slowly softened. He thought carefully about what was implied, and he fell silent. This was indeed the best way to prevent officials from abusing their power or embezzling funds. It would maximize the effectiveness of the disaster relief money. If the officials sent to oversee the situation recorded everything, and good results were seen, other places could also adopt this method. Your Majesty, just agree. Or else, why not convert those 10 carts of grain into money and give it to me? The emperor raised an eyebrow.
Why?
Fu Yuanji explained, transporting grain requires silver, horses, and carts. Grain also takes up a lot of space. Think about it. Bringing the money from here to Liang would require many people and resources. It's better if you give me silver notes, so I can exchange them near Xining, than buy grain from nearby counties or Fuqing to send over. That way, fewer things need to be transported. The emperor felt very angry.
What are you talking about?
Grain from there is much more expensive than here. Don't you know the grain prices in the north? You have merchants in your family, and I shouldn't have to remind you of that. Compared to the huge expenses on the road, the small cost of buying grain near Xining is not worth mentioning. So, Your Majesty, I plan to buy grain near Xining. I truly act out of a sincere desire to help the common people and buy more grain for them, which is why I decided to do this. The emperor was silent and suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. No one had ever told him these things before. Whenever a disaster or harm struck a place, funds were simply allocated. How the officials used them was not planned at all. Not only was there no plan, but each level of officials would also try to embezzle some of the money when they received their share. There are very few people like Xiang Fu who genuinely consider the people's needs and want to do something for them. Not once have he seen such a person. Until now, he had never heard such words, but Fu Yuanji's words made him understand. The emperor's heart moved. If this matter could be handled well, future officials might do the same. It would save a lot of money and truly benefit the people. You're telling the truth about this? The emperor asked. Fu Yuanji quickly replied, Of course, Your Majesty. You can send someone with me. I absolutely won't lie about this. The emperor pondered for a moment and finally agreed. All right, I will send 10 guards and 2 accountants with you. When you set out, they will send me messages, so you must do your best. Fu Yuanji hurriedly assured him, Yes, Your Majesty. Rest assured, I will monitor everything at any time and prepare reports to inform you of all matters. Now the emperor was completely at ease. He waved his hand to dismiss the officials. Everything was prepared. Fu Yuanji contacted his friends from the academy outside, some of whom had only reached the level of scholar, while others had become successful candidates. He also discussed with Luo Qiu and Pei Heng about his plans to attract talent, asking them to recommend people from their families who wanted to explore outside. Their families had many capable and talented people, mostly heading to good places. However, some talented individuals were not outstanding but still wanted to try their luck. These could be recommended to Fu Yuanji. The county magistrate of Wei, unlike those in other dynasties, has a lot of independence. He can appoint a deputy county magistrate and a clerk. Of course, the court also considers appointing a deputy and a clerk as official positions. As long as the magistrate reports his choices to the court, they will receive the same treatment as court-appointed officials. When a new magistrate arrives, he usually brings his own team, so the previous deputy and clerk are dismissed and lose their previous status. However, if the county officials have been well regarded and not dismissed, they can be promoted after serving for 20 years, just like court-appointed deputies and clerks. Although they are only low-ranking officials, this is a good opportunity for those without other prospects, especially since passing the imperial exams is difficult for many. In addition to the deputy and clerk, the magistrate also needs a team of scribes and assistants, so a county needs quite a few staff members. Fu Yuanji wants to bring more people and supplies, so he won't be left without help when he arrives and can't do his work. Talented and useful people are hard to find, so he plans to prepare some, and if suitable people are sent to him, he will take them to the county. They will then go to villages to handle various affairs. Zhuo is at home packing her belongings because she will go with Fu Yuanji to his new post, and Chen will also go with them. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law are busy these days. Wenshi heard about this and came to help, feeling quite worried when she looked at Zhuo. You'll be gone for many years, at least 3, and we might not see each other during that time. I'm really worried about you, Wenshi said, wiping tears. The court is too much. Why do they send you so far away, and the journey takes months? Thinking about not seeing her daughter for many years, Wenshi felt heartache. Maybe I should go with you? Wenshi suggested. Zhuo smiled and shook her head. Mother, what are you saying? If you go, what will happen to Xiaoge and Xiaojiang? Xiaoge will get married next spring, and Xiaojiang is still studying. If you come with us to Xining, it will delay his studies, she explained. Wenshi paused and then looked sad again. That's right, Xiaoge is getting married next spring, and you won't even see her get married. What kind of life is that? The more she thought about it, the more upset she became, and Wenshi couldn't help but cry. Poetry was comforting her nearby, but it seemed to have no effect at all. Wenshi cried more and more sadly. I heard that Xining is cold and harsh, close to the border. Now that you're there, not only do you have to provide disaster relief, but you also face a group of disaster victims. Poor mountains and bad waters produce wicked people. I don't know what you'll do when you go there. The more she thought, the more she believed that Fu Yuanji was sent to Xining because the Duke of Zhen and Lady Yi had schemed. She now wished she could rush to the Duke's mansion and scold them harshly. Although her guess was somewhat off, it was true that Fu Yuanji's assignment to Xining was orchestrated by the Duke and Lady Yi. The Duke hoped this would make Fu Yuanji give up and come back to ask for help, so he could be sent somewhere better. Lady Yi wanted Fu Yuanji to stay in Xining as a minor official forever, then after a few years, send someone to kill him and end the trouble once and for all. But the Duke didn't expect the Emperor to send Fu Yuanji to Xining. Surprisingly, Fu Yuanji didn't resist at all and agreed quickly, even making preparations. The Duke was so angry his beard trembled. Does this kid not know how to show me some respect? If he had been willing to show me respect, I would have helped him. This trip to Xining isn't like the relief efforts in the south. The journey is long, the situation urgent, and the grain production there is low. Even if they manage to provide relief this time, next year there won't be enough food, and another famine year will come. If he faces a few setbacks, it could be the end of him. Officials in such situations might as well give up their careers altogether. The brat just wants me to deliver him right to his door. I doubt he'd appreciate it even if I did. Humph. The Duke was very annoyed. He didn't want to go to Fu Yuanji because he had been rejected so badly last time. Now, Fu Yuanji had agreed without hesitation and was fully prepared. He probably wouldn't bow to him easily. Forget it. If Fu Yuanji wants to go, let him go. When he arrives in Xining and hits walls everywhere and is helplessly beaten down, then he'll come to him for help. People only learn lessons after being hurt and hitting a wall. By then, it won't be Fu Yuanji begging him humbly, but the other way around, Fu Yuanji kneeling and begging for forgiveness. Just thinking about that scene made the Duke smile. Young people, they think too simply. They imagine everything easily and don't consider why others wouldn't take on such a hot potato and just pass it to him. He was too proud and overconfident. He dared to entrust the soap business to the Emperor and cooperate with other families, never thinking that the Duke of Zhengguo's household would benefit from it. When things were good, he didn't consider that he might fall on hard times now. It was he who took the initiative to help him. If he weren't his father, would he have done this? The young man is still too inexperienced, lacking life's harsh lessons. The Duke of Zhenghua had been feeling uneasy for several days. When Mrs. Yi heard the news, she left happily, always smiling when she saw anyone, a stark contrast to the Duke of Zhenghua. I was just waiting for you to go and get torn apart by the local disaster victims, to be sidelined by officials, or to be dragged down by the stubborn locals. When you're exhausted and lose face, you can go underground. Without discussing their different plans, the preparations at home for the test gradually completed, and the departure day arrived. Mrs. Wen held Swisher's hand, tears in her eyes. "Little Sher, when you get there, please write us letters. Tell us if you're suffering or having trouble. Your mother will think of ways to help. Send us things often. When you arrive, don't forget, we should write at least 2 letters each month. The more, the better." Zwahua hugged the little one, also looking sad. "Me too. If you need anything, just tell me. I'll send you new storybooks too. Second sister, I want to go with you. Take me," Zwagu said. Zwasher sighed helplessly. "Nonsense. You'll be going to Qingqing next year. Stay here with Mom now and go back quickly. Most of the time will be spent on the road. You should stay at home to help Mom and look after the family. I'll come back in 2 or 3 years. But second sister, I can't bear to leave you," Zwagu said, feeling very sad. She had never been apart from Zwasher for so long since she was born. Now, thinking about going away for 3 years or more, she was about to cry. Zhujiang sniffed hard, trying to hold back tears, his eyes turning red. "Second sister, don't worry. I will take good care of sister and Mom at home. When you come back, I'll be a grown-up." Zwasher's nose felt a little sore. She forced a smile. "I believe in you, sister. Look, our family's best is Xiao Jiang, truly a true man of our family." Left Jiang felt jealous after being praised and choked up, saying, "Second sister, second brother-in-law, you must take good care of second sister. Otherwise, I will come over and not leave you alone." Fu Yuanji said, "Don't worry, I will take good care of her. You also need to take care of yourself and the family. When I return, I will test your skills. If you're not good enough, I won't go easy on you." Zwasher couldn't help but laugh and cry, wondering how these two started arguing. All right, let's stop talking. If we keep talking, we won't be able to leave. It's getting dark, so we'll set out again tomorrow. We can't delay." Zhujiang took a step back, pulling Zhugu and Wenshi, watching the long convoy gradually disappear into the distance. Tears finally fell uncontrollably. "All right, they're gone. I feel like a part of my heart is empty," Wenshi said, tears streaming down her face. She kept looking ahead but couldn't see the convoy anymore. Luo Hua comforted her, saying, "Mom, don't worry. Second sister and second brother-in-law will arrive safely. Look at how many people are on those big carts. It's just that the days might be a bit harder." Zhugu said, "I see so many people. They probably will walk slowly, and I don't know when they'll arrive." Zhujiang reassured, "Don't worry. There won't be big problems. Besides, we have to go. It's for second brother-in-law's future. When I become an official, I might have to go out too. When that time comes, I'll bring Mom and all of you along." Wenshi couldn't help but laugh, saying, Your brother is still studying, and he hasn't even taken the imperial exam yet, but he already dreams of becoming an official. You're quite ambitious. Thinking far ahead and dreaming beautifully. I want to be an official someday. I will study hard, Mom. Don't worry. I will try my best to earn a noble title for you." Zhujiang puffed out his chest, pretending to be relaxed and humorous, trying to lighten the heavy atmosphere. The family got on the carriage and slowly headed home, but their hearts felt heavy. Such scenes would probably take a long time to get used to. After all, someone so big suddenly leaving home, not seeing each other for years. Who wouldn't miss them? "I wonder if my mom will cry when she gets back," Swisher sighed. Chinshir said, "She probably will. But it's okay. After crying for a while, she'll get used to it. Think about it. She's never left his side before, so she probably can't handle it. When the original juice disappeared, I cried every day. I was worried about his safety. Unlike your mother, who knows where you went with us and when you'll return, I have no idea about his whereabouts." Swisher didn't expect to be reminded of her sad memories and quickly smiled, saying, "Mother, it's all in the past. Now that you're with us, our family can live happily. Good days are ahead, and we won't be separated again." Mrs. Chun smiled and said, "Good. When you turn 18, you and Yuanji can get married and have a big, chubby baby. That would make me happy." Zhuosher couldn't help blushing when she suddenly started the car. "Mother, it's okay. No need to feel embarrassed. Our family is old enough to have children. But you're right, I agree. Health is the most important. Just don't make me wait too long. Otherwise, even if I get grandchildren later, I might not be able to handle it and I would feel sad." Zhuosher said, "Mother, don't worry. I won't make you wait long." She wasn't in a hurry. After turning 18, she was still young. A few more years wouldn't matter. Since she already expressed her feelings, even if she didn't follow Mrs. Chen's advice, she didn't need to openly oppose her or argue. The elderly woman wanted grandchildren, which was normal. She didn't want to have children so early, and that was fine. When the time comes, she would have children, no rush. Fu Yuanji shared her thoughts and had no problem with that. Since they were modern people, their ideas weren't very different, so he didn't need to worry about pressure from Fu Yuanji or even Mrs. Chen. He could help shield her from some of that pressure. Maybe this was the only good thing about being a modern person traveling back to ancient times. Most of the journey was dull, especially the bumps along the way, which made her scalp tingle just thinking about it. But there was nothing she could do. The only fast way to go north was by carriage. Mrs. Chen said, "That reminds me of our trip to the capital. We also traveled by carriage and jolted along the way. Back then, we had to worry about safety. Now, heading north, it seems safer. Yes, maybe it's not as chaotic, but we can't be sure. We might encounter mountain bandits. But the chances are low. We'll be prepared. The Bureau of Markers has people helping us handle this, so there's no need to worry too much." They traveled along the official road. The section they took was well-maintained, with a rest stop built above it. The road was bumpy, but much better than the mountain trails. Even though the ride was rough and they were jostled around, they didn't feel too uncomfortable, and if they did, they had to endure it. Usually they set out after breakfast in the morning. After walking for 2 or 3 hours, they would find a nearby inn to rest. If there was no inn, they would camp on the spot. They would cook and eat when the sun was at its highest, then continue their journey after lunch. In the afternoon, they would walk for another 2 or 3 hours to reach the next inn. At the start of their journey, there were many inns, and the conditions were quite good. Although not as comfortable as home, they were better than typical outside guest houses. They carried their own bedding and supplies, so they didn't feel much inconvenience. But as they traveled further north, conditions became more difficult. The inns grew fewer and more dilapidated, with fewer staff. The workers looked pale and thin, lacking energy. The people inside the inns looked healthy and well-fed, with a good appearance. On the way, they would carefully talk to the inn staff to learn about the local situation, ask about specialties nearby, how far the next inn was, and how the local people were doing. They also inquired about the officials in the area and any notable families to watch out for. Some inn staff knew a lot and were very talkative. With tips, gifts, and meals, they eagerly shared everything they knew, showing great hospitality. Others knew little and, despite sharing what they had, didn't provide useful information. At those times, Fu Yuanji would send someone to nearby villages or the nearest town or county to gather intelligence. Since the route was long and passed through many places, it was best to learn about the area in advance. Knowing the people and things there could help them in upcoming events or reveal business opportunities. It's important to remember, their family owns the largest business in the country, with branches in major cities across the nation. Although outside these big cities, the smaller towns have not yet expanded their businesses, it doesn't stop him from gathering information. Building a foundation for the company's expansion is important, isn't it? Speaking of which, establishing this company also took a lot of effort. From manpower to construction, management, and various trades, there is a complete system in place. When expanding, they need different kinds of people, as well as monitoring and inspection systems. But the profits are huge. The money they earn is enough to help them quickly accumulate great wealth. To ensure their accounts are not targeted by others, they pay a large amount of taxes every year. Besides that, they also give the emperor 10,000 taels of silver annually to serve as his private funds. Although 10,000 taels is not a lot, it is given freely, and with various taxes included, the emperor tends to overlook their activities and offers some protection. This relationship was established earlier because of the soap business, which connected them to the royal family. Otherwise, giving 10,000 taels would barely cover their expenses. Even if the emperor were short of money, he wouldn't pay much attention to this amount. What he mainly cares about is the ability of Fu Yuan and Zhuo to handle their affairs well. Of course, it's also because of their wisdom and honesty. They have a good relationship with the emperor, are very sincere and straightforward, which makes the emperor see their sincerity. Thanks to the emperor's support, no one dares to attack their company. Those who do dare risk losing their claws. The next station is Qinling Tunnel Mountain. After this point, we will officially enter the Western Territory. The leader, holding a large sword, walks in front. The flags flutter in the wind, and 20 or 30 strong men with exposed muscular arms march behind. One man loudly strikes a copper bell as they move forward. Travelers passing by see such a large convoy entering their territory and stop to watch. Some even discuss quietly. It looks impressive, with so many companies hired.
Who are these people?
And there are many carriages carrying a lot of goods. Do you think they might get robbed? I heard that the Black Wind village ahead has recently been involved in many cases. Walking on the official road, it's probably not safe, but in remote areas, it's hard to say. I don't know. It depends on whether the leader of Black Wind village is there. I heard their leader was injured last time. If he's not around, then Black Wind has few capable fighters left. Because they move quickly, and the local villagers are far away, Fu Yuanji didn't hear these words directly. However, whenever they reached a village, they would check at the relay station for news. So, even without hearing those words, they learned about Black Wind Village after visiting the station. Is Black Wind Village really that powerful?
Fu Yuanzi asked.
If they are, how can we ensure safety when passing through? I want to go, but there are time limits. They're quite strong. Their boss, Wu Yigao, often leads a convoy. If he likes someone, he'll bring his brothers down the mountain, the officer said. The government also tried hard to eliminate them, but the mountains and rivers here are deep and many. If they hide in the woods, they can almost disappear completely. Even if we send many people into the mountains, once they scatter, we can't catch them, he added. The officials put in a lot of effort, but never succeeded. That's why everyone is nervous when passing through. Fu Yuanji was silent. These bandits are surprisingly clever, almost shocking. They fight like guerrillas, firing, then changing positions. When they see a target, they attack it. They also have a strong leader nearby, helping coordinate the attacks. They are truly a headache. Do you think we'll run into them when we go through?
Fu Yuanzi asked.
The officer thought for a moment. I'm not sure. Their leader was injured recently, so he probably won't be leading anyone out. Plus, you have quite a few people with you. If they attack, they might suffer some casualties and may not succeed. So, probably not. Fu Yuanji was silent again. He had heard before that the sky is high and the emperor is far away, and after experiencing war, he deeply understood this. It's been years since the chaos of war, but now, passing through this place, he was reminded of that chaos again, thanks to a bandit camp. Hopefully, that's the case, Fu Yuanji said. He was on the move, traveling forward. He tried to learn about his surroundings as much as possible, but he didn't have time or energy to fight bandits. The relief efforts were urgent. He had to hurry to help people, provide post-disaster aid, comfort, and rebuild. He also needed to deliver seeds before spring planting and settle the local people. If spring planting was delayed, it would be a big problem. Fu Yuanji thought it was necessary to speed up and cross the area controlled by the Black Wind camp quickly. Then, he would rush to Xining. Even the time spent asking for information along the way should be shortened. Some people should go ahead to gather news, while most stayed with the convoy. He decided to start acting immediately. He picked 3 or 4 people from the team to go ahead and clear the way. He then led the convoy to follow slowly behind. Since they had already done many reconnaissance trips, those sent ahead knew what to ask and how to gather information. When asking villagers or others, they were no longer confused or asking irrelevant questions. After dinner and a night of rest, Fu Yuanji and the convoy continued their journey. As they left, many villagers watched their backs, secretly wondering if they would be safe and if they might encounter the people from Black Wind Village. Fu Yuanji was also thinking about this. The road was lined with tall ancient trees and endless forests. Occasionally, birds chirped, and sometimes monkeys or other animals called out, sounding quite eerie. Whenever the bushes moved ahead, they would send someone to check. Sometimes they were alarmed by a rabbit or a wild chicken passing by. Fu Yuanzi valued the tense expressions of the people and smiled. If we keep speeding up and always stay on alert, it won't help much. Let's send 2 people ahead to check. Walk in front, and the rest can speed up behind them. We should be able to pass through this area quickly. The head of security thought for a moment and nodded. That's a good idea, sir. Let's do as you say. So, a few capable men went ahead, moving quickly about 10 meters apart. The group sped up and hurried forward. By the end of the day, they had traveled 1.5 times the distance they had covered earlier. At night, they rested and assigned 2 people to keep watch. They didn't encounter any problems. Not even a shadow or a ghost appeared. They had a peaceful day, moving quietly forward. The next afternoon, the chief guard looked at the distant signpost and showed a happy expression. Look, in half an hour, we will cross the border of Heifeng village. Everyone, hurry up. Everyone was very happy to hear this. They had been traveling all day and felt tired, but now they saw hope. They cheered up and sped up to move forward. After more than a quarter of an hour, just when everyone thought they could pass smoothly, a line of people appeared ahead. Friends, if we don't give a proper greeting before crossing into Heifeng Street's territory, that wouldn't be polite. Leading the group was a man with a black face, carrying a big sword. The black-faced man showed a big yellow tooth and looked at them fiercely, with a fierce expression. The chief guard stepped forward, clasped his fists, and said, "Brothers, we are all in the same line of work. We are escorting people to Xining. The people in Xining have asked the brothers from Heifeng village to help us. We didn't bring much, just some grain seeds, which are the food for the people of Xining this year." The black-faced man listened and looked suspicious.
Don't try to fool me.
I can tell from the deep tire tracks under your carriage that these are seeds. Do you really think I believe that? No one would believe that these were just seeds, not gold or silver. He wanted to trick him. When he was in the underworld, these people were still at home, wearing open-crotch pants. You guys are not honest. There are silver coins in the carriage, right? The big, black-faced man grinned mischievously. Seeds are fine to take, but the silver must stay. That's impossible. After the disaster, who doesn't need silver? Fu Yuan stepped forward, looked at them with an unhappy face, and said, "You should be honest and righteous heroes, but you can't steal this silver from inside. Every penny and every coin belongs to the people of Xining. If you dare to move it, you're fighting against the court. You're plotting rebellion. Do you want to die?" The black-faced man froze, not expecting him to say such words. The people behind him also hesitated. Although they had become bandits, stronger than merchants and some officials, what they were doing was mostly imitation. At most, they would be captured and exiled 3,000 miles away. But if they were caught for imitation, it would be a crime punishable by execution of the entire family. This money is disaster relief funds, with the emperor's decree. If you are moved, I guarantee you all won't have a good ending. Now, get out of the way.
Fu Yuan said.
The man with the dark face felt a bit nervous inside but tried to stay calm on the outside. This silver should be a large amount, enough to last them a lifetime. But as Fu Yuanji said, if they steal the silver, it will cause big trouble. Although they have stolen money, people, and goods before, none of those were as much or as troublesome as the silver. This is disaster relief money, worth at least 10,000 taels. He found it strange. The person speaking seemed to be an official, but why would an official carry such a large amount of silver and have a guard? Shouldn't the court be sending soldiers? He doubted whether the person's words were true, but the person's tone was calm, even honest about some things, so he didn't think they were lying. What should he do? Should he ask to see the imperial decree? Or forget it and let them go? The dark-faced man began to assess his own strength and the other side's. If they fought, could he win? And if he won, what should he do next? If they really stole that much silver, the government would definitely send troops to catch them. Before, only a few hundred soldiers were sent. If they hid in the forest in such a big mountain, how would the soldiers find them? But if they stole so much money, the search party might be in the thousands. The government's patrols aren't thorough because the county magistrate doesn't have that much power or troops. But if they did this, not only the magistrate but also city soldiers would come. They would be walking into their own death. Thinking of this, the dark-faced man's expression changed unpredictably. This really is just a shadow. If you have the imperial decree, show it to us. As soon as we see it, I promise my brothers and I will retreat into the woods and never block your way again. Fu Yuanji sneered. So bold, yet unrepentant. What you're doing isn't good. If the officials catch you, they'll say it's to uphold justice. But who knows what you're really up to?
Do you farm?
Do you guarantee that nothing you do harms innocent people? Good people don't become bandits. Your descendants won't be able to take the imperial exams, and there's no future for you. You grown men can't find a better way to live. Instead, you do these bloody things. One day, you'll die not knowing why. If you want to see the imperial decree, then kneel down. Fu Yuanji sneered. By the way, are you literate? I have the imperial decree here. Do you recognize it? The big man with the black face twitched his mouth. The people behind him looked on, and none of them could read. So he puffed out his chest and said, You worry about whether we can read or not. First, show us the imperial decree. Fu Yuanji snorted coldly, took out the decree, and read aloud what was written on it. Watching the crowd kneel in a circle, then looking at the confused black-faced man, Fu Yuanji sneered, Now you've seen the decree and heard what it says. Do you want to fight us? The black-faced man shook his head in confusion. No, we don't fight. We're going back to the mountains to farm properly. That's what you said. Go back to the mountains and farm well, and don't do anything else, Fu Yuanji said. I have money. Why don't you come settle in Xining County? We'll give you land, some silver, and you can bring your belongings. When you arrive, I can help you get new household registrations. The black-faced man was shocked. What? You want to take us away? They were trying to persuade him to surrender. Why not? Don't think this is over. I tell you, I have loyal guards around me. If you're not afraid of death, go back to the mountains. But if you're caught, you'll be executed along with your whole family. Don't say I didn't warn you, Fu Yuanji said. The northwest is a vast, densely populated area. He knew that bringing these bandits over would create real pressure, but since they made a living by robbing, their hideouts must be full of gold, silver, and treasures. They probably had a lot of food, but they could buy what they needed. Bringing these people to settle in Xining would boost local population and economy, bring growth, and solve some regional problems. It would also be a good achievement for him. The black-faced man felt even more nervous after hearing this. He hesitated until Fu Yuanji ordered his secret guards to step forward. The royal guards were impressive, and their presence was terrifying. The black-faced man, who knew some martial arts, could feel their explosive strength and intimidation. A single glance from them made him feel like he was already dead. He had hit a dead end. If he had known, he wouldn't have come here. Not only did I fail to get the money, but now I've also gotten myself into trouble. If he goes back, he probably won't get beaten to death by the boss, right? If he were the boss, no one would have gone to steal the money. But his subordinates acted on their own and even mentioned a steel plate, which caused everyone in the Black Wind village to be ordered to surrender. They would follow unconditionally. If they refused to surrender or dared to resist, they would be executed. Even their entire family. Why is this happening to me? The man with the black face looked like he wanted to cry, but couldn't. Go quickly. You have 1 day. Bring everyone from Black Wind village to the big open field in front. Before sunset tomorrow, if I don't see you, I will report this to the emperor. You can imagine what will happen to you. The black-faced man shivered all over and ran into the mountains with his people. It was as if a ghost was chasing him, and he wished he had 2 more legs. Fu Yuanji watched people run up the hill in a panic and couldn't help but laugh. Everyone stared at Fu Yuanji in shock. The people from the agency looked at him as if he were a strange creature, and they found it hard to explain. They had been worried about being robbed by Black Wind during this trip and wanted to negotiate with them, even willing to pay a toll. But the other side didn't care about that at all. Not only did they refuse to pay, but they also robbed them and demanded their belongings. They wanted to join them and go to Xining together. What kind of thing is this? You're quite good at taking advantage, said Yang Jinhai, a secret guard of the Qilin Guard, number 35. You used the name of the Royal Secret Guard to do this. I will report this to the Emperor. Yes, follow the rules, Fu Yuanji replied, then explained the intentions of Zhao En and Black Wind Village in a vague way. Zhuoshi peeked out of the carriage and asked, Guard Yang, what would you like to eat tonight? I'll cook for you. A faint smile appeared on Guard Yang's face. Anything is fine. Let's make braised pork. How about grilled fish? We can also do skewers, braised eggplant, lotus seed, and pork rib soup. If we're lucky and find wild chickens, we can make beggar's chicken. If the guards and brothers see wild chickens or rabbits, they might fight over them. If we find roe deer or deer, we'll have good meat to eat. When Zhuoshi spoke, everyone couldn't help but swallow. The reason was simple. The food made by the Lion Chef was so delicious that even the simplest meals made them want to swallow their tongues. Listening to the names of the dishes she mentioned, if only we could taste them, it would make us so happy. So, later, when we have free time on the road, we should take the chance to hunt. After bringing back the game, we can prepare it for Zhuoshi, and that meal will be very satisfying. Everyone was impressed by Zhuoshi's cooking skills, but he cooks less often because preparing food for so many people alone takes a lot of time. Usually, only a few people cook regularly, and when it's Zhuoshi's turn, everyone eats more happily and comfortably. During the hour-long lunch break, those who could move went to catch rabbits, wild chickens, and other mountain game. When everyone returned, they had all gained a lot. We saw a few big wild boars weighing over 200 jin, but carrying one on the road was quite troublesome. We have a lot of supplies, and handling the boar would be difficult, so we decided to leave it, said Yang, the guard. Why not bring it back? Zhuoshi asked. Once we get back, we can process it slowly on the cart. Even if we can't eat it all, we can sell it in the next town for some silver. We could also buy local special foods with the money, so it's worth it. When Zhuoshi spoke, Yang immediately regretted not thinking of that. He patted his head in frustration and said, Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Next time we see a wild boar, wild ox, or even a tiger, bring it back for me. Everyone around them responded loudly, yes. Then they realized, since they had encountered so many good things, why not catch all the meat they could? It was money. If they caught a tiger, they could earn a lot of silver. Would they really let such a big opportunity slip away just because they had to keep moving? That would be a shame. Thanks to Zhuoshi's suggestion, in the following days, everyone was full of energy during their rest times, wandering through the forest and hunting all the game they could find. When they reached the next town, they took some prepared game from the carts and sold it to the locals. Of course, this was later. Right now, their main task was to bring the people from Black Wind Village under control. They needed to make the Black Wind Village folks obedient and follow them to Xining, where they could develop properly. That evening, the group rested well, recharging their energy, waiting for the people from Black Wind Village to come and join them willingly. On the next midday, people from Haifeng Village appeared before them, old and young, a large group of about 200 people. Everyone was pushing carts, carrying baskets, and bringing luggage, with families following behind. Fu Yuanji greeted them and warmly welcomed the leader of Haifeng Village. From now on, we are on the same side. Let's work together, enjoy good food and drink, and live well. But please, no more illegal activities. The leader of Haifeng Village was a tall, strong man with a scar on his forehead. He gave Fu Yuanji a slight, contemptuous smile. All right, I hear you, he said. Seeing his expression, Fu Yuanji guessed he might have other ideas, but that was okay. As long as the people followed him on the journey, they were smart enough to weigh their options. As long as they didn't do anything too extreme, he could leave them in a village to govern well. He didn't believe these people would cause trouble. They had families and could change for the better. The group packed up and started their journey. That evening, during rest, Fu Yuanji explained the day's hunting activities. From now on, when you catch game, keep it and sell it yourself. The money is yours, your hard work. Whoever catches something, that belongs to them. Maybe when we reach Xining, we'll have saved a lot of money. This motivated everyone to hunt eagerly. Even some women and children were willing to go to the mountains during their free time to catch wild birds and rabbits. Of course, they were reminded to stay safe, follow the adult men, and avoid deep mountains. Some people stayed behind to guard the carts and cook at home. The workers who managed the carts and prepared meals also earned a share of the money from selling the game. Because they provided services that kept the convoy safe, they deserved to be paid accordingly. Everyone agreed with this plan. Distribution based on work, aiming for fairness. The idea is not to fear scarcity, but inequality. Fu Yuanji had known this principle for a long time. He said, "All right, everyone rest well today. Starting tomorrow, the inn stations will be farther apart, maybe 2 days apart. We need to prepare for overnight stays. Keep your spirits up. We might have to camp out tomorrow." Everyone listened and agreed with him. Traveling is a tiring and boring task. At first, seeing the grass and trees along the road, I thought the scenery was beautiful and felt excited while walking. But as I kept walking, everything looked the same, mountains and water, and the hardships of walking made it hard to enjoy the scenery. Under the hot sun, with the ground beneath my feet, I felt hungry and exhausted. Those on the road, especially those walking with carts, had little mood for joy. Therefore, encouragement became very important at this time. Encouragement could be words of comfort or material support, like giving an extra bowl of rice, singing a song, or letting someone sit in the cart for a while. There was a special cart for the elderly, the weak, the sick, and those feeling unwell. This cart allowed everyone to rest temporarily. People took turns riding it, which helped them feel more motivated and gave them hope during the dull journey. It also helped lift their spirits. After all, when they couldn't walk anymore, they could sit and rest for a while. Thanks to this cart, everyone had something to look forward to. Although the time to ride was limited, everyone took turns throughout the day. But since there were elders and children, no one would argue when it was time to stop walking altogether. Because of the people from Heifeng village, the group of travelers grew larger, reaching about 200 or 300 people. The fighters from Heifeng village often went on big missions. Most carried weapons and looked fierce. Along with the guards hired by Fu Yuan and the royal, this group looked very strong. No one dared to challenge them recklessly, knowing it would be suicidal. Compared to before, their journey was safer, but it was also slower because Heifeng village had some elderly, women, and children. They took longer breaks. Midday rest was reduced from 2 hours to 1, to catch up on lost time. After a month of traveling, they finally reached near Xining County. They bought some grain from neighboring counties and the city, loading it onto the carts. They also bought some wagons to follow behind, pulling the grain. As they kept buying more supplies, their group kept growing. When they reached the closest Lusha County to Xining County, their convoy had already stretched about 2 miles long. Take some people and go deliver a letter to the county magistrate's clerk in Xining County. Tell them about our situation and ask if they can send some help to transport our grain back. Fu Yuanji ordered 2 skilled men and spoke to them. Yes, sir. Xining County, County Office. Deputy County Magistrate Lin Hanbai looked at the large pile of official documents on his desk. He listened as reports came in about which villages had lost how many houses, which villages had frozen to death how many cattle and sheep, and which villages had collapsed because of heavy snow after failed rescue efforts, resulting in deaths. Some villages had people killed by bears or other wild animals on the mountain. Others had families frozen to death due to insufficient firewood. Many villages had people starving to death because of the snow disaster. Wang Qingyu, the county magistrate, sighed, "I really don't know what to do now. We don't have enough grain or supplies to help. We've already sent everything out. This winter has been especially harsh." The clerk, Bai Yan, also sighed. "Yes, what can we do? Xiangya has tried his best. We've mobilized the city folks again, asking for donations of money and grain. But it probably won't make much difference now. Everyone's grain is running low. Lin Hanbai said, I heard the court sent a special envoy for this disaster, the county magistrate himself. They say he brought relief funds and supplies, and he's a top scholar. Top scholar? So what? Wang Qingyu sighed. That only shows he's good at studying, but it doesn't help us now. We don't even know how much grain the court has sent. It's strange. Why did they send the relief supplies with him instead of directly dispatching them? If they had sent them directly, we wouldn't have to wait so long. Exactly. Waiting has taken too long. We can't hold on much longer. Our villagers are struggling. If we delay any more, not only will we fail to save our people, but this year's harvest might also be lost, Bai Yan said, his face deeply lined with worry. I heard the top scholar is quite young. Young people lack experience and haven't faced hardships. How can they understand that disaster relief is like fighting a fire? Yes. If he keeps delaying on the way, our villages will be further affected. We might not only fail to save our people, but also risk losing this year's harvest. Who knows what will happen? What is the above thinking? Send down the money so we can find a way to buy some seeds. When the county magistrate arrives, the vegetables will be spoiled. There might be some background behind him. I heard that our top scholar, although young, has connections. Rumor has it he is the son of the Duke of Jinghua, and even though he grew up with his mother, he is the legitimate eldest son of the Duke of Jinghua, who was expelled from the family long ago. Probably the Duke of Jinghua doesn't like him much, or else he wouldn't have sent him here to help with disaster relief, which is a thankless job, Wang Qingyu said. His words made the two people nearby look at him with surprise. Lin Hanbai raised an eyebrow in shock. Where did you hear that? Tell me quickly. Wang Qingyu replied, Actually, it's from my wife's maternal aunt. I heard that a new county magistrate was assigned to Xining County, and she looked into it for me. She told me that this gentleman's background is quite complicated. I believe if what my aunt said is true, and he really came to our county, he probably isn't liked by the Duke of Jinghua, and he might have offended him, which is why he was sent here to a remote place for disaster relief. Lin Hanbai said, If that's true, then we're in big trouble. An illegitimate son who isn't recognized, disliked and suppressed by the Duke of Jinghua, sent here to suffer. How much grain can he possibly bring? I think he has been abandoned by the court. After failing to help with the disaster, he can only suffer with us here. Enduring hardship is still good, Bai Yan said, feeling bitter in his mouth. Their internal fighting doesn't matter. As long as the heavens and the emperor are far away, I don't see the point in their fighting. I'm just a small clerk, only concerned with managing the people in our little land in Xining. Let them have a good life. This snowstorm this year is truly a disaster, killing many cattle and sheep. Not just cattle and sheep, our grain has all been handed over. Every year at this time, life is very hard. We have to trade with other places. We hope that shops from outside can bring us grain, seeds, and the things we need. But this year, with heavy snow blocking the mountains, so many cattle, sheep, and people have died. How can we have cattle, sheep, or goods to exchange with others? It's just that the gods above are fighting, and we little ghosts suffer. They don't care whether the newcomers are human or ghost, as long as they can bring money and help save our people in Xining. I will accept him, Lin Hanbai said. Wang Qingyu said, Who says not? We low-level officials have no connections. If we had any, we'd already be county magistrates. Why would we struggle here? I just want to see that the people here can eat well, wear warm clothes, and live good lives. Unfortunately, a big snowstorm destroyed the houses, froze the cattle and sheep to death, and many people also died from the cold. If this keeps up, there won't be many people left. I don't know where the county magistrate has gone. I heard he left a long time ago. It would be good if he sent us a message so we know the situation and can wait a bit longer before going. I'm getting anxious. No, I must go out and see. I need to write a letter to my relatives to ask if he has left yet. We shouldn't just wait here. Wang Qingyu felt restless. Yes, go ask them when they left. Let's figure out where they might be now. I really can't wait any longer, Bai Yan said. Lin Hanbai agreed and moved aside to give Wang Qingyu space to write his letter. While Wang Qingyu carefully chose his words to write, someone suddenly entered outside to report. Honorable sirs, someone has come to deliver a message. They say it's from the county magistrate's people and want to see you. Wang Qingyu stood up quickly. Before he could react, Lin Hanbai asked, "Where are they? Did you hear clearly? Are they from the county magistrate?" "Yes, 3 people are waiting outside." "Do you want to see them?" Bai Yan quickly said, "Bring them in quickly." He really wanted to meet them. What a coincidence. This was truly a fortunate chance. Now, nothing could stop them from meeting the people sent by the Divine Spirit. They just wanted to find out about the county magistrate's news. "Where is the county magistrate now?" "At Lusha County," the messenger replied. "Lusha County? That's near us. They'll be here in 3 or 5 days at most." "Oh, this is great. I didn't expect the county magistrate to move so fast. How much grain does he have?" 100,000 share of rice, 10,000 share of seeds, plus some oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and saplings. The magistrate was in a hurry, so he brought a lot of supplies and many people. They moved slowly because of the heavy load. When they reached the border of Liushang, everyone slowed down. "So, the magistrate sent us to tell Xieyang that if we have anyone here, we should send someone to pick them up." Good. Let's go now." Lin Hanbai was very happy. He didn't expect there to be so much grain and seeds. This was really surprising. The county magistrate arrived just in time. Wang Qingyu quickly ordered his men, "Go quickly, gather everyone at the government office, and come with this young man." Bai Yan said directly, "I'll go with you. I want to welcome the county magistrate." He was anxious. He wanted to see if the grain and seeds really were as much as they seemed. If they had enough, it wouldn't feed everyone in the county, but it could last for a while. As long as it lasted, there was hope. "Bai Yan, you don't need to go. Why do you want to? There are many official papers waiting for us at the county office. You're the quickest at handling tasks among us. Stay here and handle the papers." "I'll go," Lin Hanbai said. Yes, Lord Bai. You are capable and hardworking. You handle things faster and better than us. I think it's best if I go with Lord Lin," Wang Qingyu added. Bai Yan was furious. He felt like he was holding his breath and became like a pufferfish. "How can you do this?" Bai Yan trembled as he pointed at them. "I can't believe there are people as shameless as you in this world." He had been the first to suggest the idea. These 2 not only stole his idea but also wanted to take his place. It was just not right. "I don't care about the official papers in the county office. We all share the responsibility. Why are you 2 leaving everything to me and going to flatter the county magistrate?" Bai Yan said through gritted teeth. "I just want to see how much grain and seeds there really are. Then we can send out official notices to the people of Xining County, telling them that the county magistrate is here to help with the disaster and to plan the next steps. You 2 should prepare at the county office. When the county magistrate arrives, we can start working." But who knew? These people didn't want to do their serious work. They just wanted to go see the excitement. They didn't respect others at all. Bai Yan was the oldest and most experienced among the 3. Shouldn't he be the one to meet the county magistrate? "Lord Bai, you can't say that. We are all working together at the scene. Even though you're the oldest, you shouldn't always push and pressure us. You're pushing your work onto us. I think, since you're older and not feeling well, and walking is hard for you, we should go instead." "I am the youngest among us, so I should go," Lin Hanbai said.
Bien.
"I really want to scold this disrespectful old person. Wang Qingyu, how about the 3 of us go together? We shouldn't make the county magistrate wait too long." Yes, let's go together. Share the good times and face the difficulties together. No one should be left behind. Come on, let's go quickly. The county officials have already sent someone to call us, so we can't keep Lord Xinling waiting." The 3 finally stopped fighting among themselves and united. They followed the group to see what was happening. Soon, all the county guards were summoned. Everyone rode horses toward Lusha County. The ride was bumpy, and the 3 adults were still inexperienced, but they endured the discomfort and kept up because they were eager. They finally saw the county magistrate they had been waiting for. "Greetings, Lord Magistrate." Master Fu has finally arrived. Seeing the restored official and noticing the endless line of carriages behind him, they asked excitedly, "Sir, are all those behind you grain supplies?" "Yes, all the grain is for the disaster victims," Fu Yuanji said. "Thank you all for your hard work." Seeing their eyes fixed on the convoy and noticing how pale and thin they looked, it was clear they had been through a lot. They seemed very anxious, probably waiting a long time. They came to see him as soon as possible, which shows how eager they were. It might mean they are good officials who care about the people. As for other details, it's hard to tell for now. Great. With this grain, the people of Xining can get through it, Bai Yan said, rubbing his hands eagerly, almost wanting to open the sacks and see the grain inside. "Sir, we will head back to Xining County Office now," Lin Hanbai said. With this batch of grain, he felt more confident. It was perfect that the magistrate came so quickly. If he had come any later, they might not have lasted much longer. Wang Qingyu felt his heart settle. Looking at the grain, he appeared pleased, feeling as energized as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He could work several more days and nights without feeling tired. Because more people had arrived at the county office, their convoy was larger, and with help, they moved faster and more easily. After traveling for 5 or 6 hours, they finally reached the county office before sunset. When entering the town, all the villagers saw the large convoy. Because someone was watching nearby, they only dared to watch from a distance. The braver ones, gathering their courage, asked about it. They learned that the grain was sent by the court to help with the disaster. When the time comes, everyone would go to the county office to collect their share based on their household registration. The villagers were very excited. "Sir, is this true? Is this really our grain?" Bai Yan replied, "Can it be fake?" "Of course it's real. The officials will soon post official notices on the door. You can come and see for yourself." "How much grain can each household get?" the man asked again.
"I don't know yet."
"I will check how much grain we have and then calculate based on the population of our county. Later, we will distribute it evenly. This will also be written clearly in the official notice," Bai Yan explained. "Sir, will we be able to eat until autumn?" Lin Hanbai said, "That might be difficult. In spring, try to gather some mountain produce and find more work in the county. Think of ways, find more solutions. Our grain supply is limited, so this is just for emergencies. To eat well, we need to think of more ways. As long as we're not starving directly, we can find a way, right?" Yes. Even if we can only eat half a full meal, or a third, we can keep going. Yes, forget about everything else. As long as there's grain, we'll eat sparingly and get through this period. I need to tell my mother this good news. Let's go home quickly. Yes, now that the snow has melted and the quartz grain has arrived, spring is here. It shouldn't be worse than before. People in the town watched as some grain was delivered to the countryside, feeling reassured. One by one, they went home to spread the news, so everyone knew. They waited eagerly for the official notice to be posted in the county office, so they could collect their share based on household registration. Inside the county office, a few people gathered at the desks to discuss the next steps. In the end, everyone agreed on a plan. Fu Yuanji summarized, "The simplest and most reliable way is to distribute grain according to household registration. However, the people in our area are quite scattered. Those living in the county town can go directly to the county office to get their grain. For the towns and villages farther away, each one should organize their own people to be notified through their local faith groups. Village heads and town officials can bring 1 or 2 people from each household to collect their grain based on household registration." After thinking for a moment, Fu Yuanji added, "Although our county is small, if everyone from the entire county rushes to Xinjiang at the same time, the county office will be overwhelmed. This could cause disorder and waste time, with long lines forming, which might lead to other problems. So, we should make a schedule, telling each village and station which day they should come to collect grain. This way, we can avoid crowding." Although none of them had heard the term peak crowd, they understood Fu Yuanji's meaning from the context. They all agreed, saying, "Sir, that's a good idea." Besides the 10,000 share of grain and 1,000 share of seeds, we also have some money left. I plan to buy chickens, geese, pigs, and other poultry for people to raise. I know the common people don't have much money, so we will let them buy these animals on credit from the county office. Once they grow the animals, they can return the chickens and ducks to us. For every 10 chicks or ducklings they receive, they must give back 8 and keep 2. If any die, they will compensate for the loss. If they raise them successfully, those will be their meat. Those interested in raising pigs can take piglets home. If the pigs haven't gained 10 gene of meat, they will give us 1 gene of pork. Bai Yan and the others were surprised and quickly understood what he meant. After thinking carefully, everyone was very happy. Sir, that's a wonderful idea. It encourages the people to raise various animals and also gives them income. Yes. This method is good. It not only saves us the trouble of transporting grain ourselves, but also shows the towns and villages that we have enough food, which will help stabilize their minds. Alright, tomorrow we will send people to each station to organize this. Fu Yuanji said, grain can be collected based on the number of people. As for the livestock and seedlings, it depends on the willingness of the people. Those who want to raise them can do so. Those who don't have to. It must be voluntary and no one should be forced. He added, and about the seeds. We cannot evenly distribute seeds to the common people because each household has different circumstances, different family sizes, and land. We cannot decide how many seeds to give each household. Since these are seeds, they need to be bought. Although people may not have money, they still need to buy seeds for the year's harvest. Seeds must be purchased according to their needs, with the county office extending credit. They will repay with seeds or money in the autumn. Bai Yan agreed, saying, yes, the cost of seeds shouldn't be saved. That makes it easier to manage. Wang Qingyu and Lin Hanbai also understood and expressed their support. Only then did they realize that Fu Yuanji was a very capable person. An ordinary person wouldn't plan so carefully or come up with such innovative ideas. So, they believed they had a good official, a leader who could bring new hope to the people of Xining. Sir, your ideas are truly groundbreaking. Sir, your kindness is admirable. Sir, you care for the people. I'm sure you will help Xining get through this tough time. The three looked at Fu Yuanji with admiration and respect. No matter what conflicts are happening in the capital, whether Fu Yuanji is being suppressed or not, based on what he has done, these plans and arrangements, they are beneficial for the recovery of Xining after the disaster and for the people's survival. They sincerely accepted this county magistrate. Xining is a remote place, with little influence or connections. People there are less interested in power struggles. After everyone finished registering households and organizing the schedules for towns and villages regarding food supplies, they went out to buy various chicks, ducklings, and piglets. They also sent people to notify each village and household about the county's decisions. Men over 15 received 80 gene of grain, women 50 gene, and the elderly and children 40 gene each. Those willing to raise ducks, chickens, or pigs could also receive 10 gene of grain. The rules for raising different livestock were explained again. Families with many members who wanted to eat meat and could feed their animals would take some livestock home. The officials trained in advance, memorizing all the rules and preparing for any issues before going to each town and village. Since the promotion was for a good cause, every time they advertised, they were surrounded by groups of villagers asking questions and engaging with them. Every time I visit, the villagers and townspeople are very friendly. They eagerly answer all my questions and treat these officials with great kindness and gratitude. They thank us repeatedly. The officials feel an unprecedented sense of respect and welcome. In the past, they never felt appreciated or depended on like this. Now, whenever they go into the village, they're the most popular people. The treatment they receive now is completely different from before. Villagers, please remember this. On the 15th, you must go to the county office to collect your grain and livestock seedlings. After the 15th, the county office will no longer serve our village, only other villages. The schedule has been arranged, and if you don't go on the right day, you'll have to wait until everyone else has collected their share. That could take a long time. As for the seeds and livestock, the money for them will be recorded for each household. When the harvest comes in autumn, you can return the seeds or pay the money. Everyone must stamp their handprints. Please remember this clearly. Get the seeds early, plant them soon, or else we'll have no food in the fall. The harvest for the year will be lost. Farmers and villagers all know how important grain is. They heard they could get grain for free, but they had to pay for the seeds and livestock seedlings. After understanding the requirements, they started discussing whether to take the livestock and how many seeds to get. This is a big matter for their livelihood each year, so they need to plan carefully. Everyone is very grateful that the county magistrate came. Thanks to him, they can receive so many supplies. Otherwise, they might not have made it through this year. The heavy snowstorm destroyed many people's hopes. From the first day the grain was distributed, long lines formed outside the county office, packed with people. The villagers woke up early, worried about arriving late and missing out, so everyone was very eager. Since the distribution was based on the population of each village, the number of people coming each day was similar, and the schedule was busy. From early morning until sunset, people lined up. The county officials worked quickly to distribute grain, seeds, and livestock seedlings, hoping farmers could solve their problems early and start planting. This project has been ongoing for half a month. After distributing all the food and seeds, everyone has been working spring planting, trying to plant all the seeds as quickly as possible. This is their hope for the year. Time has quickly passed during their work. After another month, the farmers have planted all kinds of seeds, and most of them have started to sprout. This basically solves the spring planting problem. At this time, the issue of food shortages has started to become serious again. The food distributed can keep them from starving for a while and help them eat enough, but it's still difficult to make it through to the autumn harvest. Especially for large families as summer ends, their food supplies are almost gone. Fu Yuanji asked, I plan to build a water canal and hire farmers from the county to work. I will pay each person 5 coins a day, with food and lodging included. Do you think anyone will come? Using work as aid, paying very low wages to feed people, and building the water canal. Once it's finished, the fertile land here will be much better for farming. Water projects are meant to support agriculture. As long as the water canal is built well, he believes food production here will improve greatly. Fuyan replied, that should work. As long as they get food, I think they'll come. And since you're also paying, even if it's not much, they'll probably be eager to join. I need to look into this carefully. We can't just announce it openly or people will rush to sign up. It might cause chaos in the villages and towns. We should divide the quotas and let each village discuss and decide. Then send people from each village to work in the county. This way, we can avoid many problems. Fu Yuanji listened and thought it made sense. I was careless. Your advice is very reasonable. So, this plan was divided into several parts. A few people discussed and agreed on the quotas, then sent notices to each village. They set the number of workers each village could send and waited for people to come to the county for work. Fu Yuanji said, make sure to help the most difficult families in each village. Give them a meal and help them earn a little more. We must not let the villagers go hungry. If a village does well, we will give them a reward. The top 10 villages will each receive a big pig, 10 chickens, and 10 ducks. We will also present banners to these villages. For the towns, there are fewer, so we will choose 5 towns to reward. Later, we will hold an end-of-year meeting where all the village chiefs and town officials are called to the county office for a gathering. In front of the entire county's people, these matters will be presented. We are not afraid that these village and town leaders will not do their best. Moreover, we must strongly support the villages to develop their own economic features. Each village should identify what resources they have and what they can sell, such as grains, medicinal herbs, bees, fish, shrimp, embroidery, and other local products. As long as the village can produce these items, we will support large-scale production and sales. The best products should be brought to the county office, which will help sell them. Fu Yuanji believes that if this reward policy is implemented well, each village will actively recommend the most needy families. As long as their merchant teams can gather and sell these products, their lives will improve to some extent, helping to revive the stagnant economy of Xining through business. The Lord is right. Let's do it this way. So, each village started to carefully check their resources and identify the most difficult families to help. Since each village has limited spots, they must carefully consider and select the most needy households. Almost every village chief, upon hearing the news, began calling meetings with villagers. Of course, because of recent disasters, life has been hard for everyone. Every family faces difficulties and wants to participate, but the spots are limited, so they must choose the most in-need families. This is a test of the villagers' hearts. Some families, even if they have money or are better off than others, try to take these spots by causing trouble at the village chief's house or by selfishly taking resources from their own households. But the village chiefs will not allow such behavior, as it affects their village's reputation, their standing among other village chiefs in the county, and whether they can receive awards at the end of the year. Dear villagers, please stay calm. I heard that as long as we select the most needy families and help them get through the winter without starving, we will receive 10 pigs, 10 chickens, and 10 ducks as prizes for our village. These will be distributed to every household. But if we report families that are better off or let the less fortunate families suffer, our village will be publicly criticized, and we will lose other benefits. After hearing the village chief's words, the villagers fell silent. Everyone understood the village chief's meaning. Most people could calmly view the situation, but some who liked to take advantage of others didn't care much. The prize was limited and no one knew how many would receive it or if it would be given out at the end of the year. Could they really get the prize? Could they trust what the village chief said? Besides, having something now is better than waiting. Once they earned enough money, they could buy these things themselves. Why wait until the end of the year? Life is hard now. But the power of the people is great. They wanted to fight for it tomorrow, but everyone in the village knew each other's situations. Some families were doing well, others struggling and facing hunger. Everyone knew the truth, so protests were impossible. In the end, the majority's decision was final. The village chief finalized the list of people who would go. Then he talked about encouraging everyone to grow vegetables and grains and find ways to earn money. The county leaders said that no matter what you find to sell, as long as it can make money, you can bring it to the grocery shop next to the county office. They will help sell it. The prices will be fair, honest, and just. Really? The village chief will really accept things? Will they take the big cabbages from my farm? Yes, they will. Will they take the rabbits I raised? Yes, they will. Will they take the pears from my orchard? Yes, they will. The villagers eagerly shared what they had and asked questions one after another. The village chief was busy and tired, feeling dry in his throat, but a wave of excitement filled him. He loved this feeling of being grounded and capable. It made him feel very proud and gave him a strange sense of achievement. When will they decide what not to accept? The county has made a list. We will read it out to everyone later, said the village chief. Kind-hearted people like you are trying to help us improve our lives. Everyone must work hard and live well. That's how we honor the great spirits who are doing their best for us. We have been blessed for 8 generations to have such good officials. They didn't know what disasters looked like elsewhere, but they had never heard of a place suffering from calamities that was so well cared for, with everything taken care of in detail. The people of Xining County were very touched because everything was well arranged and no one was rummaging through others' belongings. Thanks to Fu Yuanji's arrival and the busy spring season, new vitality had blossomed. I think we should develop some industries here. When the time comes after we leave, there is a very good way to make them wealthy. Although this place is cold and harsh, we can grow sugar beets and sugarcane. Sugarcane might not always grow well, but sugar beets definitely will. We can also set up a workshop here. By selling products, this place could become very rich. That will be your achievement, and when 3 years pass, you will surely be transferred from this place. Fu Yuanji smiled and said, "We'll do as the lady suggests, but it will be her." Zhuoshi laughed and said, "Stop talking so much." Actually, as soon as they arrived in Xining, he sent people to check if they could grow sugar beets here. When they found the soil was suitable, she started looking for people to plant them. It's better to do what's familiar than to try new methods. Since we already open a shop to make and sell things, why use other methods? The more ideas we have, the fewer options we'll have later. Once Fu Yuanji gets promoted, she plans to try other methods.
For now, selling what we have is enough.
Madam, where should we build the workshop? Washer asked. Buy a piece of land outside the city to build the workshop and then buy a shop inside the city, she replied. Let every household grow sugar beets. I will collect whatever they grow, she added. Madam Bai asked, is that true, madam? After planting, you will take as much as they produce? Washer nodded. Yes, yes. Whatever they produce, I will take. I need the stuff, so I won't worry about selling it. That's great, Madam Lin said with a smile. Ever since you came to Xining County, the people here have been doing well. They may not have enough to eat or warm clothes, but at least they aren't freezing or starving. After spring and summer, and after the autumn harvest, we can expect a good year. Madam Wang said, yes, yes. We're just hoping the weather will be good. When we have a good harvest, everything will be fine. Madam Wang was curious. But, Madam, what is this thing called sugar beet? Why do you need so many? Zwasher smiled and said, it's not complicated. This can be used to make. Make what? Everyone asked in surprise. Zwasher explained, yes, I've already talked to Bai Xiang. In 3 or 5 years, I plan to present this method to the court. I want to make some money during these years. Madam Bai, Madam Lin, and Madam Wang all fell silent, unsure of what to say next. Originally, such a good business opportunity. Who wouldn't want to join in? But they said the house was to be offered to the court, and with just a few years of earning some money, would they be willing to share such a valuable thing and good ideas? Clearly, this is a way to make money, but would they be willing to share it with others? That's probably impossible. They also knew that Swisher had a trading team that could sell goods to big cities across the country, so they gave up hope. Madam, I really envy your good way of making money. I even wanted to wear foreign clothes, but since this method is exclusive to you, I won't interfere, Madam Bai said. But I want to ask you, do you have any other good ideas to earn money? Let's do business together. We can make money ourselves and also help the people of Xining County improve their lives. Yes, Madam Fu. Do you think there are other ways to help the people of Xining County like you do? Lady Lin asked. Madam Wang also looked at her hopefully. Seeing their interest, Zwasher clenched her fists happily, eager to do something big. She was glad they were willing to work hard outside. Usually, women in ancient times wanted to do business, mainly to make money for their families, but these women also wanted to bring real benefits to the people of Xining, which was rare. I've been thinking, there are actually many ways. Maybe we could make canned fruit. Canned fruit? What is canned fruit? Zwasher explained what canned fruit was. All kinds of fruits can be preserved as canned food throughout the year. Suddenly, she had an idea. Since there are so many fruits here, and it's near the desert and the western regions, they could make grape wine. Not only grape wine, but many other fruits could be turned into wine or jam. As long as she collected enough, she could produce a lot of fruit wine. Selling these wines would bring in a lot of money. The fruit wine wouldn't require grains and would taste good, so it could sell for a high price across the country or even abroad. Why hadn't she thought of this before? She had missed such a big business opportunity. Now she realized how much money she could have earned. She felt like she had lost $1 billion. Zwasher felt regretful and deeply thought her thinking had been limited. She had such a great idea but had ignored it. However, alcohol should be considered a rare resource. If she produces it, she could potentially sell some of it on the market. The wines he makes are just fruit wines, so they probably won't cause much trouble. Anyway, he has already reached a consensus with the emperor, and the items he produces can be shared out. Most of it can still be kept by himself. Overall, this business can be done. Zwasher patiently explained the idea of canned goods to a few ladies. Later, you will be responsible for buying raw materials. I will create the recipes and handle sales. I will take 50%, and the remaining 50% will be yours, Zwasher said. As for how the remaining 50% is divided among them, Zwasher didn't care much. She already provided the most important part and was responsible for sales. Taking 50% was not a big problem. Even so, She felt she had been quite generous. As soon as she said this, the ladies were very happy. Madam Bai said, "Why don't you earn a little more? After all, you are the one who brought out the important things. Buying materials is just a matter of willing to spend money and effort. We can just follow behind you and share the profits, taking 50%. We feel a bit guilty about it." Madam Lin said, "Yes, how about you take 60%? Madam Wang said, 70% is fine too. Then the three of us can each take 10%, making it easier to split." Sure. What to do if words become difficult? Who would be eager to give money to others? But she understood their intentions. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Actually, you don't have to follow the money. You can handle it yourselves. If you think it's too much, you can also give the farmers a little extra when buying from them, just a few more coins to help them." The women instantly understood. It turned out Swisher was very aware that her willingness to give an extra 20% was to take care of the common people. Madam Bai quickly made a decision, patting her chest to promise, "Don't worry, we will find a way to return this 20% to the farmers." Swisher smiled and said, "Giving an extra coin per gene of fruit is enough. It's all about your kindness, and it has nothing to do with me." Madam Wang smiled and said, Yes, we earn our hard-earned money. We don't have many expectations. We're happy to follow you." Madam Lin said, "Then shall we go pick the fruit?" They didn't say much about Xining, but the fruit is abundant. Throughout the year, people can gather many fruits from the surrounding areas. If there are no fruits, that's okay too. They harvest what they can, which is still a source of income. The cooperation was quickly agreed upon. Their individual shares were registered, and this was written into the contract. Next, people were sent to various villages and towns to collect the different fruits grown by the villagers. Since they had done this before, they were experienced and efficient, and soon a canning factory was built. Because they were collecting fruits on a large scale, everyone knew about it. Most families had some fruits, earning a little money. People were happy and felt more energetic. For farmers, earning money from the fruits they grew in the mountains was a big gain, even if it was just a few coins. The buyer said they would take any fruits available. How many fruits can be gathered throughout the year? Even if the mountains don't produce enough, they can plant their own trees. This is a significant income. So, the people of Xining started planting all kinds of fruits on their own. They used grapes as apples, grew pears, and various other fruits. As long as the fruits tasted good, were easy to store, and could last several days or up to 2 weeks, they would harvest them. Everyone's enthusiasm was sparked, and they voluntarily planted fruit trees on their land. Now, most of the mountains around Xining have been cleared and planted with trees. Previously neglected mountain lands have become valuable. Farming on mountain land yields low output, and the soil is poor, so the prices are low. People are willing to buy a few acres for a few coins. If they can grow fruit trees and sell the fruits, it becomes a big source of money. The people of Xining are busy planting and working the land, going up and down the mountains, exploring all kinds of ways to earn money. They are living lively and fulfilling lives. As long as people are hardworking, even those without land can earn some money through their efforts. Everyone hopes to save more money for their families. And they have indeed achieved this. Any fruit they find that is good quality can be sold to the canning shops. Besides making canned fruits, Zhuosher and others also thought of drying the fruits into preserved fruit. So, next to the canning shop, a dried fruit shop was opened, along with a fruit stand. These shops formed a chain, ensuring all the fruits were collected and processed with great care and excellent taste. Not only did they sell these goods in Xining, but they also exported them to other places. Before the autumn harvest, the lives of the people in Xining were quite similar to previous years. Those who worked harder were even doing better than before. Seeing this scene, Bai Yan couldn't help but sigh. Master Fu, our Xining has truly transformed. I never imagined that in just 3 years, it could become like this. Master Fu's efforts are truly remarkable. Mrs. Bai smiled and said, You're right, but we shouldn't forget Mrs. Fu's contributions. She was in charge of the trading caravan, and she was the one who made the dried fruits and other products. How could you forget such an important thing? Are you looking down on women or what? Her tone carried a hint of teasing and dissatisfaction, and she looked at Bai Yen with a half-smile. Do I have a husband? Why would I think that? You're right, Mrs. Fu's role was definitely important, Bai Yen quickly said to make amends. It's the Fu couple, Master Fu and his wife. They are very capable. When Fu Yuanji first arrived, Bai Yen never expected that he would bring such great changes to Xining. He thought Fu Yuanji was a naive young man with little experience, pushed here by circumstances, probably desperate, and just tagging along to get by, ruining Xining in the process. He thought after a few years, Fu Yuanji would be dismissed or forgotten here. At that time, he felt very disappointed and even wanted to complain to the emperor, hoping the emperor would send a capable person to help with disaster relief. What use was a naive young man? Fortunately, it was Fu Yuanji who came, not the person he imagined. Xining was lucky, and so was he. Don't forget, the entire county sent their fruits here. We produce a lot of dried fruits and canned goods each day. Although the profit margin is only about 1 layer, we still earn quite a lot. In a month, our earnings are more than what our family makes in a year, Mrs. Bai said with satisfaction. I didn't expect that such a small fruit could bring in so much money. Luckily, it was led by Zhuo, or I wouldn't have been able to handle this business. Even if I could gather the fruits, I wouldn't be able to sell them. It's really their trading caravan that is impressive, able to sell these goods all over the country. How do you think they came up with the idea to run a trading caravan? Mrs. Bai was very envious. If she had a trading caravan like that, how much money could she make in a year? She couldn't even imagine. This person is talented, intelligent, well-connected, and brave enough to think and act. Complaining or envying won't help. Your abilities don't match their high status. Also, although Fu Yuanji is very low-key, he is the son of the Duke of Zhenghua. Mrs. Bai was surprised and looked curious. She asked Bai Yen, "How come I didn't know about this?"
Tell me more.
Bai Yen replied, "All right, I'll tell you." He explained Fu Yuanji's relationship with Zhenghua and concluded, "Why do you think he came here?"
He was probably suppressed.
But I don't fully understand their relationship. Anyway, Fu Yuanji is very capable. He added, "But no matter what, these things are not our business. We just talk about them behind our backs, never in front of others. Besides, if working with them benefits us, why should we care too much?" Mrs. Bai agreed and nodded. Yes. I focus on my business and making money. Why bother with all this? The more we know, the more dangerous it is. If the new district suddenly reveals something, we just pretend we don't know. The couple reached an agreement and then started helping the people of Xining earn money and collect taxes, organizing workers to build water channels and repair irrigation systems. After more than 2 months, the water channels in Xining County were almost complete. By summer's end, the entire county had a well-developed water system, and the villagers' pockets were gradually getting fuller. The weather was good, with no disasters. By autumn, the grain was stored, and the people were grateful to County Magistrate Yen for his help. The villagers said happily, "I've never had such a prosperous life before. I am very satisfied." During the harvest, Xining County was lively and prosperous. Farmers in the fields looked at the full rice ears and felt very happy. Plant 1 seed in spring and harvest thousands in autumn. This phrase expressed the hopes of farmers. If they plant 1 seed in spring, they will harvest many in autumn. At the start of the year, the people of Xining County were very worried because of a snow disaster. They feared starvation and freezing. But surprisingly, their lives were not much worse than in peaceful years. Even at harvest time, they still gathered a good amount of grain year-round. There is always work to do, and the items at home can be exchanged for money. The main reason is that the county office provides many ways for people to turn their household goods into cash. With these options, as long as it's not too difficult, they can earn some money. As long as they have money, they can keep going and hold on to hope for the future, waiting for autumn. Now autumn has finally arrived. It is the harvest season. All the farmers are full of hope, working hard in the fields under the hot sun. The heavy crops show their hard work, but everyone doesn't feel tired. They prefer to bend under the blazing sun to harvest. This year's rice grew very well. Once we pack up the benches and go home to sleep, next year we might have enough to eat. Plus, there are all kinds of fruit. Maybe next year, we can save some money to fix up the house. My son can get married, and I've been waiting for that for a long time. I hope to hold my grandchild someday. Every year, I can't gather enough bride price money, and it's delaying my son's marriage.
Exactly.
Without money, we can't pay the bride price. Who would marry you? Yeah. Last year was hard, but this year, thanks to the county official, things are a bit better. Who knows what next year will bring? But if there aren't many problems, it should be better than this year. Definitely better. We also planted wheat. In winter, we can plant another batch of wheat. If we add more fertilizer to our fields, maybe our wheat will grow even more. Actually, we've never done that in Xining before. We plant spring wheat in May and harvest it in July or August. After that, we can plant winter wheat, which is harvested the next June or July. We missed that this year, so we can only plant spring wheat. Next year, the winter wheat will produce much more than the spring wheat. The rice yield is also good, a bit better than wheat. They say there are two kinds of rice, but no one knows where they came from. The old man has been growing rice for many years, but he's never seen such good varieties before. Unbeknownst to these people, the seeds they are planting were exchanged from the gourmet shopping mall by Swisher. They are the best, most suitable seeds for planting. The importance of seeds is clear. Since they arrived late, some want to grow rice, and others want to grow wheat. The stronger rice plants are, the better, while wheat can be planted a little later. Because everyone's conditions are different, some are given seeds for selling, and others for planting rice. Whether rice or wheat, these are seeds from future generations, much better than today's seeds. The common people don't know where these seeds come from. They think they are provided by the government. So, they don't doubt, and just plant them. They didn't expect the seeds given by the government to be so good. Considering the fertility of Xining, a land so poor and barren, it's amazing that they could harvest so much. This is truly surprising. Yes, I've never seen such high-yield seeds before. If next year we get seeds like these again, I believe my fields can do even better and we could harvest 500 more gene of grain. Yes, the county officials even call us Ofnung. I never thought that using rotten leaves, grass roots, combined with manure from animals and people could produce such useful fertilizer. Before, I only knew to spread some wood ash. Yes, whenever the county has good news, they never forget us. They send people to our village and town to spread the word. Is that the right word? I didn't expect the officials to be so capable. It's not just the officials, it's the county magistrate who is impressive. The county officials have been here for many years, but I've never seen them do things like this. Since the county magistrate arrived, they've been acting this way. Whose credit is it? Need I say? I really hope the county magistrate stays here for a few more years. Yes, the county magistrate even built a water canal for us. This year, when we used water for irrigation, it saved us so much trouble. If there's a drought in the future, these things will help us resist it. The farmers were all very happy. Every household was overjoyed. Wherever I went, I could see people working tirelessly in the fields, full of laughter and joy. Fuyuanji was especially emotional. Farmers are really easy to satisfy. As long as life gets a little better than before, as long as they don't go hungry, they will genuinely love the officials and the court. Swisher said, Actually, I collected sweet potatoes, corn, and potatoes before, but I couldn't show them all at once. The emperor would definitely suspect us. When you're about to take your position, get promoted in a couple of years, I'll bring out these things and help you get a few more promotions. Alright, anyway, our term here is 3 years. After 3 years, I will be promoted. Fu Yuan's approach is that revealing too many things at once can make people think these things are easily obtained. In the future, the emperor might throw all his problems onto me, and he might suspect where these items come from. Don't worry, I have already sent people to the seaside to find overseas plants like corn, sweet potatoes, and tomatoes, Swisher said. Once you get promoted and achieve real results that earn the emperor's trust, we will gradually reveal these items. For now, just focus on developing Xining County so that people can eat well and stay warm. There's no need to do too much. Under Fu Yuan's leadership, a very poor county became prosperous, with good weather and plenty of fruits and vegetables. This shows his ability and achievements. As for other things, too much can be harmful. They agreed that after a year or two, they would transfer from Xining County and bring out the high-yield crops. Time quickly passed through the hard work of talented people. The grain taxes from each village and town were collected, and in spring, the seeds they lent out to the people were returned. The people of Xining County happily delivered their grain to the county office and then went back to start planting. It wasn't until the last grain was sent into the county government storage that Bai Yan finally relaxed. Grain is the foundation of confidence. With enough food, people feel secure. For the common people, nothing is more important than eating enough. Bai Yan thought Fu Yuan was truly impressive, not only helping them recover from disasters, but also helping them increase their harvests. "Sir, as long as we get through this year, our lives will be better." "Thank you, sir," they said. Fu Yuan smiled and replied, "It's everyone's effort. No need to thank me. Our main task this year is to build water channels and roads. To become rich, first build roads. Just by building roads, villagers can transport their goods to the county much more quickly, and it will attract merchants from outside to come and do business in Xining." Recently, because Xining County's economy is recovering and thanks to his favorable policies, many people have come to do business here. He was pleased with this development. Agriculture is stable, and commerce keeps the economy lively. No one knew better than him how merchants can boost economic growth, so he set development goals for the next year. Thanks to Left Po's strong support and his macroeconomic policies, the people of Xining are visibly living better. This has attracted nearby people to come here to do business. In the final year, they sent a trade caravan to the grasslands to trade with the local people. Years quickly passed, and soon the 3-year term was up. Officials of the Great Way need to be evaluated. Usually, every 3 years, the Superior Department sends people to inspect various regions. The evaluation has 3 levels: excellent, qualified, and unqualified. At this time, officials will be checked openly or secretly. They examine grain production, population growth, economic development, water projects, and other factors. After considering all these aspects, they give a comprehensive assessment. If an official is rated unqualified, the consequences are serious. They can lose their position. Such a poor rating usually means their performance was much worse than before, or they did something very wrong and didn't maintain good relationships with higher-ups. Most of the time, officials are rated qualified. Some are rated excellent if they perform very well or have good connections. The evaluation process is complex, involving many people and multiple standards, considering all sides. Fu Yuanji isn't worried about this, because he has already built things well in his area. His main task now is to maintain good relationships with higher officials so they give him a fair evaluation and possibly a better one. However, for him, this relationship isn't very important because he is always under the watch of the emperor. He documents everything he does and secretly sends reports directly to the emperor through trusted messengers. The emperor knows exactly what he is doing. If he can't be promoted despite this, the emperor probably wouldn't tolerate others either. So, it's better to rely on powerful support. Fu Yuanji thinks he is quite lucky and also talented. His method of disaster relief has been recorded by the emperor and is being tested elsewhere. He saved a lot of money and gained many benefits, which made His Majesty the Emperor very happy. Just by this method, he had already made a contribution. Moreover, in Xining County, he planted many crops, built numerous water channels, roads, and boosted the local economy. He also planted various trees, turning Xining County into a well-known wealthy area. If he were transferred away, whoever took his place could simply enjoy the benefits. Xining is no longer a difficult place. It is now like a golden hen that can lay eggs. Therefore, everyone worked together, and Fu Yuanji was soon ordered by the emperor to go to the capital to report on his work. After traveling for more than 2 months, Fu Yuanji and his master returned to the capital. It was a 3-year journey, and finally, they started heading home. After bathing, Fu Yuanji went to the palace to see the emperor. He carefully explained what he had done during these 3 years. Of course, he only shared the good parts and left out the difficult ones. He talked about the problems he faced, how he dealt with them, and his loyalty to the emperor. He also mentioned the help from officials and the hardworking, capable people of Xining. He mainly emphasized the many difficulties he encountered, especially the unexpected problems during dangerous times. He described all the dangers he faced, which made the emperor feel sympathetic. He also flattered the emperor, saying that it was thanks to His Majesty's protection that he was able to turn danger into safety. Overall, he acted very flattering. Although the emperor knew about these issues, his official report wasn't so detailed. Listening to Fu Yuanji, he felt as if he was experiencing it himself. Fu Yuanji also carefully shared his insights and feelings from the labor process. The emperor had never heard such things before. Although he studied how to be a good ruler and always sent people to observe the lives of common people, how many people around him truly understood what life was like at the bottom? Most of what he knew was told by others, and few actually experienced it firsthand. So, what Fu Yuanji said was very new and valuable information for the emperor. Fu Yuanji was calm and focused, presenting every detail of the lives of ordinary people. He also suggested some governance measures, proposing plans for each problem. He explained some principles in detail, which the emperor found very interesting. The emperor said, "Dear Minister, you've worked hard. You've gained a lot over these years. After you return, please organize your insights and submit them to me." Fu Yuanji respectfully replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." Thinking for a moment, the emperor said, "Now I am transferring you back. The area in Xining will be handed over to someone else. I plan to promote you. According to the rules, if you pass the assessment and excel, you can be promoted by 1 level. Plus, with the disaster relief model you provided earlier and the soap recipe you contributed, you'll be qualified to become a prefect. Where would you like to serve as prefect? Whatever Your Majesty arranges, I will go wherever you send me," Fu Yuanji said very sincerely. "This time, I want to ask for your opinion," the emperor said. Fu Yuanji replied, "Your Majesty, aren't you making things difficult for me? I just came back from Xining. How do I know where in our great way we need a prefect?" Even if he had inquired before, he couldn't show it in front of the emperor. That would be digging his own grave. Someone just finished serving as county magistrate in Xining and immediately said they wanted to be a prefect. Do they see the prefects in the country as their own vegetable gardens, picking whatever they want? He didn't have that kind of power. Or maybe he did, but he was waiting to see if the emperor was willing to give him that power. With the emperor's suspicion, how could he dare to be careless? Seeing him look genuinely fearful and respectful, the emperor was quite displeased but secretly pleased. This young man still knew his boundaries. "If you really don't want to choose, I might assign you to a very poor place. Don't blame me," the emperor said casually. Fu Yuanji thought to himself, "I have opinions, but I only dare to keep them to myself. I wouldn't dare show them in front of you. Anyway, wherever you send me, I will go and make contributions. When the time comes, I will bring out those high-yield crops like sweet potatoes, and corn. Won't that be enough for you to promote me?" So, Fu Yuanji was quite calm inside and didn't want to leave a bad impression on the emperor in these matters. Seeing that he had no real objections, the emperor made a decision. "How about Changzhou? That place is quite good. It's a land of fish and rice, quite wealthy and culturally refined. But when the northern barbarians came last time, they raided and burned the place. It hasn't fully recovered yet." Talking about this, the emperor gritted his teeth in anger, almost wishing to capture and kill all the northern barbarians. "After you go to Changzhou, govern it well. Arrest the local officials in those counties and focus on developing the economy. Bring more talented people and gather more resources there. I trust you to do a good job."
Fu Yuanji smiled tweeted.
He knew the emperor wouldn't give him a good place. Although Changzhou was good, it had been in decline for years because of invasions. The Tatars came, killing hundreds of thousands in Yangzhou and attacking places like Suzhou and Wuxi. These areas haven't recovered. The main problem is the lack of people, there are hardly any residents, so how can the economy grow? So, the land once famous for its rice and fish hasn't been as prosperous as before. Not only are taxes much lower, but the population is also smaller than in the past. However, after more than 10 years of stability under the Great Way, the population has begun to recover. This place is still known for its rice and fish, and overall, it's much better than Xining. It's easier to achieve good results there, and Fu Yuanji is quite satisfied. Your Majesty, I will do my best, Fu Yuanji said respectfully. But I would like to ask you to send some of the wandering people and refugees from other places to Changzhou. If that's not possible, I want to buy beggars and slaves from elsewhere and bring them to Changzhou. The emperor was surprised. What do you want these people for? Any place that wants to develop needs people, Fu Yuanji replied. Although the population in Changzhou has recovered somewhat over the years, it's no longer as prosperous as before. I want to bring in more people to create opportunities, people who can work, eat, build houses, and repair roads. Everything depends on having enough people. But if there are too many people and they lack skills, what happens if they can't get enough food? The emperor asked. I think it's better to have capable people. Why do we need so many beggars and wandering folk? Should we turn Changzhou into a city of beggars?
Fu Yuanzi smiled.
As long as they are willing to work, they will have food to eat. Anyway, I will report this to the officials first. If you agree, I will gather some people later. I want everyone except the most wicked. Your Majesty can see which places are willing to accept immigrants. Just give me the order. The emperor became interested. Do you have any ideas? Fu Yuanji said, set up factories and give them work. As long as they work, they will be fed. The emperor suddenly lost interest. He knew about factories, but where would all the goods be sold?
Thinking of this, he asked.
Fu Yuanji replied, neighboring countries like the grasslands, Nanzhao, and even the Tatars are all options. If that doesn't work, we can go south to the sea and sell these items. Many people want them. Besides, many of us still go hungry. If we produce these goods, surely someone will buy them. The emperor smiled and said, then I look forward to seeing what happens. Seeing that he seemed confident and had already planned everything, the emperor felt very pleased. Many capable people are around. Just a few like Fu Yuanji would be enough. If all officials across the country were as skilled as him, there wouldn't be so many problems. It's a pity there's only one Fu Yuanji, the emperor thought regretfully. Has the Duke of Zhengguo's residents come to look for you? The emperor suddenly changed the subject. Fu Yuanji's heart tightened. No, but I have had a few unexpected encounters. Some helpful people came to attack me. I couldn't tell who they were, and I asked the secret guards about it, but in the end, nothing was found. Actually, he knew these people were sent by the Yi family, but his men had blocked them. He couldn't say this openly in front of the emperor. Still, he wanted to point out the dangers he faced so the emperor would understand his difficulties. The emperor's mind was clear like a mirror. Luckily, the secret guards stopped them. I will ask them to keep investigating. This little thief clearly knew who was behind it but pretended not to. It's better that everyone keeps their knowledge to themselves, not revealing everything, so they can stay safe. But the Yi family needs to be dealt with firmly. They also want to use Fu Yuanji. If they try to harm him, do they think he's not worth their attention? After sending Fu Yuanji back, the emperor summoned the Duke of Zhengguo to the palace and discussed the assassination attempt with him. When he was attacked, he received secret protection, but since he was far in Xining and had guards, you weren't informed. Now that he's back and told me about it, I think it's necessary to tell you. The Duke of Zhengguo's forehead broke out in cold sweat. The emperor continued, you say he's your son, and such a capable one. Do you really want to see him die? The Duke of Zhengguo's face changed dramatically. Your Majesty, what do you mean? Could it be that he was the one responsible? No, he didn't do it. The emperor should know that it was the Yi family. The Yi family for daring to attack his son. The Duke of Zhengguo felt a surge of anger in his chest that he couldn't suppress. He clearly said not to touch him, but Ye's family ignored his words, thinking it was okay to kill a son who hadn't been acknowledged, right? Fine, when he goes back, he will talk to Ye's family and make them understand that a family head's words must not be disobeyed. Women are so annoying in this way. They have small noses and eyes, No big picture view, only caring about their own little territory. They either watch whether the man cares about their son, or look at other women's sons, those who are more capable, or women who are more favored by the man. Even though she is the legitimate wife and the main wife, she allows an ordinary son, who poses no threat, to act out. That's lowering her status. Now, even sons who haven't been registered or acknowledged are being involved, showing they can't stand Fu Yuanji. Since that's the case, he will have a good talk with him. Yu's son are very capable. I am very pleased. He has already taken the position of prefect of Changzhou. You should resolve your conflicts with him properly. Otherwise, I see that none of your other sons are as promising as him. It's better to accept such a good son back. The emperor's words made the Marquis of Zhengua feel very upset. Was it because he didn't want to acknowledge him? Or was it because others didn't want him to come back? Seeing him frowning and unhappy, the emperor felt secretly pleased. Humph. Old man, with your usual arrogant attitude, acting like nothing can shake you, now abandoned by your son, you deserve a lesson. Inside, the emperor secretly gloated, feeling very happy. After you go back, warn Ye's family not to act again. I still need this person. The Marquis of Zhengua quickly bowed and said, Yes, your majesty. The emperor waved his hand to dismiss the others. The Marquis of Zhengua knelt and said, Thank you, your majesty. I will take my leave. Not bothering to consider how he would negotiate with Ye's family after returning, or how Ye's family would react with anger and worry, or how they would sulk at home and punish the servants out of frustration, just focusing on Fu Yuanji's return. On the way home, everyone from a household, maids, and servants happily greeted him with bows. Fu Yuanji nodded in response and went into the hall, intending to see his mother and Zhuoshi. But as soon as he entered, he saw Mrs. Chen fussing over Zhuoshi, constantly asking about her health. Are you still dizzy? Is there any discomfort? How is your body? Oh, you young people are so unreliable. You don't pay attention to important things like pregnancy. What are you all doing? What are your servants supposed to be for? Mrs. Chen truly feels worried. You're still traveling with Yuanji. These past 2 months have been hard enough. Luckily, the child is fine, or you would both regret it. Fu Yuanji asks, What child? Mrs. Chen looks up, glances at him, and frowns, saying, Your wife is pregnant. You're a grown man and you didn't even know it's been 2 months. You're still traveling with her. What's wrong with you? Do you know how hard traveling is? The carts bounce a lot, and if something goes wrong, can the baby survive? Will the adults be okay? Fortunately, everything is fine. Mrs. Chen touches her chest and recites a Buddhist prayer. Thank goodness. May Buddha bless us. Tomorrow, I will go to the temple to burn incense and oil. May Buddha bless our family so we can have a healthy baby. It turns out that when Zhuoshi entered, he suddenly fainted for some reason. Mrs. Chen was very panicked. She quickly went outside to call a doctor. When the doctor arrived and checked her pulse, he found out she was pregnant. The lady is pregnant, about 2 months along. But recently, she has been traveling a lot and is in poor health. She fainted because she's exhausted. In the future, she must rest more and take good care of the baby. Overworking can harm the fetus, and her own health will suffer. I will prescribe some medicine to calm the pregnancy. Take good care of her. Remember, no more traveling. After giving the prescription, the doctor left Fu's house amid Mrs. Chen's many thanks. When she returned, Mrs. Chen was very happy, but after the excitement, she also felt a bit anxious. She worried deeply. When she entered the courtyard, the young couple, inexperienced and naive, had just set out with the baby, full of joy. Now they finally had a child. She carefully told Zhuoshi about it again. Seeing him recover, she bombarded him with words once more, repeating what she had just said. Zhuoshi couldn't help but feel amused and looked at Fu Yuanji with a mischievous expression. Fu Yuanji met Zhuoshi's gaze and saw her teasing smile. He couldn't help but laugh. Madam is so capable. That's wonderful. We have our own child now. From now on, we will have a deeper bond in this world. Fu Yuanji rushed over, hugged Zhuoshi, and was very happy. Zhuosher also realized this. After the initial excitement, many feelings arose in her heart. Both of them had traveled from another world, carrying memories of their past lives and interacting with their loved ones here. But strictly speaking, they had no real ties to this world. Or perhaps, to this world, they were outsiders, lacking a true sense of belonging. Now, the two of them have a new life together. This new life belongs to a completely new world, and it is the result of their love. It is the continuation of life and proof that they have existed in this world. Even if they part ways in the future, this child will remain as evidence of their presence here. Zhuosher touched her belly, which was flat and felt nothing, yet inside there was a baby. Chen was startled nearby and quickly pulled Fu Yuanji aside, scolding him bluntly, "Be gentle. What are you doing? You can't just rush to hug her, especially now that she's pregnant. You must be careful. Don't get so excited, okay? Xiaoshi is pregnant now, and you need to be more careful with everything. You're about to become a father, yet you still act so immature, without any calm at all." Fu Yuanji was pulled away, allowed to say a few words, then apologized quietly and was finally let go by Chen. "It's so wonderful today. Double happiness. You're back. Xiaoshi is pregnant again, and our family's days will be better from now on," Chen said happily. Suddenly, as if she remembered something, Chen told Fu Yuanji, "Hurry, send someone to inform the in-laws that Xiaoshi is back and pregnant." Fu Yuanji realized that he should have a good talk with the Zhuo family. He had planned to visit the Zhuo family tomorrow, but unexpectedly, because of this matter, he needed to go tonight. If he was happy about it, that was fine. He went to visit the Zhuo family and told them the news that Xiaoshi was pregnant. Wen's family said casually, "Really? Xiaoshi is pregnant? That's great. Is she okay? How is her health?" Fu Yuanji replied, "Nothing serious. She's fine, just a bit tired from traveling. She'll rest for a couple of days, and I'll bring her to see you tomorrow." Wen's mother smiled and said, "No need. I'll visit her tomorrow. Don't bother her too much." Fu Yuanji said, "All right, that works too. I'll bring some local specialties from Xining for you. I've prepared them in advance, but I was in such a hurry today I couldn't bring them." Wen's mother smiled and said, "It's good that she's back. What kind of gifts did you bring?" Fu Yuanji smiled and replied, "That's not enough. These are special gifts we brought back. They're not worth much money, but they show our respect. Please don't dislike them, mother." Wen's mother laughed and said, "All right, I'm looking forward to seeing what good things you brought me." Then she asked about what Fu Yuanji had been doing in Xining these past few years. Questions like, did you encounter any dangers on the road in the past? Was the return journey smooth? When you arrived in Xining, did you find the climate uncomfortable? Did you face any difficulties from the locals? Were there any interesting events? Were asked. The most important question was the last one. The family member explained all the previous questions to her until the last one. When answering, she seemed a bit hesitant. "Mother, we might not stay long in the capital because someone from the underground told me that after staying in the capital for a month, I should go to Changzhou for my new position as the local governor." Wen's smile gradually faded, and she suddenly fell silent. "You're leaving so soon. When you leave this time, will you take little poetry with you?" Fu Yuanji was surprised and said, "That's a question for little poetry. If she wants to go, I will take her. If not, she can stay in the capital." Wen frowned and said, "I think she shouldn't go. She's pregnant, and after a month, the baby is still delicate. The journey from the capital to Changzhou is thousands of miles. If anything goes wrong on the way, who can handle it? I think she should stay in the capital to rest and recover. We can help take care of the baby, and there are elders at home to look after her, right?" Fu Yuanzi thought for a moment and agreed that Wen's advice made sense. "You're right. Her safety and the baby's safety are the most important. I will talk to her. If she agrees, she can stay in the capital." When asked, "What if she doesn't agree?" "If she refuses, we should still try to persuade her. We can't be too stubborn during these times. We need to consider her feelings."
Fu Yuanzi hesitated.
He wanted to say that it wasn't that serious. If Zhuo Poetry wanted to go with him, they could slow down a bit. If she didn't want to go, he had no objection. His main concern was her wishes. But seeing his mother-in-law's attitude, it was clear she wanted her to stay in the capital. Although her intentions were good, he was worried about making decisions for Zwa poetry without her input. This wasn't something he could decide alone, so he said, let's talk to her together tomorrow. As long as safety was guaranteed, he had no objection to going to Changzhou. Subjectively, he wanted Zwa poetry to go with him, but objectively, he hoped she would stay in the capital. Ultimately, it depended on her own choice. He wouldn't persuade her or his mother-in-law against her will. After Fu Yuanji returned, he told Zwa about his plans. 1 month from now, I will go to Changzhou. Since you're pregnant now, I think you should consider carefully whether to come with me to my new post, Fu Yuanji said. After thinking for a moment, she still shared her opinion. You're pregnant, and traveling over 1,000 miles might be very tiring. If I go, I might face some difficulties, and as a newcomer, I may not be able to take good care of you. Maybe it's better to stay in Beijing. After you have the baby, you can bring the child and come to me. That way, I will probably be settled in Changzhou by then, and I can take you to see the mountains and water. Zwa thought for a moment and said, all right, then I will stay in Beijing. Although she also wanted to go with Fu Yuanji to his new post, she knew that traveling while pregnant in ancient times with the poor transportation conditions would be very hard. Why not wait until after the baby is born and she has recovered before slowly going? At least her safety was assured now. After giving birth, going then wouldn't be a problem. Don't worry, once I go, I will work hard and focus only on my work. I won't look at other women, Fu Yuanji quickly promised. I belong to you completely, body and soul. Zwa smiled and said, all right, stop being so jealous. If you dare to look at other women, I will marry someone else with the child or live alone from now on. You will never see me or the child again. Fu Yuanji shivered, imagining the scenes Zwa described, and felt strangely lonely. He quickly raised his hand and swore, don't worry, I will only have you in my life. I promise that situation will never happen. Zwa looked at him and smiled. That's what you said. No one is forcing you. Fu Yuanji laughed and said, yes, I said it. Are there still issues between us? Do you not know how I feel about you all these years? You can tell. Besides, women in ancient times can't compare to you. We are soulmates, okay? Zwa thought the idea of being soulmates sounded just like a real thing. The two of them, after meeting in ancient times, first got to know each other, then made do with life together. Now they felt more compatible and developed some feelings. Anyway, no one in this world would be more suitable for each other than they are, so they should get along well and slowly deepen their feelings. As their feelings grew stronger, they also needed to stay rational. Both are modern adults. How to treat love is obvious, isn't it? In any relationship, it's important to stay together properly. If an accident happens or one person leaves first, the person left behind shouldn't just follow their feelings. No, that's not right. Neither of them is like that. They will still live well, but maybe they won't look for someone else to marry. The next day, the Wen family came to the Fu house and saw Zwa. They thought she looked thinner than before, as if pregnancy had made her more fragile. After not seeing their daughter for 3 years, Wen was overwhelmed with tears when she saw her again. You've suffered a lot and you've lost weight, she said. Then she looked at Chen, realizing her words might sound harsh. Over the years, Zwa had been living with them, so if she had become thinner, it meant she hadn't been doing well. Was she blaming them? Could Chen bear to hear that? Maybe she was thinking about something else. We didn't mean anything bad. I just feel sorry for Xiaoshi. When she returned, she was already pregnant but had to travel through rough roads. Seeing her like this now, I feel so sad, Wen said. Chen smiled and said, Dear, I understand. I also feel sorry for Xiaoshi. As elders, we haven't been careful enough. The young ones don't know much, and it's up to us to look after them. But I didn't notice she was pregnant. Now that I think about it, I feel guilty. Wen quickly said it happened suddenly. Who knew? It's good news. Anyway, there's nothing wrong. From now on, Xiaoshi will stay in Beijing to rest and carry the baby peacefully. No more traveling. Chen looked at Zwa and thought seriously, yes, Xiaoshi, I agree. You're pregnant now. You shouldn't travel on rough roads. This time, don't go to Changzhou. Stay in Beijing and rest. We'll wait until the baby is born. I'll stay here with you. That brat, he's grown enough to handle things in Changzhou. Both mothers advised her to stay in Beijing. Since she had already discussed with Fu Yuanji yesterday, Zuosher didn't disagree. Okay, I'll listen to my mother, Zuosher said with a smile. After the baby is born, we'll go to Changzhou to see him. Why see him? If you want to see him, he should come back to Beijing to see you, Chen said with a slight annoyance. She then turned to Fu Yuanji and said, You'd better work hard and get transferred to Beijing soon. Otherwise, your wife and child will be here, and you'll be all alone. Fu Yuanji listened and quickly said, Mother, don't worry. I will work hard. Living alone isn't easy. Who doesn't want their wife and children to be close, especially in ancient times when travel was difficult? Sometimes it took months to meet. Isn't that hard? If this were modern times, even if Zuosher were pregnant, she could fly with him to his new post. Zuosher decided to stay and take good care of her pregnancy in the days ahead. Fu Yuanzi knew he would be working alone, so he tried to find time to stay with Zuosher. Besides necessary social events, he mostly stayed at home, which made Luo Qiu and Pei Heng, who visited him, quite speechless. Brother Fu, what do you do all day at home? We invite you out to play, but you always refuse. If this keeps up, you'll lose me, Luo Qiu said. You've been away from the capital for 3 years. I invite you to dinner, and you refuse. What does that mean? Luo Qiu's tone was half serious, half joking. I heard you're doing very well in Xining. My old man is so impressed. He keeps scolding me, wishing you were his son. Doesn't he see that I have what it takes? Comparing me to you, I have no self-awareness. Fu Yuanji couldn't help but laugh. You're so yourself. Do you really talk about yourself like that? Pei Heng said, Don't say that, Brother Fu. It's true, though. My old man always mentions you, reminds me every day to learn from you, and become successful. But how hard is it to be successful? How many people are as capable as you? I'm no match for you. After 3 years, you became a prefect, jumping 3 levels. People in the court say you're amazing. Fu Yuanji shook his head. It's just luck that the emperor appointed me. Honestly, we're all the same. I believe once you get there, you'll do well too. Why not try working outside and see how it goes? Luo Qiu shook his head. I'd like to try, but my family has paved the way for me. I can't block that. Pei Heng said, I could try, but I don't have your talent, so I won't bother. Just living day by day is fine. Why talk so much? I hope next time I invite you out, you'll come with us. Staying at home all the time isn't fun. We're brothers, after all, Luo Qiu complained. You've refused 9 out of 10 invitations. It really hurts my feelings. Fu Yuanji said, Isn't it true that I'm going to Changzhou in a month? My wife is pregnant and can't go with me. I don't know how many years I will be away, so I want to stay longer to be with her. Luo Qiu opened his mouth wide and suddenly reacted, Congratulations. So your sister-in-law is pregnant? You should spend more time with her. It's all my fault. I didn't even know about this. Fu Yuanji replied, It's still fresh news, and it's less than 3 months. That's why I haven't told anyone. Luo Qiu nodded repeatedly. I understand. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Tomorrow, I will bring some gifts for your sister-in-law to help her rest and take care of the baby. Pei Heng said, Brother Fu is so lucky. You're about to become a father. This is great news. I will also bring some toys for the baby tomorrow. Fu Yuanji chuckled. No need to rush. The baby is still in his mother's belly and won't be born for several months. After saying that, he advised them, When I am not in the capital, please help me watch over things a little. Both of them quickly promised to do so. They then stayed for a meal at Fu's house before leaving. After that, they didn't come to see Fu Yuanji often. They were considerate and didn't bother him. However, while they didn't visit, an unwelcome person found Fu Yuanji. Duke Zhengua stopped Fu Yuanji, who was about to turn away. Stop right there. Fu Yuanji looked helplessly at the wall in front of him, blocked completely. He said expressionlessly, Is there something you want? Nothing, I am going home to be with my mother. Duke Zhangguo felt upset. You really don't want to see me? Fu Yuanji sneered. Isn't it obvious? I don't want to see you. He's not crazy. Seeing this person brings no benefit and only reminds him of his mother's hardships. Although now he does many things that seem to be influenced by the Duke, he thought that benefiting from him should be normal, right? As a man, if he gives birth and leaves the child to his mother to raise, can he get a son without paying any price? Ridiculous. Don't be so extreme. Maybe if you see me more now, you'll be willing to see me later, Fu Zongyong said. Haha, if you have something to say, just say it, Fu Yuanji replied. He really didn't want to bother with him, but if he ignored him, he wouldn't leave. So he decided to ask directly what he wanted, then chase him away. Facing such a face, it really made his heart uncomfortable. I heard you're going to Changzhou. The local gentry, they are quite powerful, Fu Zongyong said. That won't be a problem anymore. You don't need to worry.
Fu Yuanzi replied.
You don't have to be so hostile toward me. I won't harm you, Fu Zongyong said. I just want to ask if you need my help after you leave. Fu Yuanji gave a cold smile. No, thank you. After saying that, he turned and walked away without looking back. Fu Zongyong thought to himself, this kid has no respect at all. So arrogant. He wondered what was on his mind. Would a little more support be so bad? With such a temper and personality, how could he succeed in official circles? Never mind, he should think of a way to help him a little, to reduce some obstacles. In fact, Fu Zongyong knew very well that Fu Yuanji wouldn't accept his help. His personality was both frustrating and lovable. He loved that his son was a person with integrity, but he hated that his son was so stubborn that they were always at odds, with no chance to reconcile. Xiaolan was also someone who needed help when he was most vulnerable. He had missed his growth, and now his son was climbing up on his own. He wouldn't fall back to a worse place than before. So, now it was harder to win his son's heart than before. If Fu Yuanji was very determined, he might never get the chance. But if he kept trying and always showed kindness, maybe there was still hope. Besides, working in official circles wasn't easy. Countless opportunities awaited him. As long as his son made a mistake and he helped him out a few times, he wouldn't have to worry about his son's gratitude. He still had many chances. Fu Zongyong decided to pay more attention, to show himself more in front of Fu Yuanji, so he would realize how important a good father was. Fu Yuanji didn't know about Fu Zongyong's plans. If he did, he would definitely laugh at him. With modern technology, he didn't fear lacking achievements. As long as he flattered the emperor well, no one could suppress him. He wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to quickly become a high-ranking official, but who would oppose him? He could spend more time building good relationships with important officials, pleasing them, reducing obstacles, or even taking the emperor's route. He believed he could achieve his goal. But the path Fu Zongyong wanted to take was doomed to fail. Time flew by quickly. A month later, Fu Yuanji began packing his belongings, preparing to go to Changzhou for his new post. The journey to Changzhou was shorter than the one to Xining, but it was still several thousand miles. Thinking about her son going so far away, Mrs. Chun felt a pang of sadness. But this time, she couldn't go with him, and unlike before, during the war, she couldn't find her son easily. Overall, things are much better than before. Besides, she stayed in the capital to take care of her daughter-in-law, and soon she would see her grandson. This made her feel good, and she kept comforting herself. But no matter how much she comforted herself, she still felt a little sad. Son, when you go to Chengdu, take good care of yourself. Don't forget to eat and sleep just because you're busy. Nothing is more important than your health, do you understand?
Fu Yuanzi nodded in agreement.
And if you encounter difficult people, just pay them some money and have someone deal with them. If something needs extra effort, let your business help you. Never try to handle everything alone. You only have one person and you don't have endless time and energy. Share the work with those around you so you can relax, okay?
Fu Yuanzi nodded again.
I understand, Mom. I'll assign what I can to others. He knew how important good helpers were. Sharing work not only improves efficiency, but also makes others feel trusted. It helps get things done more smoothly. That's how he managed things in Xining. Everyone was directed and busy, but he also did his own tasks. He was not lazy, but he wasn't a workaholic either. Fu Yuanji advised, "Mom, take good care of yourself and Xiaoshi. Ask the servants to do everything. If there are any problems, discuss them with your mother-in-law's family. Having more people to help is always better. And I also told Luo Chio and Pei Heng to look after you all. If you need them to run errands, just ask them." Mrs. Chen nodded, wiping away tears from her eyes. "Don't worry, I will take good care of your wife." Fu Yuanji said, "Xiaoshi, you must take care of yourself. You're not alone anymore. You're two now. Eat more so you stay strong. Take walks at home, listen to stories, play with your older sisters. Do whatever makes you happy. Don't let yourself get upset." Xiaoshi smiled and said, "Don't worry. Since I decided to stay in the capital, I don't want to travel much. I will take good care of myself." Although they had been apart for several months, it was all for a better life. For the sake of their lives, a short separation was acceptable. She didn't feel very sad, but this ancient world is really hard to travel in. Wanting to see someone who is 1,000 miles away takes a lot of time and effort. Compared to modern times, it's like night and day. "Once I finish packing here, I will bring the children and my mother to see you," Zwisher said. "Good, take good care of yourself." "Giving birth can be dangerous," Fu Yuanji replied. Thinking about the pain of childbirth that Zwisher would have to endure and the possible dangers, Fu Yuanji couldn't help but worry. "No matter what, you must take care of yourself," Fu Yuanji said. "In my heart, the child is not more important than you." Zwisher felt warm inside and turned to look at Chen. Seeing that she had no special expression on her face, she felt relieved. Fortunately, it seemed that Chen had no other intentions. In modern times, many families who value descendants prefer to have children. In ancient times, it was even more so. She didn't know what Chen thought, but for now, it seemed that Chen had no objections to Fu Yuanji's arrangements. Chen said, "Don't worry, I will definitely ask a good doctor to help Xiaoshi take care of her health. When the time comes, I will make sure both mother and daughter are safe and sound. Of course, as you said, if something unexpected happens, we will do our best to protect Xiaoshi." Everyone hopes the delivery will go smoothly, but they also consider the possibility of complications and how to handle them if they occur. This is not about being pessimistic or thinking poorly of Zwisher. Objectively, this is a rational analysis that everyone understands and agrees upon. After hearing Chen say this, Fu Yuanji immediately felt at ease and slept peacefully that night before leaving. The next day, during the farewell, there was nothing more to say. He simply bid farewell to his family and friends and set off for Changzhou. This wasn't Fu Yuanji's first time traveling, and he felt like he had gained some experience. He brought many people along and ensured safety without needing to carry a large amount of supplies. Compared to his last trip to Xining, this journey was much easier. When he arrived in Changzhou, he was warmly received by local officials. Because he was going there as the governor, the highest official in Changzhou overseeing more than 10 counties, the magistrate of Changzhou, and the magistrates of the 2 nearby counties, all came early to meet him at the city gate. "The adult has traveled a long way by boat and carriage. Thank you for your hard work. We are already inside the government office, with some light wine prepared, waiting for you to arrive so we can welcome you warmly." The magistrate is a chubby man with a big belly, wearing a black hat and sporting a long beard. As he speaks, he strokes his handsome beard, looking like a cheerful Buddha with a relaxed and wealthy aura. Next to him, 2 county officials follow, smiling happily. "Yes, sir. We've been looking forward to your arrival. I heard you performed very well in Xining, even getting promoted 3 times. Congratulations. You are a role model for us all. Not only did you help with disaster relief, but you also made Xining a well-known, prosperous county. That's impressive. We admire you." Fu Yuanji keeps bowing politely and humbly says, "It's not just my own effort. It's thanks to the support of my colleagues. When we're in Changzhou, please take good care of me." They all find him polite and modest, not at all like a young, impulsive person. They feel quite satisfied. Young and reckless types often don't understand others' words and are overly confident about their own abilities. They tend to see themselves as the center of everything, considering everyone else as insignificant. Zhuo dislikes this attitude. He dislikes those who are unaware of their own faults, yet are the ones others dislike most. The officials' impressions of each other are generally good. After returning to the government office, they share a meal. During the meal, they test each other's attitudes and try to be friendly, so by the end, everyone's impression is quite positive. If there's something to discuss, it can be done gradually later. Why confront each other with sharp conflicts right at the start? Why not wait until the right moment? It's not the time for serious conflict yet. Besides, wouldn't it be better to bring Fu Yuanji, the prefect, into their camp? Why offend him early on and create a strong enemy? First, try to win him over. If that doesn't work, they can try other methods. They've worked together for years, and even if they don't always agree on principles, there's no need to cause trouble recklessly. When it comes to getting things done, whether to give face or not can be decided later. In normal conversations, why pretend to be polite with a fake smile? It makes one seem unrefined. In any case, when working, they won't hold back just because someone says something nice. Do what you want to do, and there's no need to speak harsh words. Instead of arguing childishly and watching a group of amateurs fight among themselves, it makes everyone look very unprofessional. Why bother? Just do it. Usually, even if you dislike something, there's no need to curse your ancestors. This is the common understanding among officials in Changzhou. Fu Yuanji's ideas are similar to theirs. When he first arrives, everyone should get along peacefully. After some time, once he understands the situation clearly, adjustments can be made based on specific issues. When the time comes, handle problems as they arise. If someone steps out of line, deal with them firmly. If someone breaks the rules, arrest them and give them a proper lesson. If someone commits a crime, report it directly to higher authorities. In short, the emperor didn't send him here to form factions or harm the court's interests. His goal is to improve Changzhou's economy and tax revenue, develop agriculture and water projects, and help the people live better lives. He wants all the local troublemakers to stop causing chaos. Anyone who dares to cause trouble should be dealt with harshly. As for local officials and gentry colluding, covering land, oppressing the people, avoiding taxes, or abusing others, they can be slowly dealt with once evidence is found. They won't be spared. The process might just be slower. First, find a target to set an example, then gradually remove those officials who hinder Changzhou's development. Eventually, Changzhou will become a prosperous city, better than others. He also plans to promote high-quality crops like sweet potatoes, corn, and potatoes in Changzhou. As long as these crops are planted, there's no reason Changzhou can't develop. With money, food, and trade routes, there's nothing they can't achieve. He just needs to be patient and steadily implement these plans step by step. Why fear? Why argue angrily with others from the start? A meal shared happily can bring everyone together. After sending people away, Fu Yuanji called for officials to bring him financial reports and case analyses from Changzhou over the years. To understand if the people are living well, you need to look at the local economy and law enforcement and the overall atmosphere from top to bottom. These reports and cases can reveal a lot. After finishing his observations, he planned to visit various parts of Changzhou secretly to understand the real situation. Once he knew enough, he would decide on the best course of action. For now, he would gather information first and follow the old rules of Changzhou to handle things. The documents brought out were many, filling several large boxes. Fu Yuanji was stunned and suddenly felt he might have been too careless. With so many materials, he wondered when he would have time to review them all. Some old accounts and bad debts had been lingering for years. Reviewing them daily wouldn't change much. But this was an important task, necessary for understanding the county and solving various problems. He decided to be efficient and focus on the key issues. He would treat the past 2 months as preparation. He planned to take his time because, as a governor, he couldn't expect to stay in Changzhou for just 3 years and then be transferred back to Beijing, like before. It would take at least 2 or even 3 terms before he could be transferred back. So, he would work steadily. During this period, Fu Yuanji carefully examined all the materials over 3 months, organizing everything and identifying some problems. However, he didn't act immediately. The first issue was taxation. There was a big gap in commercial taxes. The ledgers looked perfect, but the total trade volume didn't match the local goods transactions. This suggested that some information was hidden. They deliberately understated the total value of goods traded. He thought if water is too pure, there are no fish. Everyone has some personal motives when doing business, trying to gain some benefits within acceptable limits. As long as they don't go too far, operate in the gray area, and keep some boundaries, it's not a problem. But if they completely ignore public interests and treat public resources as their own, that's corruption. When corruption becomes too severe, it can lead to disaster and unimaginable trouble for the people. In his view, the tax registration system had many problems. It was clear that Changzhou's officials and merchants colluded in many heinous activities. However, since he only saw the surface now and lacked concrete evidence, he couldn't take direct action. He needed to continue observing and gathering evidence. Once he had a solid handle on the situation, he would strike hard, eliminate these corrupt elements, and root out the troublemakers. First, complete the initial statistical work. Then, based on your experience and some insights from later times, Fu Yuanji began to visit and investigate. He sent people to various counties for careful inspection and secret inquiries. During these investigations, he also sent merchant caravans to continuously gather information. Since the caravans had already settled in Changzhou, doing business across different regions and counties, and forming partnerships with local merchants, they were not entirely in the dark. The businesses run by these caravans were mostly very profitable, involving many types of products, and they had dealings with large merchants in the city. Through these shopkeepers, they could estimate how much money these merchants earned, but the taxes recorded often showed a much lower amount than the actual earnings. This was a big problem. Another major issue was hiding the total amount of land owned. The Great Wei dynasty was only about 20 years old, but even though the dynasty was young, it didn't mean there were few noble families or landowners. The short time since founding also meant the emperor faced serious rebuilding challenges. First, they had to defeat enemies, then establish the country, build the capital city, and develop the economy, laws, and agriculture, all step by step. They not only had to solve internal problems but also deal with neighboring states and powerful barbarian tribes that occasionally invaded, threatening the prosperity of Great Wei. In summary, the new dynasty was just starting, with many issues to resolve. Several noble families existed, threatening the emperor's power. Common people struggled to survive. Large landowners were merging lands, and commercial development was being suppressed. All these problems needed solutions. His current task was to revitalize the Changzhou area, making it a place of peace, stability, and good development. He decided to use commerce to open the way. If he could activate Changzhou's economy and control its key areas, he could take advantage of the situation. By spring next year, he planned to plant high-yield crops and by autumn, to harvest abundant food, which would surprise everyone. He also needed to start newspapers to control public opinion in Changzhou and guide its development. Clearly, he still had many tasks ahead. After thinking this through, Fu Yuanji called the head of the merchant caravan and discussed opening a supermarket. Supermarket? The leader looked at Fu Yuanji with a shocked expression. What is a supermarket? I have never heard of such a thing before. Could this be a new business idea? Fu Yuanji explained the concept of a supermarket. In the future, you should stock more goods from different places, gather various types of products in one place, and sell them there. Make sure the prices are fair, supply is steady, and aim for small profits but high sales. The goal is for everyone in the city to use supermarket products, expanding into all areas. Each transportation route should have several supermarkets, understand? The person in charge is excited. Okay, that sounds great. It seems like we could make a lot of money. But I wonder if we open so many supermarkets, will we compete with other businesses? What if someone secretly sabotages us? Should we fight back? Fu Yuanji replied, Of course, we should fight back. I want you to take their business, and through these supermarkets, influence Changzhou's economy and manage the situation there. The person in charge understood now. It was clear that their master wanted to use these supermarkets to deal with local merchants and officials in Changzhou. He understood that he should follow the rules, grow the business as much as possible, and not worry about other things. Their master would support him. Who doesn't like making more money? Although their businesses were very profitable, they didn't need to fight over a single place. The supermarket business seemed lucrative, but they might find other ways to make money. Still, for their master, they had no choice but to do as told. So, the person in charge took on the task and started transporting goods elsewhere. After delivering the goods, he stored them in the warehouse. Then he rented or bought shops, buy what he could and rent what he couldn't, in the most bustling, densely populated parts of the city. Following Fu Yuanji's advice, he decorated the stores, neatly arranged everything on shelves, hired assistants to sell and cashiers to handle payments, and also employed several managers. Everything was ready. They just waited for the grand opening. Huimin's supermarket opened on a sunny, breezy morning. The sound of firecrackers drew a large crowd, and they also distributed printed flyers. To print the flyers, Fu Yuanji specifically hired craftsmen, gave them instructions, signed contracts, and supported their movable type printing techniques. Earlier, when Zuohua was writing stories, Zuoshi had considered passing on movable type printing to the craftsmen, but for some reason, he decided against it. Movable type printing is a technological breakthrough. If used properly, it can greatly reduce printing costs. If the whole country adopts movable type printing to produce books, the cost of books will drop significantly, allowing more people to read. This change could threaten the interests of powerful noble families. Fu Yuanji clearly understands the impact of this development. He plans to present this technology to the court, but for now, he wants to use it himself. Even if he intends to offer it to the emperor later, he has conditions. He plans to discuss with the emperor about patent rights and royalties, encouraging craftsmen to share their techniques. Many advanced ancient skills were lost because artisans kept their secrets, making it impossible to recreate those techniques today. Therefore, craftsmen should be encouraged to research, invent, and create more. The court should not only reward them with money, but also honor their contributions. Proper recognition and support will help develop the country's industry. He could start by connecting with craftsmen in Changzhou, rewarding them, and improving their status and pay. He believes these artisans can still achieve great things. He plans to offer this technology to the court, with Zuoshi acting as the spokesperson. It might even benefit Zuoshi's children in the future. He isn't scheming. He simply believes this is his contribution. Why not share the benefits? No one is perfect. By offering this printing technology to the court, more scholars can read easily, and more people can receive education. The emperor shouldn't overlook his efforts just because of personal motives. If he were the emperor, he would promote these talented people, give them proper status, respect, and benefits, and bring them under his control to serve him. To make the horse run, you need to feed it well. He has many ideas to offer. If the emperor isn't satisfied, he will hold back his inventions and wait for a better opportunity. After all, he is younger than the emperor and can wait for the next ruler. Timing is everything. He will decide when to reveal his plans. Recently, a big event happened in Changzhou. The Huimin supermarket is about to open. Huimin supermarket opened on the 15th of this month. During the first 3 days of opening, they held a big sale, offering everything at half price. They sell many items, including chicken, duck, fish, meat, various vegetables, rice, oil, salt, and even clothes, shoes, needles, and baskets. Basically, you can find almost anything you can think of at Huimin supermarket. They saw the prices of these items on the flyers. Besides the prices, there are also pictures, though they are quite artistic. They don't know how the flyers were made, but they are colorful and vivid. Even if you can't read, you can tell what's being sold just by looking at the pictures. Below the pictures, there are numbers showing the prices. Really? This rice is only 300 coins. If we wait, it might only cost 150 coins. Yes, I saw it. There are many things inside. Besides rice, there's flour, oil, soy sauce, vinegar, and more, all at good prices. Let's go early on the 15th and line up. If we go early, we might be the first to get in and buy the best stuff. All right, let's go early. I've never seen a supermarket with so many things before. The name supermarket sounds nice, and the pictures of the items are good too. But I wonder if the things they sell inside are really that good. Who cares? It's fun to go and see the excitement. These days, flyers like this are everywhere in Changzhou City. It makes me eager to go. Exactly, let's go, let's go. Because Huimin did a very good job with their advertising, these flyers were everywhere. Almost everyone in the city knew Huimin supermarket was opening. There was one Huimin supermarket in each direction, north, south, east, west, and one in the city center. People could choose which one to visit based on where they lived. On the 15th, almost everyone in Changzhou City went out to buy things. The crowds were so large that the supermarkets couldn't hold everyone. The supermarkets organized staff outside to keep order. After every 1,000 people entered, no more were allowed in until some people came out. Then more could go in. Most people came out with big smiles and looked back longingly at the store. As soon as they left, they discussed how lively and busy it was inside. The items inside are really numerous, and everything is arranged neatly. The prices are very cheap. Inside, there is a bamboo basket and a small cart. You bought many things, so you can put them in the basket or the cart. When leaving, you return the basket and cart to their places. It's very convenient. There are also people helping to sell items called guides. Each person manages a shelf and is very friendly. They will tell you where to find what you need. Many female guides work here, and there are even bodyguards. Don't think about causing trouble or stealing. The bodyguards will catch you and take you to the authorities. The prices are really cheap. Look at this basket I have. I bought it for 5 coins. Inside, it's full of many things, and I only paid 800 coins for everything. Outside, 800 coins wouldn't buy such good items. People who finish shopping keep talking excitedly. Seeing this, outsiders are eager to go inside, stretching their necks and wishing they could get in quickly. This shopping rush is so surprising. Shop owners and managers nearby are jealous and wish all these people would buy from them instead. There are many shops near the supermarket, especially those selling food. Oh, that might not be good, someone says. On the first day, Huimin's supermarket welcomed countless customers and sold many items. Almost all the stock was cleared out. The team leader was stunned, patting his chest and sighing, "Luckily, I prepared in advance. Otherwise, we wouldn't have enough to sell." Business was so good that too many people came, and there weren't enough goods. It's a sweet problem. If every day could be like this, where do we get so many supplies? The leader was a bit worried and talked to Fu Yuanji about his concerns. Fu Yuanji smiled and said, "It's just good publicity and low prices." At first, people were curious. After 10 days or half a month, the customers will come back to normal. Then there won't be so many people buying. Hearing this, the leader felt relieved. That's good if it's temporary. If business stays this good, he might not be able to handle it. If it continues like this, more staff will need to go downstairs to receive goods. All right, sir, you go ahead. I'll leave now to arrange for more supplies. The leader stepped back. Fu Yuanji smiled and said, "Go ahead." I thought about the matter of movable type printing and mentioned it again in the letter. I also sent a letter to the general, hoping that when she publishes new storybooks, she can send them to Changzhou for printing. This isn't about completely stopping cooperation with previous publishers, but about using this method to boost Changzhou's economy. For Zhuohua, this is a win-win situation for fame and profit. After handling these matters, Fu Yuanji began his secret inspection tour. Changzhou has 19 counties, each with different levels of economic development. He wanted to visit each one to see the general situation of his brother's area and to find a way for each county to become wealthier. This inspection took a long time. He first visited Wujin County. After touring around, he found that the place had average resources and no particularly outstanding features. It could produce many things, but lacked rich resources or unique specialties. However, the local culture was very strong, and the people were brave and spirited. It was a place full of potential, with a much better outlook than other areas. Fu Yuanji muttered to himself, "Since that's the case, I should come here more often to see if I can cultivate more talent." It takes 10 years to grow trees, but 100 years to educate people. Talented people are necessary to promote local development. In ancient times, when the land was vast and sparsely populated, increasing the population meant more labor to boost production, which was a good thing. He now had excellent seeds provided by Zhuoshi and significant autonomy. As the leader of Chongzhou, as long as he maintained good relations with county officials, he could distribute both types of seeds. But to improve productivity, he needed other preparations like oxen and plows. Yes, he needed to send teams to acquire some and then make more plows and yokes. These oxen and tools could be sold to the people for a fee, and once they paid, they could use them. It wasn't that he was unwilling to give, but Chongzhou was a remote place. If every village was supplied with 5 or 6 oxen and the tools, and they used them together, it would be very effective. He also considered providing these items for free, but doing so would cost a lot and cause other problems. For example, if they received free supplies this time, they might expect the government to always provide in the future, thinking it was their right. Giving a person a fish feeds them for a day, but teaching them to fish feeds them for a lifetime. Favor granted easily can breed resentment. He doesn't want to have situations where his nature benefits without effort. In a village, people pool their money to buy 5 or 6 oxen and plows. It's not as impossible as it seems, and maybe a little possible, but he doesn't charge interest. He also offers 2 options. Besides rice, which is hybrid rice bought through the system, other crops like sweet potatoes, and corn can be kept for seed. So, it doesn't cost much. Ordinary people know that only through hard work and their own effort can they achieve a better life. He has made up his mind and begins his next patrol. The next town he visits is Wugong County. There is less farmland there, but many medicinal herbs grow in the forests. Although he doesn't recognize these herbs, the accompanying doctor says this area is rich in medicinal plants. Fu Yuanji is happy immediately. Since the wild plants grow so wildly and there are so many medicinal herbs, this place is very suitable for planting herbs. If we plant on a large scale and remove various weeds, we can harvest a lot of medicinal plants. This could be a way to get rich. The doctor is very surprised. I've never thought about growing medicinal herbs. Usually people gather them from the mountains. Today, someone is selling them, or some are being cultivated, but encouraging ordinary people to grow herbs in every household. This is unheard of. They wonder, do they understand medicinal herbs? Can they grow them successfully? Will it make money? They worry that if they put in a lot of effort, they might end up wasting time and energy, with no profits at all. The doctor raises his doubts. Fu Yuanji says, "What's the big deal? Just have knowledgeable people teach them. It should be fine." Think about it, medicinal herbs grow so well in hidden places. As long as we are careful and don't violate the properties of the herbs, even the most valuable medicinal plants can gradually find a way to grow. Where's the problem? Making money from this will motivate people to learn about the herb's habits. Over time, they will earn more and gain experience. They will definitely get good income, and it won't be worse than before. He nods slightly, but says nothing. He sees that this official is determined to do this, and he will put in a lot of effort. Few things are unsuccessful. So, this idea has a lot of potential. At worst, he can train some herbal apprentices to guide the villagers. The doctor shares his thoughts with Fu Yuanji. Fu Yuanji happily responds, "Yes, with you around, we have everything we need. With you here, I believe they can produce quality medicinal herbs. Besides, since they control the sales channels, they don't need to worry about their crops not selling." The doctor nodded. The hardest part of practicing medicine now is the shortage of doctors and medicine. If we had enough herbs, we could save many more people. After leaving Wugong County, they started heading to the next town. Yuanzheng tried to recall if the textbooks from later times mentioned the mineral resources of these 19 counties. But it's better to carefully look for these minerals: coal, iron, gold, silver. Well, finding iron, gold, and silver isn't very useful since they still need to be handed over to the court. But coal is different. If they find coal, it could be a very good fuel source. Coal mines could be used by the people for materials, and they produce a lot of heat, which is much better for industry and farming than wood. If they can't find coal, he thinks they could find a place rich in water resources, build a canal, or set up a hydroelectric station. If they manage to generate electricity, he believes he will become famous in the Wei dynasty. He also needs to focus on education, teach the basics to the common people. If everyone can learn to read and a group of skilled people understand how electricity works, it could greatly boost the country's productivity. Electricity is a huge leap forward. So, he plans to first build a shop to showcase his skills, then share the technology with others. As long as the emperor knows that only he developed this technology, he won't face trouble. He fears that if he handed over, he might lose his position. Most importantly, he wants to keep his power and enjoy this technology himself. Thinking ahead, living without electricity for decades would be very hopeless. Having the power to generate electricity not only makes life easier and boosts productivity, but also helps him secure a high status. This is his plan. He can also experiment with more advanced technologies later. With his achievements, when the time comes, it will be easy for him to get promoted. As long as he stays focused on his work and remains cautious of the emperor, he won't be easily discarded. The founding emperor's broad mind impressed him, so there was no need to be overly cautious. In short, as long as he stayed calm, kept a low profile, and prepared a backup plan, there was nothing to fear. If the emperor really wanted to deal with him, he could find a boat, take his family across the sea to Australia. By then, it wouldn't be him who suffered losses, but the emperor. So there was nothing to be afraid of. Just do it. He had already caught the emperor's attention and had many advantages and irreplaceable opportunities. Suddenly, he realized that his previous caution was mostly unnecessary. As long as he maintained a respectful attitude toward the emperor and kept providing unique advanced technology, things only he could offer, his chances for promotion and wealth would come soon. He decided to take action on his plans. Fu Yuanji traveled through various counties, looking for a place suitable for building a hydroelectric power station. Changzhou didn't have good conditions for wind power, but they could explore coal power. However, the best option was water power. After more than 3 months of searching, he finally found a suitable spot in Shenyang County. This place had a fast-flowing river, with a large waterfall above and a cliff below, creating a big height difference and plenty of water, ideal for building a power station. However, building a water station in the city would require a lot of manpower and resources. The initial investment would be large, and it would take a lot of time and effort to mobilize people and materials. Since he had already decided to meet with someone, he needed to plan carefully. Most importantly, he couldn't do everything alone. He needed to establish schools, develop textbooks, and teach employees basic principles, most of which he would handle himself. When he returned, he planned to build schools and recruit workers. He would teach them pinyin and the basic principles of physics related to power generation. Eventually, even without him, the entire water power system could operate smoothly. This project could be completed in a year or so, especially with his guidance. Having found this place, Fu Yuanji began preparations. He posted a notice at the factory entrance, saying that to build the factory, they needed people knowledgeable in certain skills and management. Interested applicants could sign up, and they would be provided with free books, reading opportunities, and lunch. At the same time, the school encouraged children aged 6 to 16 to enroll, offering free books and meals. Not only did they freely provide books and shares, but after achieving success, they also helped them find jobs. The wages for these jobs were quite good. In short, once the news spread, it attracted the attention of officials from various counties. People in the towns who wanted to read or had ideas were sent to learn. First, they learned to recognize characters using pinyin, pictures, and flashcards. After 2 months of study, they took a selection exam. Then, they were introduced to trade caravans to travel across the country and do business. Among those who performed well, some were chosen to learn basic physics and electricity generation. These people would become future water and electricity station maintenance workers. At the same time, a group of laborers was recruited to work on the water and electricity stations, which needed many workers. These workers had to open mountains, dig rivers, and build dams. In Shenyang County, they also coordinated a series of related tasks. During this time, Fu Yunji traveled back and forth between Changzhou and Shenyang County. His main task was to oversee the children's education and coordinate local affairs in Shenyang. Over a year and a half, they taught basic physics and construction skills. During this period, they also restored printing techniques, opened supermarkets, and used the income to organize workers to build bridges and roads. Most importantly, they nearly completed the water and electricity project. After a year and a half, Fu Yuanji and Zhuosher set out for Qingyang County to finish the final setup. Once completed, they could lay the power lines and bring electricity to the entire county. They had worked incredibly hard for this, building factories for the wires and installing many electric poles. Looking back at all their efforts, both felt deeply emotional. When they saw the brightly lit city of Qingyang, illuminated by familiar electric lights, they felt a sudden urge to cry. After many years, they finally saw a night full of lights. It's so incredible. In my lifetime, I never thought I would see electric lights, Zhuosher said. His tone was very emotional. Even though he had traveled to ancient times and didn't know physics or how to generate electricity, he was amazed that his husband had solved this problem. It was an unexpected joy, opening their eyes to new possibilities. Fu Yuanji smiled and said, "What's so special about that? The main reason is still the backwardness of ancient productivity. Otherwise, setting up a network through television would be such an easy task. Why would I need to work hard for a year or two?" Zhuosher smiled and said, "You know this is in ancient times. Do you realize that you've developed electricity? That is a technological revolution. As long as we can spread stores across the country, our Great Way's strength will grow stronger. Then many things can be done with electricity." Fu Yuanji laughed and said, "Forget everything else. Just making life easier is enough." Zhuosher replied, "Let's pass down all useful knowledge. We've come back after a long time. If your knowledge only stays in your head and isn't passed on, it won't bring real progress to our country. Instead, it might cause future generations of Chinese to fall behind others. Isn't that a pity? Since we are part of history, we should try to use knowledge to change it as much as we can." Fu Yuanji smiled and said, "All right, I'll prepare a textbook and organize my knowledge. You should also write down what you know. When it's passed on, you'll learn how much you can from it. I don't want to worry too much. History develops according to its own rules. We can only change what we can. The most important thing is to enjoy life. I don't have any unrealistic wishes. If I can make something happen, I will. If not, I won't force it." They were both very happy. Besides their happiness, everyone in Qingyang County was also very joyful. "I never thought the lights at night could be so bright, and they shine just like daytime. They don't out in the wind. How much lamp oil does that save? A miracle. Definitely a miracle. I didn't expect our magistrate to be so amazing. The white light is like daytime. I never thought I'd see such a scene in my life. The light comes from inside the bulb. My nephew works in a bulb factory. My father works in a wire factory. My father teaches in a literacy class. My uncle works in a trading caravan. Thanks to the magistrate's kindness. Grandpa, look at this bulb. Is it something only in the sky? I've never seen anything like it. Why is it so bright? Grandpa, if I read under this light every day, how many characters do you think I can recognize? Maybe next time, I could also become talented in physics." Yes, definitely. The entire line of workers was immersed in a joyful atmosphere. On the first night, everyone stared wide-eyed at the light bulb, watching the bright scene without blinking. The county magistrate of Qingyang County stroked his beard and said with great emotion, "I didn't expect the magistrate to be so talented. No wonder he can handle so many projects at once, and even create electric lights. Truly, he's like a fairy from heaven. With this electric light, even if it was made by the magistrate, I, as the county magistrate, could also claim some credit. Getting promoted and making money would be easy. The magistrate is really a talented person. In the past 2 years, he has used tough methods to control the local gentry, collecting a lot of taxes and land. He also introduced various high-yield crops so the local people could have enough to eat and wear warm clothes. During the farming off-season, He kept recruiting workers, and the wages were very good. Wages were paid every 7 days, which made everyone very eager to work. They followed a system of earning more by working harder, which greatly motivated the villagers. Not only was there pay, but meals were also provided. Farmers are willing to work as long as they can find ways to earn money, and they put in effort without hesitation. Who wouldn't want to earn some extra money while also getting their staple food? And as long as they were willing to work, everyone could join in. Those who didn't slack off could even get rewards, and during work breaks, they could be taught to read and write. The more they learned, the more rewards they could get, more pay, and sometimes an extra dish at dinner. If someone lagged behind and learned slowly, their group would lose the reward, and they wouldn't get extra dishes. Instead, they'd be punished collectively by copying 20 characters. To earn rewards and avoid criticism, everyone worked very hard to learn, watching and encouraging each other. Over time, fewer people fell behind. Later, everyone started competing. If you could recognize 5 characters today, I could recognize 6. If I recognize 6, you could recognize 7. In the end, the more characters they learned, the better. People who are well-known can often be discovered and promoted by adults. Some are offered jobs inside the community, some go elsewhere to help others learn to read, some work inside the community, some in shops, some in restaurants, some in factories, and some in printing houses. The business of the adults covers the whole country, and they seem to manage it somehow. They always have many tasks, so their workers are never enough. They not only employ local people, but also bring in workers from nearby areas like Changzhou. They welcome everyone and believe that more workers are better. In recent years, Changzhou has changed very quickly, almost like new things appear every day. Many merchants gather there. People want to do business with Fu Yunji in Changzhou. As long as they follow the local rules, they can grow and succeed. Soon, Changzhou becomes famous across the country as a wealthy and civilized city. Fu Yunji's name also becomes well known throughout the Wei Kingdom. Apart from printing and hydroelectric power stations, these achievements make Fu Yunji stand out among officials. This change in Changzhou makes officials all over the country look at it with envy. They hope Fu Yunji can share his method of building hydroelectric stations so they can build one in their own areas too. Fu Yunji has no objections, but the decision depends on the emperor. If the emperor allows him to build stations nationwide and provides funding, he is willing to do it. Actually, the children in his physics class could do this work. If not, what have they been learning for the past 2 years? As long as they send these people out, they can copy the Changzhou hydroelectric project all over the country. Father! Father! 2 young voices call out from afar. Mrs. Chun follows the children, telling the maid, "Hurry, go follow the young master and young lady." A little over a year ago, they had a pair of twins. These children just learned to walk and are very lively. They don't like being carried or held by others. The 2 chubby children run forward, one after the other. They don't walk very steadily, which makes the maid behind them worried. She wants to help but is refused by the children. If she doesn't help, she feels sad to see them fall. It's really exhausting. Every day, these 2 siblings have to outsmart the maids. The boy is the older brother, named Fu Changjia. The girl is the younger sister, named Fu Rujia. The children are very lively and curious, and they can't sit still since they were little. Mr. Chen, in order to take care of his 2 children, followed them everywhere each day. He didn't find it hard and looked very proud, as if he had everything he wanted. "Young master, young lady, wait for us. Don't run so fast. Wait for us." But the children didn't listen. Seeing Fu Yunji ahead and noticing Zhuoshi beside him, they were very happy and started to run forward quickly. "Father, mother." The children ran toward them. Fu Yunji and Zhuoshi both knelt down and picked up one child each, checking their little bottoms. Fu Yunji asked, "Are you naughty? Why are you running so fast?" "No, we are walking carefully." "We are very good, not naughty at all." Zhuoshi chuckled softly. "Enough, stop pretending. With the way you're running, you're not well behaved. Haven't I told you? If you can't walk properly, don't run. If you fall, no one will help you." The 2 children looked at each other and nodded obediently. Mother, we didn't fall, and we don't want anyone to help us. Mother, why was it so bright last night? Yes, we heard that Father is so amazing, he can make the night as bright as daytime. Yesterday, the whole Chungyang County was lit up, and the news spread widely. It wasn't just Chungyang people. Everyone in Changzhou knew about it. Once the people in Changzhou found out, the whole world knew. When the whole world knew, this matter was ready to be brought to the public stage. Fu Yuanji trained everyone involved in the electrical system, from the water power station to the light bulbs and the wires, and then wrote a detailed plan for the court. After submitting the memorial to the emperor for approval, he waited for the emperor's decision. If the emperor was willing to fund it, he could help design the system. But if not, he would wait until he earned enough money to gradually expand the electrical network. He wasn't in a hurry. Others should be the ones worried. As expected, after receiving Fu Yuanji's report, the emperor was greatly shocked. He wanted to see the project himself and sent people to Qingyang County to check. He needed to confirm whether the electric lights were truly magical, whether they could boost the economy, and whether they could benefit the country. The officials and secret guards sent to inspect thoroughly examined the entire county, seeing the water-powered pump and the tap water system. After returning, I reviewed all the projects for fully electrifying Changzhou City. I realized that in just a year or two, Fu Yuanji could wire the entire city and turn Changzhou into a city that never sleeps. Everyone was deeply shocked. The use of electricity benefits people's lives and has many clever applications. After Fu Yuanji explained these uses to them, the officials went straight to tell the emperor. Everyone praised this amazing phenomenon, mostly with positive comments. It's understandable, seeing the city that never sleeps and modern technology is very shocking for ancient people. Even officials who wanted to criticize Fu Yuanji couldn't lie convincingly. Fu Yuanji not only made Changzhou a highly developed economy and a city with very friendly politics, but also proposed future plans and suggested spreading these developments nationwide. This plan is very feasible. The success of Fu Yuanji's work in Changzhou, the improvements in people's lives, and the huge taxes paid to the court show how useful his policies are. Even if some officials wanted to save face and lie, they couldn't. Moreover, the emperor sent officials to observe, and most people still respected Fu Yuanji. Although they might have some small thoughts, most have a sense of justice and wouldn't sacrifice the well-being of the people for personal gain. Fu Ren is truly amazing. He developed Changzhou into the best city in the entire Wei Empire. His achievements are clear for all to see. Every official who returned praised Fu Yuanji's accomplishments. Though they were jealous of his great achievements, they couldn't take credit for them, and they relied on Fu Yuanji to extend the electrical network to other cities. So, they behaved quite politely. Your Majesty, the electric lights are truly miraculous, like the mystical power of Gigu. Once immersed in it, if we spread these circuits across the country, our nation will become the strongest. Your Majesty, this is truly a gift from heaven, only possible because the divine ruler of the underground city appeared in the court. The ministers flattered one after another, and the emperor was delighted to hear it. That night, they sent a formal order to Fu Yuanji, asking him to prepare various plans for laying out the circuits and to report to the court. When Fu Yuanji received the emperor's order, it was already 5 days later. It takes 5 days by fast horse from the capital to Changzhou. Fu Yuanji believed that while laying out the electrical circuits, people should also be encouraged to repair the roads properly. Just like in Changzhou, when they were repairing roads, they used cement. Making cement is quite simple. Just find the right materials and mix them in the correct ratio, then you can use local resources. In the future, when repairing roads elsewhere, it's best to use local materials and resources. Otherwise, how can someone without special skills or tools easily transport these materials to the destination? Unfortunately, Zhuoshi only has a food system, which can only be related to food. But that's okay. Since they have good food, they can get high-yield seeds. Changzhou produces enough grain so that the people have enough to eat and wear, achieving basic needs and having some extra energy to do other things. Song Lin is polite and knows proper manners. A year ago, he reported this to the emperor, and now it is being promoted nationwide. Unexpected that His Majesty acts so quickly. It seems he takes this matter very seriously, Fu Yuanji said. Zhuoshe smiled and replied, "That's normal. If you were in his position, you would care a lot too. It looks like I need to go to the capital to report my work. You and the children wait at home until I finish," Fu Yuanji said. "All right, go quickly and return soon. I think this time your position will improve a lot. Last year, the higher-ups already decided to promote you when you returned to the capital. But now, because of the mistake with the hydroelectric station, your promotion might come sooner," Zhuoshe said. "That's quite normal. I made a mistake, worked hard, achieved results, and traveled across the country. If they don't promote me, wouldn't that be unfair?"
Fu Yuanzi smiled.
Exactly. Not promoting you would be unfair. The grain supplies are enough for you to be promoted to the capital for an official position. Plus, with the hydroelectric station, you might even get several ranks higher. As long as the time is right, you will surely reach a very high position in the 6 ministries, Zhuoshe said confidently. As Zhuoshe predicted, once Fu Yuanzi hurried into the capital, he was summoned to the emperor's palace. After clarifying the situation in Changzhou and discussing Fu Yuanji's plans and issues, the emperor issued an order. "Your detailed plan is well done. The court will allocate the maximum funds based on the national treasury's income. Do as much as you can," the emperor said. "Yes, Your Majesty. I will do my best and not let you down," Fu Yuanji replied. The emperor was very pleased with his attitude. "Starting today, you are transferred to the Ministry of Works as the deputy minister, responsible for overseeing the construction of hydroelectric stations. You can handle other matters as you see fit. I only have one request. Every penny and every grain of food must be used wisely." Fu Yuanji quickly agreed. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness." Although he was only of a lower rank in the Wolf clan, his position was very important. Based on how the emperor was currently using him, once he finished building a few hydroelectric stations, he would be promoted. Most of these tasks didn't require him to do everything himself. As long as he trained more people during the process and spread them across the country, it would only take a few years to lay out all the electrical circuits. For example, the workers at the current power plants in Changzhou City could handle this well. His main job was to train more people. He decided to start in the capital city. By training more people there and gradually expanding nationwide, once the electrical lines were mostly laid out, he wouldn't have much to do. He had already prepared the training materials, so it would be better for him to stay in the capital and teach. After training some staff, he would lead them to expand outward. He could always work closely with them to ensure everything went smoothly. Since the city's food supply system was stable, he didn't need to worry about food shortages. With enough food, silver, and the ability to earn some money, plus trading caravans, manpower, and the support of the court, there was nothing he couldn't accomplish. In short, Fu Yuanji was confident he could handle this well. After returning to Changzhou and completing the handover, he took his family to the capital to assume his new role. On his first day, he reported to the Ministry of Works. The minister was an older man, very clever, kind-looking, with a gentle smile. Sun Yiping looked at the young and talented Fu Yuanji, feeling deeply moved. He thought about how Fu Yuanji had risen from a county magistrate to a deputy, then to a senior official, and finally to the Minister of Works, all in over 30 years. It was thanks to the support of others that he reached this position. The young man in front of him, who had only been in office for 6 years, had already become the deputy minister. His rapid rise was truly impressive. No one could deny that he deserved it. His achievements were clear. Once he finished building these electrical circuits, he was likely to be promoted again, perhaps even to a higher department as a minister. Sun Yiping believes that Fu Yuanji won't stay long in the Ministry of Works. If nothing unexpected happens, he will spend a few years repairing all the water and electricity stations. After overseeing the national electrical network, His Majesty the Emperor will likely transfer him to another department. For example, the Ministry of Revenue or the Ministry of Personnel. These two departments are very important, and their ministers are quite old, especially the Minister of Revenue. A few years ago, the Minister of Revenue already submitted a petition to retire, but unfortunately, the positions are too important, and His Majesty's several princes are all vying for this role. This led to fierce competition and conflicts, causing quite a bit of chaos and many casualties. Everyone understands that His Majesty does not want to give this position to others. He wants his own people to hold it. Because this position is especially important, only someone the emperor trusts enough can fill it. However, Fu Yuanji might have a chance. First, he has no powerful background. Second, his relationship with the Duke of Zhenghua is strained. Third, he has enough achievements. Fourth, he has not taken sides among the princes. He firmly believes that, with these reasons, as long as Fu Yuanji performs well, he will be promoted to an important position at the right time by the emperor. Of course, he is not the only one who understands this. Many others probably do too. But some people are greedy, like those with influence behind the scenes. They understand but refuse to give up. They've gone this far. Who can stop them now? Fu Yuanji and Sun Yiping have successfully handed over their work. They exchanged some information about the upcoming water and electricity projects, made plans, and then went to a restaurant called First Class Residence in the city for meal. Mainly, Fu Yuanji wants to build a good relationship with Sun Yiping. If everything goes well, Sun Yiping will be his direct superior for the next few years. The relationship with his boss is very important for his work and also affects his connection with the court. From his usual contacts, he doesn't have many connections. Although Luo Qiu and Pei Heng are decent, their relationships are through their families, and they are mostly idle now. Relying on them to connect with their families would be very costly. It's better to rely directly on Sun Yiping, who is a strong support. Perhaps because they share common interests, they might get along better. At the dinner table, both expressed friendly intentions and tested each other. They found out that each is smart, and in the future, they cannot truly trust each other. The thing I fear most is not that the other person is clever, but that they are foolish. Foolish people have a much greater destructive power than clever ones. After saying goodbye to Sun Yiping, Fu Yuanji returned home happily and told Zhuoshi everything that had just happened. Zhuoshi listened and was very pleased. From now on, you should maintain a good relationship with Lord Sunday. Also, try to train more students and finish laying the lines as soon as possible. Although she said this, she knew that electrifying the entire country, at least the provincial and county towns, was a very difficult task. But since this is basic infrastructure work, it must be done well, so he needed to speed up. I also told His Majesty that some provincial and county towns might not have enough educational resources to develop water conservancy, but for towns like these, we can adapt, using wind power or coal for electricity, or even importing power from elsewhere. Yes, if it's really too difficult, we can take it slow in the future. After all, this is a major project, and there's no need to rush, Zhuoshi said. Thinking about this, he missed modern times very much. All the basic measures are in place now, but if he had to start everything from scratch, it would be very hard. But talking won't help. He could only work harder. Without enough talent, it might take 3 or 5 or even 7 or 8 years, but he had to complete this project. So, after a month at home, Fu Yuanji began his official duties. First, he looked for water sources in the capital city to generate electricity. The capital didn't have notable water resources, but he found a large lake, built a dam, and from nearby rivers, he diverted small streams into the lake, which took 2 months. In the end, on the day the power was turned on, the entire city was buzzing with excitement. This electrification showed the emperor the benefits of electricity, and everyone was amazed. Although the emperor already knew Changzhou had electricity, the shock of seeing and hearing it was completely different. Once he saw the electric lights and used them, no one could resist their charm. If someone had never seen light before, they could adapt to darkness, but once they saw light, who would want to stay in darkness forever? Your ideas are truly brilliant, a master craftsman. I have never seen such a miraculous invention. The emperor praised Fu Yuanji even more. He now feels very lucky to have met such a person. He is completely at ease and also very talented, giving him countless surprises. Whether it's a new kind of formula or this magical lamp he has now, it's something he has never seen before. It seems like something from the heavens. If he can perfect it, it will be his achievement. Even after he passes away, It will be recorded in history and bring him honor. This is actually a very simple thing, all thanks to your Majesty's support. Only because of your help could I bring this to the world for everyone to use. Fu Yuanji remains humble and does not become arrogant despite the emperor's praise. The Duke of Zhen looks at Fu Yuanji, standing in the court like a noble tree, and once again regrets. If he had known his son could produce such groundbreaking inventions, he wouldn't have sent him away. Now, all these inventions have been offered, and the Duke's estate is no longer connected to him at all. It has nothing to do with him. Recently, he has heard many people insulting him openly or secretly, criticizing him for losing out on bigger gains by focusing on small benefits. He also regrets it. If he had known these inventions would be so important, he wouldn't have let his wife and son leave. He would have kept them at home, even as a secondary wife, just to stay close. But at that time, he thought these two could at most enjoy wealth and not become official concubines or children of the main wife. He never expected such a turn of events. 30 years east, 30 years west. Never underestimate a young person's potential. Fu Zhongyong wishes he could go back and wake himself up from his mistake with that pen.
Why?
He left no room for error, and now everything is completely irreparable. That kid is so talented that he is beyond control. One mistake leads to another, and losses are beyond recovery. Now, this kid is stubborn and won't listen to reason. He has no solutions left. Fu Zhongyong feels a mix of emotions, very complicated. Once again, he is under the watchful eyes of his colleagues, and he feels a bit embarrassed. These looks are really annoying. No matter how many times he sees them, he can't get used to it. If Fu Yuanji knew what he was thinking, he would probably say, "If I had known it would turn out like this, why did I start in the first place?" He doesn't want to take responsibility, but still wants to enjoy power. How can that be? You can't just watch the thief get beaten and then shamelessly rush in to steal the meat. Master Fu is very impressive. The lamp you've made is something we've never seen before. Your contribution is clear. His Majesty is right. We all admire Master Fu. Yes, Lord Fu is very knowledgeable and talented, capable of doing things others cannot. He is a role model for us all. Fu Yuanji's mouth twitched. These people flatter him, without sincerity. It's like they want to roast him over a fire. Why are their hearts so dark? No matter what he says, whether humble or proud, someone always responds. He might as well keep quiet and stop talking. The emperor saw everyone joking with Fu Yuanji and looked at them with a speechless expression, which was quite funny. Of course, he understood everyone's intentions, but it didn't matter. He just took it as a joke. Anyway, he would promote those he needed to and suppress those he should. There was nothing wrong with that. In short, if Fu Yuanji could handle this matter well, he would be very happy and would continue to protect him in the future. After the officials talked for a while, the emperor stepped in and said, "Everyone, stop joking. If you have something to report, do so. If not, dismiss the court." Everyone. They were so engaged in talking, why stop now? It's fine not to say anything. After all, it's not exciting enough to just talk at the Grand Hall. Later, when everyone leaves the bed, they will gather around Fu Yuanji and chat more. Once everyone is about to leave, they will carefully discuss the surroundings again, hoping to gather some secrets. Even if they can't, they could send a couple of family members to help look into it. But just as they started planning, they heard a little beside the emperor approach Fu Yuanji and say, "Lord Fu, His Majesty requests your presence." The officials. So the emperor has closed the last door for them too? Should they still send 3 people? They need to think carefully and avoid offending the emperor. Mrs. Chen sighed. "All right, as long as you're well. Don't worry too much about us. When we have time, we'll come to see you." Her son was very capable, and she was proud, but he was also very busy. The more capable he was, the more work he had. He worked hard, and if he was away often, he wouldn't spend much time with his wife, son, and daughter-in-law. If he kept traveling for years without seeing them, his children would grow up without knowing their grandfather well. This wouldn't do. Mrs. Chen felt worried, but knew it was necessary. Who dared disobey the emperor's orders? Others wanted to, but couldn't. Yet, her pride didn't stop her from worrying. If only her son and daughter-in-law had gone with him to build the hydroelectric station, their family could stay together. She wondered if His Majesty the Emperor had issued an order allowing them to stay united. Just as Mrs. Chun was about to ask, Zwasher suddenly said, "Then go ahead. Be careful on the way. I won't go with you, because I don't feel well lately." Not feeling well? Mrs. Chun was surprised, and Fu Yuanji didn't understand either. Mrs. Chun reacted first. "Xiaosher, are you pregnant again?" Fu Yuanji looked at Zwasher in shock. "Really? You're pregnant?" Zwasher nodded. "Yes, just over a month." The doctor confirmed it. "I wanted to tell you after 7 days, but since you're leaving, I thought I should tell you now." Mrs. Chun was overjoyed. "That's wonderful. You should rest well and not go with him to the official duties." She couldn't believe it. She was going to have another grandchild. That was such good news. Mrs. Chun was extremely happy. The previous twins she had given birth to were so well-behaved, and now she was about to have another grandchild connected by blood. As she grew older, other things didn't matter much, but children and grandchildren became especially important.
Fu Yuanzi smiled warmly.
"Take good care of yourself. Don't overexert. I didn't expect you to be pregnant again. If I had known, we might have waited a couple more years. You've worked hard." Zwasher smiled and said, "It's just a coincidence." Afterward, she winked at Fu Yuanji. They had previously agreed to have 2 children, and after that, no matter if they had boys or girls, they wouldn't have more children.
Fu Yuanzi chuckled.
"Don't worry, this is just a rare coincidence. We won't have more after this." Mrs. Chun didn't know about their plans, only that her main concern now was to help Zwasher rest and recover. Everything else could wait, even if she had to pretend to be busy or go on assignments. Then, Madame Chun immediately took her maid and servant to the market to buy things needed for her pregnancy. Fu Yuanji tried to persuade her repeatedly, but she refused to let the servants buy the items. She insisted that only he could take good care of the baby, claiming that others' purchases wouldn't be suitable. She pointed out how well he cared for the older children, questioning whether the maids and servants had such skills.
Fu Yuanzi.
"You make a good point. I am speechless. As long as you're happy, do as you wish." Allowing Madame Chen to have something to do also gives her a sense of purpose, so he said nothing more. After Madame Chen left, Fu Yuanzi held Zwasher, resting his head on her. He took a deep breath. "Little Sure, I will miss you." He didn't know how long he would be away. Even if he stayed near the capital, he could visit from time to time. But if he traveled far, they might not see each other for a long time. "I will miss you too. When the time comes, ask others to help with the chores, and don't tire yourself out. The Emperor wants to achieve great things, so he sends you to handle affairs, not us. We just want to live peacefully." Sigh, it's really because transportation in ancient times was so inconvenient. First, Zwasher complained about the Emperor, saying he used Fu Yuanji like a beast. Then she thought that only Fu Yuanji could handle this matter, which made her feel depressed. "Don't worry, I will ask His Majesty for people." Every region scholars, whether they are students, Jiren, or Jinsher, will be selected to learn basic physics and the knowledge needed for electricity. Wherever I go, they will follow and practice along the way. Once they learn, I will send them out to work. Every year, I will send more people to learn. In a few years, these tasks will be completed. Don't worry, I am confident in myself. I trust them too. As long as the court doesn't cut off talent and supplies, everything can be done, Fu Yuanji said. Hearing this, Zwasher immediately relaxed. "So, your task isn't too heavy."
Fu Yuanzi smiled.
"Who do you think I am? With such a heavy burden on my shoulders, I need someone to help carry it. Am I stupid?" It was clearly a heavy responsibility, something that could be shared, but he chose to do it alone. There was no benefit in that. Was he stupid? As a modern person, he knew about sharing pressure. He wasn't foolish. If the Emperor exploited him, he would exploit others in return. In short, everyone was in for a tough time. Then Fu Yuanji took his team and started his new role, fully applying the Chinese tradition of rushing work. Of course, the rush work was within reasonable limits. Not only was the work expedited, but workers' meals and treatment were also improved. Overall, there was nothing too difficult, and everyone was quite willing. Ancient workers were much more diligent than modern workers and didn't care much about treatment. Just paying an extra penny a day was enough to make people work seriously without complaints. In ancient times, common people found it hard to find work during the off-season. But building water and electricity stations provided meals and wages. If they served in remote areas, they had nothing. Serving in remote areas was much better. So, there were people with money, plans, and experience. They organized everything well, with elders coordinating and secret guards reporting progress. The emperor opened many doors for convenience. With all these factors, there was no reason not to do a good job. Construction proceeded smoothly, and water and electricity stations were built all over the Wei dynasty. Building along the Wei, starting from the capital city and radiating out to provincial and county towns across the country, the expansion never stopped. When the last county had its power station built, all the electrical networks were completed, with only a few small places still needing construction. Those places no longer required Fu Yuanji's personal visit. This process took 5 years in total. Not only did he build the stations himself, but he also taught others how to do it. He constantly sent people out, inspected sites, and coordinated. The entire nation's effort built many water and electricity stations, and solar energy technology was already in use. Since there were no water resources left, solar lamps, wind farms, and coal power stations were used. Most of the power stations used solar laser lights, and wind power stations were supervised directly. As for coal power stations, only a few remained, mainly in counties with abundant resources that were easy to mine. Fu Yuanji looked at the message sent by carrier pigeon and finally felt a wave of joy. Over the past 5 years, he had been communicating monthly with Zhuoshi, keeping track of the progress of the water and electricity stations. He shared stories about what was happening around him in his letters. Being alone in a distant place, fighting and working hard, all those emotions seemed to be released in a single letter. Every time he received letters from home, he felt very warm. Fu Yuanji believed Zhuoshi's letters gave him a lot of strength. Whenever he was tired and about to cry, reading those letters felt like injecting new energy into his body. Finally, I can go home. Finally, the work is done. Fu Yuanji rubbed his somewhat sore shoulders, feeling a bit lost. It was a strange feeling that came when he was very tired, like suddenly having free time when he expected none. I still need to send some gifts back home. Over the years, besides quickly writing letters based on his mood, he would also send local specialties from different places through courier stations. Sometimes, he would send unusual items via his own trading team. But every year, he couldn't go home. He had been working on construction sites across the country, county towns, and provincial cities for 5 years. He hadn't seen his family in a long time. During festivals, missing family isn't just talk. The longing has become so strong in his mind that he can't hold it back. If things don't improve, he might agree to Zhuoshi's request to let his whole family travel with him, constantly moving around. After Zhuoshi gave birth to his second son and sent him a message saying she wanted to live with him, along with the Qin family and the children, Fu Yuanji refused. Right now, he was drifting from place to place, doing hard, dirty work. Although he wasn't on the construction site directly, he had to keep an eye on the progress all the time. When problems arose, he would get angry and step in himself. To finish the project quickly, he kept his schedule full. He worked as hard as any other worker, staying up late and working tirelessly, just hoping the construction would finish soon. Now, he finally understood why people say Chinese are hardworking, especially compared to lazy people in Africa. It's not that Chinese like rushing projects, it's because they want to finish things early so they can rest sooner. He didn't care what others thought. As far as he was concerned, as long as the hydroelectric station was completed, he could go home and be with his family. If there were more projects in the future, he'd definitely leave them to others. He missed too many important moments in his children's growth. He didn't want to be absent from their lives anymore. In short, there's no end to earning credit or money, but the time spent with his children is unique and irreplaceable. He would never let work keep him away from his children again. When they grow up to 10 or so, they might not even recognize their father. He'd just be a name in an envelope. Besides, he's still young. As soon as he goes back, he can get promoted. With his fast rise, why work on the front lines? Working so hard is just for a better life. The essence of work is for life. If you sacrifice life for work, that is not life, but mere survival. As a modern person, no one understands this better than he does. Sir, it's finally built. That's wonderful. Yes, sir, it's finally finished. That's really great. Everyone was very excited. When the last wire was buried in the ground and the power was turned on, everyone cheered loudly. Fu Yuanji was also very happy. Rarely, he spoke to the common people. Tonight, everyone will have extra food. No one leaves until they're drunk. Yeah, that's great. Eat big pieces of meat, drink big bowls of wine. No one leaves until they're drunk. Until we're drunk. In the past, after finishing each hydroelectric station, Fu Yuanji would quickly move on to the next city with his team. They wouldn't stay behind to celebrate together, eating and drinking. Drinking and celebrating would only delay work. But now, with no more projects to follow, the last hydroelectric station is almost complete. As long as everyone returns safely, they can all go back to the capital and report to the emperor. The secret guards will also report each area's status, so he doesn't need to worry. Fu Yuanji felt the tension in his mind finally relax. He had been so tense for so long, and he was quite tired. Drinking is a way to relax. Although he didn't do it often, occasional drinking was fine. After 5 years, he could finally go home. Celebrating like this before returning home felt better than anything else. Ancient entertainment was too limited. Otherwise, he could have expressed his excitement in other ways: dancing, singing karaoke, dancing, or grilling skewers. Now he could only enjoy some good food and a little wine. There was no one to talk to, which made him feel a bit lonely. Life. It still needs true friendship, someone who understands you spiritually, supports you, and can talk with you. A toast to the bright moon, a toast to myself, and a toast to you, Xiaoshi. I'm coming back. Fu Yuanji looked at the bright moon above. He felt that tonight's moon was especially round, shining on him with a special feeling. Thinking of the moon, he felt homesick and nostalgic. He never expected to do such things in ancient times. Life really is full of surprises. I wonder what Xiaoshi is doing now. Has she thought of me? She probably has. I've been away from home for so long. Finally, I'm home. After waiting for over 3 months on the road, Fu Yuanji finally returned home. He let out a long sigh of relief. All the hardships and difficulties of these past years were now behind him. He carefully suppressed the excitement in his heart and looked at his family waiting at the city gate. All his feelings surged in his chest as he strode toward the carriage. He really wanted to rush forward and hug them, but he was mindful of the busy passers-by. Sometimes, overly emotional actions could be criticized, so he knew that such feelings couldn't be fully expressed with just a hug. Once home, he would hold them close and talk properly about the longing he had felt all these years. So, Fu Yuanji restrained himself and looked at his mother and sister, saying, "Mother, Xiaoshi, I'm back." Mrs. Chen gazed at her tall son with his thin face, feeling overwhelmed with love and concern. She choked up for a moment before saying, "It's good that you're back. It's really good." Tears couldn't be held back and started to fall one after another. After 5 years apart, she missed him so much. Although she received letters sent by pigeon post every month, not seeing him in person made her heart uneasy. A mother worries about her child traveling 1,000 miles, especially someone like Mrs. Chen. Fu Yuanji was her entire spiritual support. Fortunately, with a few children around, her days were much better than before. Zhuoshi held the little one and smiled at Fu Yuanji. The little one had never seen his father before. Now, seeing a tall man looking at his mother and sister, he couldn't help but bury his head in his mother's chest but also peeked up to steal glances at Fu Yuanji. He looked just like him. Could he be his father? Today, they came to pick up his father, Fu Mingjia thought as he looked at Fu Yuanji. He leaned close to Zhuosher's ear and asked, "Mom, is that Dad?" Always smiling, he wiggled his little bottom and said, "Yes, Mingjia. Don't you miss Dad? Now that you see him, why don't you call him?" Fu Mingjia widened his eyes, confirming his guess. He didn't hide his curiosity and looked up at Fu Yuanji, tentatively calling out, "Dad?" Fu Yuanji was so charmed by his cuteness that he reached out and ruffled his hair. "Yes, it's me. Are you a good boy, Mingjia? Have you listened to Grandma, Mom, and older siblings?" Mingjia nodded immediately. "Yes, I am. I'm the best boy and very obedient."
Fu Yuanzi laughed happily.
"That's great." He lifted his arms and hugged Fu Mingjia into his embrace. Fu Mingjia felt both shy and excited. He nervously twisted in Fu Yuanji's arms and then realized that Fu Yuanji's embrace was very strong, completely different from how his mother held him. Seeing his younger brother being carried by Fu Yuanji, Fu Changjia and Fu Rujia couldn't help but let go of Madame Chen's hand and rushed toward Fu Yuanji. Each of them held one of his legs and cheerfully called out, "Father." Fu Yuanji felt warm inside as he was hugged. He squatted down and brought the two little ones into his arms. Madame Chen watched her father and sons together and couldn't hold back her tears again. "This is good. It's so wonderful." The family was all together in harmony. No matter how big the difficulties, they could get through them. If they kept separating like this, it wouldn't be good for the family. Since the city gate wasn't the place for a reunion, Fu Yuanji rode his horse with his family and headed home. Once they arrived, after bathing and changing clothes, they didn't stay long. They went straight to the palace because he needed to report to the emperor. He had already sent messages in advance through carrier pigeons at the village entrance. At home, bathing and changing was quick, and saying a few words was fine. But if he stayed at home and didn't report to the palace, it would seem like he didn't respect the emperor. Someone might think he was proud of his achievements. The official report was done quickly because he had already told the emperor everything in detail, including all the small details and reassurances. Now, he just needed to honestly repeat everything, highlight the important points, and share what the emperor wanted to hear. The whole process was quite fast. After finishing, the emperor was very satisfied. In 5 years, they would have electricity in all provincial and county capitals across the country. Fu Yuanji's abilities exceeded the emperor's expectations. Over these 5 years, Fu Yuanji's work and performance had been secretly communicated back through the secret guards. The emperor truly saw what one person could do for the people. Fu Yuanji was a very good official, much better than many officials in the court. If all officials in Dai were like Fu Yuanji, the emperor could rest easy. Fortunately, the Duke of Zhengui didn't get along with Fu Yuanji. If he had, and Fu Yuanji had been swayed to his side, both civil and military, things could have become complicated. Loyalty is the easiest thing to change. The principle of trusting your people and not doubting them is important for an emperor's balance, and it must be carefully maintained. Your achievement this time is truly great. I must promote you. Which department of the 6 ministries would you like to serve in? The emperor asked. After asking, the emperor appeared to be casual, but in fact, he carefully watched Fu Yuanji, not missing a single expression on his face. "I can do all of them," Fu Yuanji said. "Any department is fine." The emperor smiled and said, "I know love is possible everywhere. With your talent, you can do well anywhere. But I want to ask about your wish. Which department do you want to join most?" Fu Yuanji smiled and asked, "Do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" The emperor raised an eyebrow, surprised, and looked at Fu Yuanji. The chief serving behind him couldn't help but glance at Fu Yuanji. This official really has a lot of courage to say anything openly. The emperor said, "Then tell me both. What's the truth, and what's the lie?" Fu Yuanji said, "The truth is, I just want to retire now, stay at home with my wife, do nothing with the kids, and count money while lying down. The lie is, I am a loyal servant of the court, ready to go wherever needed. If the emperor asks me to go somewhere, I will go. I can work for 12 hours straight, do things every day, and stand all the time." Suddenly, the emperor spat out his tea, pointed at Fu Yuanji, and was speechless. His face turned bright red. After a few seconds, He finally reacted and burst into laughter. You really dare to think that at such a young age, you want to retire and live a peaceful old age. I haven't even lived that kind of life yet, and you already want to. In the court, work hard for a few more decades, and then we'll see. Fu Yuanji looked bitter and begged, Your Majesty, please give me more leave. I've been away for many years, leaving my wife and children behind. When I go back, my kids won't even recognize me. Hearing this, the emperor, thinking about Fu Yuanji's usual behavior, couldn't help but feel a little soft-hearted. After some thought, he asked, How long do you want to leave to be? 3 months? The longer, the better, Fu Yuanji replied. Humph. The emperor snorted. Who in the family gets a 3-month vacation? Don't you know your own situation? Fu Yuanji said, Look at those who work for 5 years without a break. Even during the new year, they are on the construction site. If you look around the entire court, don't you know your own situation? Anyway, you need to give me some leave. More would be better. Otherwise, all my hard work is for nothing. Fu Yuanji started to act stubborn. The emperor was both amused and annoyed. At most, 1 month. 2 months, Fu Yuanji bargained. What is this? Bargaining with me? The emperor said, laughing with frustration. This isn't a serious issue. A small discount doesn't matter. I still want to take 3 months off. Fu Yuanji said with a playful smile, showing no fear of the emperor's imposing presence or stern face. The chief was stunned. How could Fu Yuanji dare to speak to His Majesty like this? Even the emperor's princes wouldn't be so casual. But Fu Yuanji didn't seem to see the emperor as intimidating at all. If Fu Yuanji knew what he was thinking, he would definitely say, Sir, you misunderstand me. I am simply being honest and straightforward, not disrespecting the emperor. How bold is he to ignore the emperor? The emperor could easily have him executed with a wave of his hand. So, how could he not take the emperor seriously? The reason he dares to act this way is because he knows the emperor doesn't want everyone to be afraid of him. He shows his closeness and respect to the emperor while also expressing his own attitude. Without any ambition, why would the emperor be angry at this? The key is that he knows how to read the situation. His playful smile is only shown in front of the emperor. Even the Duke of Zhangguo hasn't seen this side of him, so the emperor is pleased. He understands the right time and place, can adapt to the situation, and thinks carefully before acting. So, what is there to fear? Unaware of this, the eunuchs behind the emperor have already thought so much. Seeing Fu Yuanji's playful expression, they couldn't help but sigh. 1.5 months, the emperor said. 2 months, Fu Yuanji replied. At most, 1.5 months. Not a day more. If you think it's too little, then don't take leave at all, no days off. The emperor said with a serious face. Fu Yuanji immediately let out a loud cry and jumped up. No way.
Deal.
1.5 months it is. Haha. The chief finally couldn't hold back his laughter. This laugh seemed to touch a certain point in the emperor. He also couldn't help but laugh out loud, pointing at Fu Yuanji and watching his mischievous behavior. He said, Just act mischievous if you want. One day, I will deal with you. Take your leave properly, rest well, and when you go to bed, do so properly. A young man wanting to retire so early and live like an old man. What am I supposed to do? What about the people of the world? The emperor was clearly annoyed. He, as an emperor, worked diligently for decades. If he was healthy, he would attend court every day. Yet his ministers could all take sick leave or personal leave, but he couldn't do as he pleased. Counting the facts, he is actually freer than these officials. No, he must find a way to give himself some time off. At this moment, the emperor considered quitting his duties. Forget it. In a month or a month and a half, you will go to the Ministry of Revenue. I will make you the Minister of Revenue. Think of ways to fill our national treasury. If you can't find a way to fill it, I will hold you responsible. Fu Yuanji's face fell, and he said unhappily, Your Majesty, how can you do this? You want me to go to the Ministry of Revenue, but I don't understand economics at all. If I drain the treasury, I will be punished with death. If I fail to fill it, I will also be punished. I might as well just die now. Gong Gong Gao was stunned again. witnessing Fu Yuanji's shameless and reckless attitude. The emperor was also startled. I told you, if you don't do well, I will punish you. I didn't say I would have you die. I just want you to think of a way. Look at what you're saying. Like I am a foolish ruler. In front of me and Gong Gong Gao, you dare to talk nonsense and spread lies. I think this monkey of yours needs a lesson. Guards, seize him. Fu Yuanji took a step back and flattered, no need. I'll do it myself. I'll do it myself. He then slapped himself hard across the mouth, really slapping, with a loud sound that even Gong Gong Gao was a bit shocked. All right, that's enough. Stop hitting yourself, the emperor said, unable to watch anymore. It's a small matter. Just work hard. I am waiting to see your performance. I trust you. Don't let me down. Fu Yuanji bowed down and said, Yes, Your Majesty. Thank you for your kindness. It was not an easy task, but also a good one. As long as he could fill the treasury, his achievements would be clear for all to see. In recent years, because of frequent disasters and wars, the treasury of the Great Way has been empty. But he promoted 2 high-yield crops, suggested future overseas trade, and invented hydroelectric power. So, boosting the economy and collecting more taxes should be a very simple task. Entering the Ministry of Revenue, not being able to get promoted immediately, was actually a good stepping stone. Maybe after serving as Minister of Revenue and surviving this period, he could get promoted. Yes, the future looked promising. Fu Yuanji walked briskly home. In the Golden Dragon Hall, the secret guards reported that Fu Yuanji was quite happy after leaving the palace. After hearing the news, the emperor suddenly chuckled. This little fox is quite clever and sneaky. I hope he stays smart forever. He prefers intelligent and sensible people. Fu Yuanji is clearly smart and knows how to behave properly. The emperor values talent and also keeps a watchful eye. Send someone to keep an eye on him. As long as he doesn't betray the court or the emperor, don't interfere. The leader of the secret guards knelt and bowed. Yes, Your Majesty. Fu Yuanji knew he was under close watch by the emperor and that spies were following him. But he didn't mind. Although being watched was annoying, he wasn't a bad person. Having spies watch him showed his loyalty and prevented misunderstandings that could cause trouble. It's better to have a spy nearby. He always had a secret guard with him by choice. Whether there was one more or less didn't matter. After returning home, Fu Yuanji briefly told Zhuo about what happened in the court and mentioned that the emperor appointed him as Minister of Revenue. The Ministry of Revenue is a good department, but it's very tiring. Dealing with money every day and the old ways of calculation are very outdated. You need to train a few capable people. If you teach them your current methods, your workload will decrease and efficiency will improve, Zhuo said. Fu Yuanji thought for a moment. All right, I'll try. Anything that can save him effort and make things more efficient was worth doing. Did the emperor announce your appointment in the court? Zhuo asked. No, but it should happen soon. Maybe they'll mention it at tomorrow's court, Fu Yuanji replied. Be prepared. I think some people might have opinions, Zhuo warned. Fu Yuanji said it's fine. Let them talk. I don't mind. Whatever they say, I'll respond. Some jealous people can't see others succeed. They only see others eating the rewards they earn through their own efforts, and they suspect foul play. He's still young and already a Minister of Revenue, but they don't see what he's done. If they had done the same, they wouldn't doubt their own abilities, but would think the emperor was slow in promoting them. But now, when he is placed in that position, people say he is young, inexperienced, and hasn't achieved much. Even if he has made some contributions, they think he shouldn't have been promoted so quickly. Now he's already the Minister of Revenue. If he advances further, will he become the Prime Minister? Haha, what is there to say to these people? Since he has made such achievements, he has the right and the ability. His position as Minister of Revenue was earned through his skill. No one dares to challenge him, and he dares to stand up to anyone. Yes, I believe you can do well, Zhuo said. The political world is dark. We've watched many TV dramas, so we understand the bad sides of human nature. You should act strong and confident so others don't see you as an easy target. Being someone difficult to deal with is much more threatening than being kind and gentle. Fu Yuanji understood this principle well. So, the next day, after the emperor announced in front of all officials that he would be the Minister of Revenue, someone tried to speak up with objections, but the emperor quickly silenced them without needing Fu Yuanji to step in. After the court session, some people gathered around him, making sarcastic remarks. Fu Yuanji was very polite and humble in tone, but his words carried a different meaning. I don't know why His Majesty trusts me so much to make me Minister of Revenue. You all say I'm young, yet the emperor believes in my abilities. Instead of choosing loyal old officials like Chun, he picked me. I'm puzzled. Does he see me as more important or capable than you? I dare not think so. I am a humble person. This made the ministers, who came to cause trouble, speechless. When they wanted to argue back, Fu Yuanji had already left completely. Child of a commoner. Too presumptuous. Too presumptuous. Not far behind, Fu Yuanji heard their voices. He smiled slightly and sneered inwardly. I love how you look at me with dislike, but can't do anything about it. Such virtue. With that spirit, you'd be better off thinking about how to do your own work well, so others will respect you more. Instead, you just envy and resent. What's wrong with you? Fu Yuanji swung his robe and walked forward, unaware that the Duke of Zhengua overheard the ministers talking behind his back. The Duke, with a cold face, scolded them harshly. I don't know when the court turned into a marketplace. You all are like shrews gossiping behind people's backs, completely lacking in grace. The ministers. Why do they compare us to shrews? All right, even if they talk behind people's backs and say things that aren't right, it's hard to tolerate being scolded directly. Okay, forget it. They found out that their son was discovered by his father, and this son doesn't acknowledge his father. So, the father came out to scold them, just to gain his son's favor. What's there to be proud of? The Duke of Zhengua is not better than them. They scolded him in front of Fu Yuanji, and Fu Yuanji at least responded. But this Duke of Zhengua might not. Still, being scolded makes me angry. These ministers happily went home. How was it today? Zhuoshi asked. Did anyone give you a hard time? Fu Yuanji smiled and said it was okay. During the court, His Majesty scolded all these people and didn't let them cause trouble. After the court, someone tried to cause trouble, but I responded firmly. Don't worry, it's fine. Zhuoshi. That's good. After saying that, she couldn't help but laugh, imagining the scene at that time. Fu Yuanji also smiled, knowing that these people weren't very strong in fighting. Who is he? With his sharp tongue skills, it's better to think about how to protect oneself than to cause trouble for him. They chatted happily for a while, then went to the kitchen to make some delicious food. They spent the day playing with the children at home. Before going to bed at night, Fu Yuanji sighed. It's really good to have such a relaxing day. You don't know what kind of days I've had these 5 years. I dream about sleeping until I wake naturally, counting money until my hand cramps. Now I finally have a holiday. Maybe we should go out and have some fun. With a month and a half holiday, we can visit many places. Zhuoshi smiled and asked, Where do you want to go? Unexpectedly, Fu Yuanji has so much holiday time. That's really good news. People need a balance between work and rest. Always keeping that string in your mind too tight will break. No one wants to work hard for 5 years straight. Even a tough person needs a break. Rest is what Fu Yuanji needs most right now. At least, in his mind, he really needs a break. Not sure. I don't know if there are any fun places near the capital. Maybe we can go to a village and have some fun. Are there any hot spring villages?
Fu Yuanzi asked.
Yes, then let's go to a hot spring village. Soaking in hot springs helps relax. I haven't been for a long time. We can take the kids with us, Zhuoshi said. You don't know, the kids haven't seen you in 5 years. They miss you a lot. In the future, you should spend more time with them. Fu Yuanji smiled and said, All right, I want to spend quality time with them and also with you. After speaking, he hugged her and bent down to kiss her on the lips. That night, he had no dreams. The next morning, after waking up and washing up, they finished breakfast. Fu Yuanji told Mrs. Chun that he wanted to take the children to the hot spring village for a few days and invited Mrs. Chen to come along. Mrs. Chen hesitated a bit and said, "Maybe I should stay at home with the children, and you and Xiao go." Fu Yuanji replied, "The children haven't seen each other in a long time. I want to spend more time with them. After I go to court, I might be too busy to see them." Zhuoshi smiled and said, "Yes, mother, let's go together. We haven't been to the hot spring village in a long time." Mrs. Chen thought for a moment and, after some persuasion from them, agreed. Preparing for the trip to the hot spring village involved getting the family's carriage and servants ready. They also needed to inform the village ahead of time to prepare rooms and supplies. Fortunately, the preparations were quick, and they finished everything in a day. While the family and the village staff prepared, Fu Yuanji took Zhuoshi and the children to visit the Zhua family. It had been 5 years since he last saw them, so he thought it was time to visit his mother-in-law. Wenshi was very excited when she saw him. She loved her 3 lively and adorable grandchildren. She was kind and caring, and she doted on them, so the children liked her very much. After chatting for a while, she sent them away, leaving only Zhuojiang and his wife behind. Zhuojiang's wife was married 2 years ago. After Zhuojiang passed the imperial exam with the help of his teacher, they arranged a marriage with a noble daughter from the Deng family, a prominent family. Her name was Deng Jejia. Since getting married, they had a good relationship. Deng Jejia was now pregnant and would give birth in a few months, adding a new member to the Zhua family. This was Fu Yuanji's first time meeting Deng Jejia. She looked gentle and kind, very suitable for Zhuojiang. But whether they were a good match or not was not his business. He hadn't been back in 5 years, and he wasn't going to give opinions on their marriage. Fu Yuanji carefully placed the gifts he had prepared and politely greeted the new family member. "Young sister-in-law, I didn't know you were pregnant, so I didn't prepare a gift for the little nephew. I'll make it up tomorrow," Fu Yuanji said. "Brother-in-law, you are too kind," Deng Jejia replied politely. She had a good impression of her brother-in-law, young but already accomplished, holding the position of Minister of Revenue. She had no doubt that he could someday become the Prime Minister, perhaps even the youngest in the Wei dynasty. What was more impressive was his elegant demeanor, competence, and thoughtfulness. His gentle and caring attitude towards Zhuoshi made many women envy her. After so many years of marriage, their relationship was still so good. They had no concubines or secondary wives, which was rare for a man. Plus, he was talented and successful. She was very jealous of Zhuoshi. Actually, everyone in the city envied her. Under Zhuoshi's guidance, Zhuojiang was also a loving husband. Their family was peaceful and free of chaos, which made her very happy. "It's only right. Family members shouldn't be polite," Fu Yuanji said. After talking a few more words with the Wen family, Fu Yuanji and Zhuojiang went to the study together. The family gathered happily, chatting and joking. The children played around, jumping and laughing, everyone feeling very joyful. Wenshi sighed with emotion. "I never thought we could live like this, happy and united. That's what matters most." Zhuoshi smiled and said, "Yes, mother. Life will get better and better. Deng Jejia has had a baby. You'll soon be a grandmother." 2 years ago, Zhuoge had already married and had a child. Now, among the younger generation in the family, only Zhuojiang's child was still in but it was almost time. Talking about children made Wenshi happy. She had many nephews and nieces, but only one grandson so far, or perhaps Deng Jejia's latest child was a granddaughter, and the only one. Zhuoshi said, "Mother, take care of your health. Xiao Liang will have children with Jejia in the future, and you'll need to help take care of them." Deng Jejia quickly nodded. "Mother, please help when the time comes. I'm still young and don't know much, so I'll rely on you." Wenshi smiled. "All right. As long as I can still walk, I'll help you. If I do anything wrong, just tell me and I'll change." Her words moved Deng Jejia. Although she was not very wealthy, and the Zhua family only had one son, the family was very kind. The siblings got along well, each caring for others. Wenshi was gentle and kind, never acting like a strict mother-in-law, and she treated Deng Jejia with warmth and kindness. Marrying into such a family is much better than many noble households. She was married lowly at first, and many people mocked her, but now many envy her. Zhujiang has achieved success. Wen Shi is very kind, and he has many strong relatives, like Fu Yuanji, who is also talented. Isn't he worried that Zhujiang might have no future? The family that hesitated before is now regretful and anxious. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world, and they are now regretting. Zhujiang has already married Deng Jiejie, and now he can only watch as Deng Jiejie brings this lucky son-in-law into the family. The family ate lunch together, sat for a while, and then Fu Yuanji took Zhu Shi and the children back home. After returning home, Mary started packing her things. Early the next morning, the whole family set out for the hot spring village near the capital. The emperor learned how quickly Fu Yuanji moved, so fast that not even a day was wasted, showing how eager he was. He sure knows how to enjoy himself. The emperor snorted impatiently. What could he do? He also wanted to go relax at the hot spring village, but too many government affairs piled up, and he couldn't leave. He also didn't trust the princes to handle things properly. Thinking about how grown-up and competitive his princes were, the emperor felt even worse. All of them are troublemakers, the emperor muttered coldly. I wonder how long Fu Yuanji can hide. Is he smart enough? He had heard that each of the princes was trying various ways to meet Fu Yuanji, hoping to bring him into their camp. But he didn't know if Fu Yuanji would be swayed or choose a side. Do you think he will support one of the princes? The emperor asked.